clarify that. This is from the leadership of the Congress. I misunderstood when I was handed this just a moment ago. And
by a country. I mean, you have to remember that we don't know that this is Osama bin Laden, but he's protected by the Taliban government in Afghanistan and has already carried out other attacks against us. And we've done nothing or precious little to try to deal with that problem. This is probably of greater consequence to the United States in some ways than Pearl Harbor, in other ways not. But I think every American, just as my parents' generation remembered where they were when they heard the news of Pearl Harbor, I think this is going to traumatize the American public the same way, and it calls for a very drastic response by the United States.
What happens to intelligence services here in the United States, indeed security services here in the United States? We had another securities expert earlier who said, you know, in a free society there is only so much you can do and still maintain a free society.
Well, it depends, I think, right now on whether there are further attacks, and as to how far we go in basically taking extraordinary steps to protect the security of Americans on a temporary basis. But obviously, Americans all over the world are feeling threatened right now. Our bases and our military is on the highest stage of alert. After all, the very heart of our military, the Pentagon, has been attacked. And so as a consequence, we're on a wartime footing now already, and nothing would surprise me given the gravity of the situation. It isn't to say that we want to see civil liberties suspended or anything, but you can bet that extraordinary steps will be taken by law enforcement agencies, by the intelligence community, by the military, and by our political leadership right now.
Neil, thank you. Neil Livingstone, the CEO of Global Options, a terrorist crisis management group there based in Washington.
Bill, in fact, as you might expect, It
happened today, September 11, 2001. Let's go to Chris Brown, who is our NBC Pentagon correspondent, or producer, excuse me. Rick, go ahead.
I am in a makeshift public information office about a mile or so away from the Pentagon. It's where the Navy has kind of set up some temporary operations right now.
And describe the scene.
Well, it's just an office right now. People are just trying to find out where each other is. Obviously, cell phones are not working very well. We're actually set up inside the offices of the Virginia Department of Transportation office here. And people are really right now just trying to find out where everyone is and try to coordinate what's going on.
Chris, what's the U.S. response to all of this?
Well, right now, we have been told by U.S. officials that two Navy carrier battle groups, the USS George Washington and the USS John F. Kennedy, are being dispatched out of Norfolk Naval Base right now. They are getting underway and heading up the eastern seaboard. Presumably, one will be sent up as far up the Chesapeake Bay as possible to cover the Washington, D.C. area, and the other will be heading towards New York City. That is not definite right now in terms of which is going where, or both may be heading towards New York. That is uncertain right now, but we do know that two carrier battle groups are getting underway from Norfolk and heading up the eastern seaboard as we speak.
Chris Brown, the producer over there at the Pentagon, thanks very much for that update. Rick Hahn, I trust you were listening to that. What do you anticipate would be the next move? Rick, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
All right. Rick, I held up the Redmond Hart Commission that said we were going to get attacked like this. We were a sitting duck for a terrorist attack. It would hit hard and it would hit soon. Where did we fail?
I don't think that we necessarily did fail. This is a very free nation. There's no nation in the world where you can travel about and do the things that you do in the United States.
Why didn't our counterterrorism unit, and especially the CIA, know of this ahead of time? This is a very sophisticated, well-coordinated attack that must have taken months, according to a senior State Department official, if not years.
The intelligence community regularly gets all types of information regarding potential threats. There is, however, a chasm between freedom of speech, where people talk about doing things, and the actual acts themselves. And it's frequently impossible to discern whether someone is merely talking or, in fact, is planning to do some sort of terror.
A sense of the state of official worry and knowledge here. Richard Shelby, the senator from Alabama, who is a leading Republican and now vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, has come out. One would presume if anybody would know a lot about what the U.S. officials know, he would. And he said all he knew about was the 2 plane attacks in New York, the one at the Pentagon, and he said that they had heard something had happened in western Pennsylvania. That, of course, consistent with the reports we've had about a Pittsburgh airport. So the sense we have is that many officials, many senior people here in Washington may know less than we do, at least officially, about what has happened here.
All right, Britt Hume, thanks.
John McCain is on Capitol Hill speaking, and we got an ear out for him as well.
All right, Britt, thanks very much. Newt Gingrich, the former Speaker of the House, was on the air with us not long ago and described this as the 21st century Pearl Harbor, and that does not overstate it. There may be as many as, on a typical day, there would be 50,000 people working in the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, and those towers are gone. How many of those people were able to evacuate, we do not know. Once again, to Britt Hume in Washington. Britt?
John, we believe we've been joined now on the telephone by Republican Senator John McCain of Arizona. Senator,
Brett.
Thank you very much. As a senior member of the U.S. Senate and a man deeply concerned with the U.S. military, what can you tell us beyond what we know about, first of all, about the attack at the Pentagon?
I can't tell you, Brett, anything that more than the information that you have, and I think that's probably the case with most members of Congress at this moment. I'm not in disagreement with others who said that this is an act of war, and there aren't words to describe adequately the enormity of these attacks and the depravity of those who would commit them. But I have no additional information, and I'm not sure that in the short term there will be a lot disclosed to members of Congress as they acquire it. But the fact is that this is an enormity that staggers the imagination.
Senator, you and others have described this as an act of war. What are the implications of seeing it in that light, rather than a mere lone or isolated act of terrorism? What are the policy implications? What kinds of steps are now possible or might be taken by this government in light of in the light of viewing it as an act of war?
I think that means that the Congress acts to support the President of the United States in any actions that he needs to take to make sure that those who are responsible, whether they be governments or they be individuals or groups of individuals, that whatever measures need to be taken will be taken, and consider the United States now on the basis of a war, and go on to that footing and use whatever assets and efforts that are necessary to bring those to justice, and at the same time prevent ever a reoccurrence of a tragedy and a crime of this enormity.
Senator, we've been seeing just for the last couple of minutes some live pictures of injured people arriving at a hospital in New York for treatment there. Obviously, it would appear, based on what we know, that the loss of life is going to be very great indeed. Your sense from knowing the Pentagon and knowing the area where that airplane hit, fire still going over there. Do you have any? What can you tell us about that part of the building? Number of people work there, that kind of thing.
Well, as you know, the Pentagon is a very large building, and which may work to our benefit here, as opposed to the trade towers. I can't make an estimate, but fortunately, the Pentagon is a very large building. So let's pray that the extent of the casualties has been limited by that. Obviously, there's casualties, but what staggers the imagination, as I heard you talking, is the 50,000 people that work at the trade towers. We pray for them and their families, and it's a tragedy that, again, words become inadequate very quickly when describing something of this nature. But I'm sure the President will lead us. I am sure that the President will reassure the American people, and all of us, all Americans, will commit ourselves to making sure that those who committed it pay the heaviest price, whether they be governments or individuals, including governments that may have harbored groups that were responsible for this. And we will make sure that there's never a reoccurrence. And I know that's no consolation to the grieving families, but I don't think we can do more, except I am confident the President of the United States will lead, and the American people can bestow their confidence upon his leadership.
Senator, what you're saying suggests, as others may have mentioned, that life in the United States will not again be the same anytime soon. Would you agree with that?
I totally agree with that. And again, it's incomprehensible and reprehensible, and none of us that I know of ever imagined something this enormity, and well orchestrated, obviously.
Senator, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thanks, Brett.
We now have Brian Wilson, I believe, able to report to us on what he's been hearing. He's up on Capitol Hill. Brian, what are you hearing, buddy?
Well, I'm hearing a lot of things, Britt. One of the things that we're hearing in the last few minutes is from Senator Richard Shelby, who is a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, who told us there has been no advance warning, and they call this very well organized, and he says that they had no advance warning that it was coming at all. And usually they do have some indication from the intelligence community. So very surprised. They say, of course, they know about what happened at the Pentagon. They know about what happened at the World Trade Center. They're still trying to figure out exactly what happened in western Pennsylvania. But members of Congress are coming out and expressing in the strongest terms that the intelligence community failed to give them any advance warning and any kind of information about this, that it caught them completely off guard. One member of Congress, Congressman Kurt Weldon of Pennsylvania, said, the government has failed the people of this country, and that's an indictment on both parties. Britt?
Brian, it does certainly seem that these members of Congress not only had no advance warning, or that the government had no advance warning, they don't seem to know very much about what actually happened, do they?
No, and Senator Shelby said we're still getting briefings, but information is very sketchy and communications are scrambled, an indication that they're not getting a good flow of information, and an overall sense that perhaps more will have to be done to shore up the intelligence budgets in the days ahead, but also, just complete outrage, Britt, that somehow the millions and billions of dollars that we spend on intelligence in this country somehow let this one slip through the cracks.
All right, Brian Wilson, thank you very much. John Scott, that's it from here for the moment. One last note. We learned a few minutes ago that Secret Service agents had sprinted up the street from the White House and cleared people away from a bag that was sitting in the middle of the street there up at the corner of Connecticut.
Say about the fact that our intelligence community has not been able to get after him. We always seem to be responding to what he does, okay? That's not the way you win the war against terrorism, okay? You don't have to respond to what he does. You have to make him respond to what you're doing to him. We have never been able to get that edge against him. And I think what's going to happen here is a total change in the way that we, number one, understand what's happened, and number two, how we prosecute a war. And I use that term advisedly. This is a war against terrorism. We ought to declare it, and we ought to fight it.
Ken, this is Greg Jarrett. There have been two other foiled attempts in which Osama bin Laden's terrorist network had planned for years to use aircraft in terrorist attacks. There was the so-called Day of Hate over the Pacific, January of 1995. The plan there was to plant bombs in 11 U.S. airliners, all timed to go off during a 48-hour period as they flew over the open Pacific. Fortunately, that plot was foiled, uncovered, when a Manila bomb factory caught fire. Then there was the other planned attack, well known, on the CIA. The plan there was to fly a small aircraft into CIA headquarters. Bin Laden, of course, trained his associates as pilots. The plan was never carried out because an associate was arrested in Manila back in 1995. But looking, given that track record, given the warning we had 3 weeks ago, surely there was something that could have been done to better anticipate this sort of thing.
Well, Greg, I'll go right back to what we've been talking about in terms of the metaphor to Pearl Harbor. I'm constantly struck at how appropriate that is, and I would suspect that when we actually uncover everything that went into the intelligence picture this morning, we will find that, yes, indeed, we should have known, but that's 20/20 hindsight. Greg, you've also been talking about, and I think it's appropriate that we do so, the Graham-Rudman report that was put together by 2 former United States senators. I've read that. They are absolutely correct when they talk about the fact that the United States has been a sitting duck for a long period of time, not only in our airports but also in our borders. Security has been a joke for a very long period of time. And, you know, you leave that open for that long a period of time, and someone's going to take advantage of it. So everything that you've been talking about in terms of foiling a plot against Osama bin Laden, that's fine. You want to try and do that. The only way you win this war, very frankly, is the way that the Israelis have been taking out the Palestinian leadership. And they've been very aggressive in going at that leadership to address that problem right at the source. And we haven't done that.
Our military analyst, Ken Allard. Stand by, Ken, if you would. Your insight's appreciated. Over to Lester Holt. Lester?
All right, Greg, we are getting an idea of what air traffic controllers may have seen this morning. The first indication something was happening. We are going to show you with Flight Explorer. That's American Flight 11, Boston to L.A., going up upstate New York, and suddenly makes a sharp turn, 180-degree heading right toward New York City. That's probably at least a 30-minute flight there that controllers know this plane is not only slightly off course, way off course. This again from Flight Explorer. As that plane was being tracked, there it makes that sharp turn way off course on a beeline to New York City, where it slammed into one of the World Trade Center towers today. That plane was scheduled to leave about 7:45 from Boston this morning. It's not clear if that's the one you're seeing there. Remember, 2 airplanes hit separate towers, and we're not clear of the order yet. But this is something I pointed out earlier, that there was indications a good time before these attacks that something horrible was happening. What would an air controller do in a case like this? Not a lot. You could be making radio call after radio call to the plane. When you decide he's not listening or ignoring, all you can do is get on the horn to other planes, clear out of the way. We don't know where this guy's going. Clearly, he was dropping in altitude as well as he's making this approach. This was a plane that would have then come straight into the Newark International Airspace, LaGuardia, JFK, all in that area. So clearly other planes had to have been aware that there was a rogue airplane in the sky. American Airlines only given us a brief statement saying it lost 2 airplanes. We don't know the nature of any conversations that took place between the crew, between the air traffic controllers. They also have their own private data links between the cockpit and the airline headquarters when they have a mechanical problem. An airplane can squawk, what's called squawk, a certain code on its transponder. That lights up at the air traffic control center. It's a code that says I'm being hijacked. There's no voice communications, but if the pilot can somehow surreptitiously punch in that code, it would alert someone to at least know this plane is in trouble. On the phone with us now is, give me the name again, Kathleen Zichi with the NYU Medical Center. Kathleen, can you tell us about the casualties you've received there?
Yes, I'm with NYU Downtown Hospital in Lower Manhattan, and the last count that I have, we have several hundred casualties here. Several hundred patients here who are waiting to be, who are being treated. We have at this point 3 fatalities. We had one severe, very severe burn case that was transferred to the burn center, but the entire medical staff has been mobilized, as has the nursing staff, and they are proceeding in a very orderly fashion to treat the patients as they arrive.
Kathleen, I know hospitals such as yours practice disaster drills.
That's
Have you ever
correct.
practiced for anything on the scale of several hundred casualties in your emergency room?
Yes, it has. In fact, it has been practiced as recently as 2 weeks ago. We had a full-scale disaster drill at the hospital.
So tell me what happens now. People are coming.
Bounce back very quickly after people had taken into consideration what had happened. Now, during World War I, the markets were actually closed from August until December of 1914, although some trading did occur off the exchanges, and that led to them reopening it. Now, in London during World War I, the market was closed, as it was in other continental centers, and then in 1939, they did close the London market for a couple weeks before reopening. But in both cases, they tried to get things back to normal as quickly as they could, and they did do so.
this morning, the New York Stock Exchange sort of initially, before it was determined what the explosion was, it looked like they were thinking about delaying the opening. And of course, it would be the wish of, in the light of a terrorist attack, to try to maintain some order, to try to make it appear that that these markets would not be closed so easily, that it would take quite a blow to impact the U.S. financial markets, which is the global center of the financial markets. But clearly, the devastation and the sheer magnitude and the growing national nature of these attacks was more than anyone could expect to continue to trade during.
Oh, I think that's definitely true. I really don't think they had a choice in that matter. The only question is how quickly they can get the markets back open. I'm sure they'll try to do that as soon as they can.
Brian, we're going to ask you to stay on the line if you can. We want to bring in Ron Insana, who is with us from Midtown. And Ron, we are very happy to have you with us and to know that you are okay. Please tell us what your experience was this morning.
Well, I was heading down after we had learned of it about 9 o'clock or 8:55 this morning. I had called in to see if we should go down and aid the coverage, and I was on my way down. And we got fairly close to the building, and I ran into a cameraman from MSNBC, and we were trying to get across town past the World Trade Center to the West Side Highway, which is on the lower southwestern corner of Manhattan, to hook up with our colleagues from CNBC. And as we were going across one of the restricted zones, the building started to explode, I guess is the only way I could describe it. It was hard to tell if it was an actual explosion, but the building began to come down, and we ran, and I sprinted around a corner. John headed straight down the street, and it began to look like a scene out of Independence Day, with just blackness raining down everywhere. And as I cut around the corner, I ducked behind a car, and it got darker and darker. I got inside what was just a parked car and stayed there for several minutes, and the material continued to rain down, and it was literally pitch black, darker than night, for several minutes. And as it began to clear modestly, I made my way out and headed to a building which was occupied by a few people, and there was a light that was shining from the inside. And so went in there, and there were a couple of police officers and a few other people, and we made our way out in what looked like, from all the movies that we've seen growing up, the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. There was gray debris over the entire area. The sky, the air around us was still filled with soot and ash and other debris. And we made our way to a police car, and the police picked up a couple of injured people as well as we made our way up the East Side Highway and eventually got to Midtown Manhattan. But it was truly a harrowing experience, and not nearly, obviously, as harrowing as others had suffered, but it was an unbelievable event in many ways, almost surreal.
How close were you, Ron, to the Trade Center when this happened? What did you hear, and what did your feet feel?
Fear, mostly. We heard that. I wouldn't call it an explosion. We did notice that the building began to blow at the top, and that material began to come down, and we just turned and ran as soon as we saw that. We were probably within a couple of blocks, maybe a block. It's hard to tell, but we were close to the base, but we were looking up at the top, and as we turned to run, material just began to fall, and like that scene in Independence Day where wind was just whipping down the street in the wake of an explosion, that's exactly what we experienced. And it went down the street, curved around corners, and blew with a fair degree of intensity, again, Tyler, until the sky was completely black.
Ron, I'm curious about what your thoughts are in terms of the global economic impact of all of this. You've watched these markets for many years, and this is a truly devastating event. What do you think where do we go from here?
Well, that's a tough question to answer. I believe, the interesting, I shouldn't say interesting, but what these attacks obviously were designed to maximize impact, not just in terms of loss of life and political terms, but in economic terms as well. At the very least, 1/3 of this nation's financial transactions are routed through New York. This will disrupt the economy in a way I assume we can't fully appreciate yet, not to mention the massive rebuilding costs that will take place here, to an extent in Washington and Pittsburgh and any other area that's been attacked so far. And it will create, no doubt, a great debate about globalization. The question now, does the United States turn inward, not just politically as it strikes outward against its foes, but also, does this freeze the expansion in global trade or even contract it? Does it affect world markets in a way that we can't understand? Certainly, as Brian Taylor was saying, there is a precedent for the market shutting down for an extended period of time. As he pointed out in World War I, there was a 6-month freeze in trading activity. One would assume that the next several days will not witness much financial activity in New York or anywhere else in this country. And it comes at a time, of course, where the American economy was weakening as well. So again, the attacks will have a maximum impact, not just on loss of life, not just politically, but economically as well.
Ron, let's let you catch a breath there and talk to our producers while we go back to Brian Taylor, market historian in Los Angeles, by phone. Mr. Taylor, you just heard what Ron Insana said. Would you like to elaborate on that? What might be the long-term effects of this, both on global economies and on the American and the world's financial system's ability to function in the next weeks?
Well, I think that clearly with the questions about globalization, which have been raised in the recent past at the meetings of the G8 and others, that certainly has become an issue. But I think that we should use this as a sort of rallying point to make sure that we do keep the world open and not allow these individuals to make everyone in the world worse off. That in the long run, more trade, more integration of economies.
The second building has just come down. The second, everyone is being asked to get down. Come down.
Can't even look at it, because all I can see are people. I don't see a building, I see people. People hurt. Children without mothers and fathers tonight.
If you're just joining us, you probably already know the World Trade Center towers, the Twin Towers, the New York landmarks have collapsed and are gone. The Pentagon has been hit by an airplane, a series of hijackings apparently today at the root of this. What we know is hundreds, if not thousands, are injured, no count on the deceased yet, and that the investigation, a massive investigation, is just beginning to unfold.
But John, I stepped aside there, among other things, the moment to try to get some sort of sense from people who talk to, because as soon as this happens, people begin to think about a response. We don't expect a response to come in the immediate future by any means, but I was just talking to Charlie Gibson from Good Morning America, and he'd been thinking about the same thing, that the response to this from the United States is going to have to be massive. They have to accomplish something in some way, because so much of the response to terrorism before by a large nation such as this, which is not impotent but very limited in its capacity to operate at this kind of level. You were mentioning earlier the attacks against Osama bin Laden's training camps in Afghanistan. In retrospect, they spent, as you pointed out, more than $1 million per cruise missile. I forgot how many they sent. They didn't get anything. They didn't get anything. They didn't do anything. So it's an enormous challenge for a powerful nation to respond in an effective way. And the Pentagon is still burning, and today the World Trade Center towers have gone. Diane Sawyer is down in Times Square at the moment, and among other things, I think has been trying to get some grasp of the number of casualties involved. And it must be very difficult, Diane.
An official announcement shortly. Fox News Channel will carry that for you as well. As Britt Hume mentioned, we are waiting at Barksdale Air Force Base, where President Bush is scheduled to address the nation in just a few minutes. It's our understanding that there are technical reasons that he's not on yet, but that should be happening shortly. I can also tell you that now the United States border with Canada has been shut down at all crossings. There is a report from Afghanistan now, from Kabul, Afghanistan. Osama bin Laden's people, and actually the Taliban now responding to this. Afghanistan's hardline Taliban rulers have condemned this devastating terrorist attack in New York and the one in Washington, and rejected suggestions that Osama bin Laden could be behind them. The Taliban's ambassador to neighboring Pakistan has now said that bin Laden, the Saudi dissident who has been given asylum in the country, does not have the facilities needed to carry out such an attack. Quoting now from the Taliban, "It is premature to level allegations against a person who is not in a position to carry out such attacks." It was a well-organized plan on connection with the 1998 bombings of the U.S. embassies in East Africa that killed 224 people. Now, there are reports that the victim count at the Pentagon is now at 34. Those are unconfirmed reports at this moment, but certainly with a fire that happened so quickly and an explosion on that level, fears at the Pentagon are certainly running high. We're also getting word from NASA now that astronauts aboard the International Space Station can actually see the smoke rising from Washington and New York, that this plume of smoke that was once the World Trade Center in New York City can be seen from 224 miles in the sky. And on the International Space Station, they are watching in what is certainly a day which will live in infamy, September the 11th, 2001, and the worst terrorist attack in the history of the world. The updates are coming in fast and furious now from individual states across the nation. Suffice it to say that governments across this country are now shutting down all major tall buildings. That's the way it seems, as we've just gotten reports from New Jersey across the river where they watch these buildings fall. The governor of Pennsylvania now asking to use a Fox News satellite truck to address the people of his state. Overwhelming calls now from governors and congressmen and senators for calm across the nation. The president soon to address the nation about how the United States will respond. David Schuster has been reporting throughout the day that the military is now on an alert, which is parallel with alert that would be in place should we be at war. Newt Gingrich saying earlier that this is likened to Pearl Harbor. President Bush will put it all into perspective for us shortly. Those are the latest updates as we have them. Once again, the FBI to make an official statement in just a matter of minutes. This from our correspondent there at the Pentagon. The president to speak down in Shreveport, Louisiana in just a few minutes. John, both of those for you live when they come in here in the newsroom.
All right, Shepard Smith in our newsroom. Thanks very much. Again, to restate, you're looking at the place where the World Trade Center used to stand in Manhattan. A billowing cloud of smoke still rolling up from the foundations of the towers. They crumbled around, well, in the 10 o'clock hour. This after they were struck by two hijacked jetliners in separate incidents just before and just after 9 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. 50,000 people work in those buildings on a given day. It's certain that a good number of those people were already at their desks. Witnesses describe seeing people jumping from the upper floors in flames, preferring to make a quick end of their lives rather than suffer disastrously. Here is the picture of the second plane coming in. We are not exactly certain at this point which plane that was. It's believed that was the American Airlines Flight 77 from Washington to LAX. We believe that was the plane that was employed as a flying bomb to destroy the second of the World Trade Center towers. The structural steel in those towers, steel that was thought to be strong enough to withstand this kind of attack, ultimately gave way to the heat of the burning fuel from those aircraft. You can see there the pictures, people who have broken out the windows. They cannot breathe. They are leaning outside, waving handkerchiefs, towels, anything they can, waiting for rescue. Rescue that almost certainly never came. The towers crumbled one at a time, as you're looking at the replay here, in a tremendous shower of shattering glass and concrete. Almost certainly there will be casualties in neighboring buildings because the World Trade Center towered so tall above the buildings around it. As it fell, there'd be steel beams, girders, chunks of concrete, enormous piles of material cascading down from 1,000 feet in the sky, a quarter mile up. All of this material falling down to the ground, and anybody who was underneath it would have a difficult time surviving indeed. Also, we take you to Washington, where the Pentagon remains on fire, a fire burning out of control after a hijacked jetliner there slammed into the outer wall, the outer ring of the Pentagon. Now, this one could have been worse. We have early indications of perhaps 36 people dead, but it appears that the impact of that plane actually came on the ground outside the Pentagon. So the fire is still burning there, the Pentagon in flames. Clearly, this was an attempt to strike at America's financial structure, the symbol of America in many respects, the World Trade Center, the tallest, the most visible buildings in New York City, right alongside New York Harbor.
and also a strike at the Pentagon, the center of America's military. Shepard Smith has a late update now from the newsroom. Shep?
John, we have just gotten this in from the World Trade Center explosions in New York City. The death toll is now estimated at 10,000. This out of New York, and this, according to the Pentagon, that there were undoubtedly deaths at the Pentagon as well. Representative Jim Moran, coming out of the Capitol Police headquarters, has just told Fox News on camera, again, he is a Democrat from Virginia, that the official estimate now is 10,000 have been killed in Lower Manhattan as the World Trade Centers collapse to the ground. We're expecting to hear from the president shortly, John.
All right, Shepard Smith, thank you. And that death toll, suffice it to say, could certainly go up. There were thousands of people, perhaps, among them some of New York's finest and bravest police and fire officials, trying to effect the rescue of those people who were caught in the top of those buildings. At the time, we thought, and here you look at the replay of the plane slamming, this is the second plane now, slamming into the second tower, and the catastrophic explosion there that certainly killed everyone on board the plane, as well as probably hundreds in the World Trade Center towers. So there were firefighters and police officers on the ground trying to effect the rescue of those people above, and all of a sudden, both of the towers came cascading down around them. Clearly, a great number of the people whose lives have been lost today are the firefighters and the rescue crews who were trying to help save others. We are awaiting word from President Bush. He was in Florida at the time this all began. As you look at these unedited pictures of people scrambling away from the dust cloud resulting from the collapse of the World Trade Center. President Bush was on the ground in Florida. He was to address an elementary school on what was supposed to be an upbeat event promoting education in this country. President Bush is safe. Air Force One took him to Shreveport, Louisiana. We expect he will be addressing the nation momentarily. Once again, the U.S. military is on the highest state of alert. The kind of alert that would have emanated from the Pearl Harbor attack. And as former House Speaker Newt Gingrich said today on the air on Fox News, certainly this attack will bring with it more casualties than the American forces lost at Pearl Harbor. This is a 21st century Pearl Harbor. Experts have been saying for a long time that perhaps the military attacks of the future would be of this kind. And Bill Daley, former FBI agent, I guess this is the worst kind of scenario. This is what was predicted, but perhaps maybe never imagined?
It was predicted, imagined, but the countermeasures to ever deal with something like this were something you couldn't come to grips with. How are you going to stop commercial airliners from coming down routes around New York that they normally travel?
It's monumental, the scope of the catastrophe. Britt Hume is in Washington now with some more information for us.
Yeah, John, we just, as we've noted, that fire continues to burn at the Pentagon, but the Secretary of Defense, we now understand from Admiral Craig Quigley, his spokesman, who has just spoken to Fox News a short time ago, says that he is in the building, that he is in the National Military Command Center, which is a kind of bunker within the Pentagon, where it is said that communications are working. While the place is a little smoky, the Secretary never left the building. That threat condition Delta, which David Schuster earlier described to you as the most advanced threat condition there is, has been set for the Pentagon. Quigley seemed not to know when asked whether that was the military threat alert nationwide, but as for why it was imposed at the Pentagon, he said, quote, it was simply the prudent thing to do. I think most people would concur with that. The members of the congressional leadership, Brian Wilson reports from Capitol Hill, where he's been at the police station there, have been taken, it is said, to a secure location. We earlier heard from Senator John Kyle that said, yes, they are secure, they are in touch with each other, that the plan, at least for dealing with these things, as far as Capitol Hill is concerned, is underway and in effect. The FBI, John, is saying that they received no warning about this, no warning at all, and for that reason, obviously, that U.S. forces were not on any special alert. That's the latest from here.
All right, Britt Hume in Washington, thank you. As you look at these pictures of the smoking side of the Pentagon, it bears repeating that most of the building is still intact and even occupied. David Schuster was in the Pentagon for a good part of the morning. David, are you still inside the building?
John, we are. The pictures that you're looking, if you imagine the camera swinging to the left and going to the next concentric ring, that's where the media offices are, and that's where we are. We can tell you that the hallways, to give you an extent of how big the fire is that continues to rage out of control in many of the offices of the Pentagon, on our side, which is clearly several hundred feet, or if not several hundred yards from where the fire is that you can see on the screen, the smoke is so thick that you really can't see down the hallway more than 20 feet in front of you. That's how thick it is. A short time a while ago, we saw 6 FBI agents walking down the hallway heading towards the part of the building where the plane crashed. We do believe now that the plane, in fact, that it was a direct hit on the south side of the building. Some of the local television pictures, when you look at them, you can see that there is a gaping hole at least 150 feet wide by the helipad. It does not appear that there are any marks on the grass in front, so it does seem as if the plane that struck the Pentagon did hit directly into the E-ring, the outside ring. At the moment, there are still at least, from our estimation, perhaps 20 to 30 offices over 4 floors that continue to burn out of control. The flames are shooting out the windows. The fire apparently continues to spread north along the building, north as far as the side facing Arlington National Cemetery. Again, the Pentagon has been evacuated, except as reported earlier, the National Military Command Center, which is where Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld is located. In addition, as far as the threat condition Delta, that applies to some of the Atlantic Fleet, some of the Air Command and Control, the groups that would coordinate U.S. military assets along the East Coast. Many of these assets will be used as far as civilian help, civilian efforts. Furthermore, we're told that all U.S. fighters in the United States are now on alert and are under control of the North American Air Defense System known as NORAD. This is a joint U.S.-Canadian system based in Colorado. Fighters were sent up and escorted Air Force One into Louisiana. But again, the situation here at the Pentagon, as you can see, the fire continues to burn out of control. One of the problems that firefighters are having is that it is very difficult, because of how big the Pentagon is, to get to some of the inner rings where the fire continues to burn. John?
All right, David Schuster at the Pentagon reporting live. Thank you. Again, apparently in that updated report from David Schuster, the Pentagon took a direct hit. Let's get another update now from Britt Hume in Washington.
Well, John, the latest thing we have just quickly is that we're hearing now from the through the White House press pool and from our producer Nancy Harmeyer, who's still in Sarasota where the president was, but in touch, that the president has made the statement that he is going to make. He made it to tape. And that the tape has been dropped off there at Barksdale Air Force Base, Barksdale military facility there on the Texas-Louisiana border near Shreveport, and he's now headed, we know not where, and that the tape is being ferried to a local broadcasting facility there, and you now see the situation there, some live picture from the Pentagon. Of officials there in the hall, and here is the president. This is the president to make this statement. This is Barksdale. This is tape, folks, not live. I'm sorry, folks. It appears there we saw the president start to come in. That, of course, was videotape, and that was a raw tape feed as it was coming in. It takes a while often for levels to be set and for everybody receiving to get clear that the picture and sound are coming in properly, and it is not uncommon at broadcast facilities when tape like this is being fed. We're going to have another go at it here now and see if this time we can hear this taped remark from the president.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward.
You see what's happening here. This is a videotape being fed from a remote location, and we're trying to get a clear signal and keep it from breaking up and get it onto the air. So sometimes this takes a little bit of time, and we will definitely do what we can to bring it to you as soon as we can see it and hear it clearly. That was the President of the United States. Here he comes again, same tape. See if we can hear it and see it more clearly this time.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives,
and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
That concludes the President's taped comments from Barksdale Military Base in Louisiana. The President of the United States speaking just a short time ago. We know not now where the President is. You heard him say that the United States military is on full alert. All security precautions could be taken, that he's been in touch with House, Senate leaders and other members of the administration, as well as with foreign leaders. He said we will hunt down and punish those who are responsible for what he called this cowardly act. That concludes Fox News Channel's presentation and Fox News' coverage of this presidential statement. Back to you in New York.
Britt, thanks very much. It bears repeating that apparently Camp David, the president's vacation residence there in Maryland, apparently was the target of another one of these attacks. We haven't talked about it a great deal today because apparently that attempt did not succeed. But there was a fourth airliner, besides the two that slammed into the World Trade Center and the one that slammed into the Pentagon, a fourth airliner, a United plane, slammed into the ground not far from, well, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. And the intelligence indications are that Camp David, the president's vacation residence, and it bears noting the place where the Camp David Accords were signed, signifying a possible peace deal between the Israelis and the Palestinians. Camp David was apparently one of the attacks. Bill Daley, former FBI agent who worked on the investigation following the first World Trade Center bombing back in '93, is still with us. Bill, there is so much symbolism that we will have to be alert for as we look at the causes of what has happened today, right down to the names of the airlines involved, United and American.
You know, John, I think as we take a step back, and certainly we're all reeling from the shock of the first, few moments of this, which we're still into, and the recovery. When we look at what actually has happened and to the design that has gone into this by using domestic carriers, as you mentioned, ones that carry our own flag on it, crashing into symbols of our way of life.
Let me interrupt you, Bill, because we are going to...
Any questions that you might have.
This is a spokesman from American Airlines.
Today's events appropriately need to be addressed to the FBI.
And again, Al, you can't confirm which plane went into what.
I cannot, not at this point.
And it makes it difficult for you to release any information.
Right, it's just impossible at this point.
But Al, you did get a warning apparently this morning that something was amiss.
Well, again, every aspect of the investigation is being handled by the FBI, and they will respond to any questions you might have about the investigation.
How is American Airlines handling this in terms of operations, getting passengers off planes that are stuck on planes?
We are in total control of total contact with the federal government about every aspect of it, and and working with the federal government on every aspect of it.
Relative to that 800 number, what will they be told, Al?
Well, we'll deal with them. We have procedures for dealing with them and doing the best we can to assist them.
Can you tell us if all your planes are on the ground?
At this point, I can't.
And what's the sense around here? Clearly, it's a terrible tragedy for your company. What's the sense in this building today?
Well, obviously, it's a matter of deep regret that the incident occurred, and we are working completely with the FBI on every aspect of the investigation.
Do you ever think you'd see something like this?
Well, this is an extraordinary circumstance, certainly.
Is it anything you all tried to prepare for?
Well, it's just, there's no way to prepare for something like this.
Al, I'm sorry, did you say all American flights were on the ground?
Well, we are working with the federal government to ascertain that at this point. So, well, there's nothing much more I can provide at this time. So if we have anything more that we can provide, we'd be delighted to do that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al.
So there you hear from a spokesman for American Airlines. 2 of its planes apparently involved today. 2 United airplanes also involved today in strikes against the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and possibly an attempted strike against Camp David in Maryland, the presidential retreat. As you look at live video of U.S. Air Force fighter planes that are now circling New York as well as Washington, D.C. Shepard Smith has some late-breaking information now for us from the Fox Newsroom. Shepard.
A wealth of information coming in, John. I can tell you now that the United States military has dispatched 2 warships and the National Guard to report immediately to New York Harbor to help in what will be the largest in-country rescue effort in the history of this nation, no doubt. To repeat our earlier information from Representative Jim Moran, Democrat of Virginia, who came out of the Capitol Police Headquarters, and said on camera an estimated 10,000 people are dead in New York City, and says the attack on the Pentagon, there were undoubtedly deaths as well. The fire at the Pentagon still quoted as being out of control in the words of those there trying to put it out. This information from the West Bank city of Nablus, where we now have reports and videotape coming into Fox News Channel, where thousands of Palestinians are this day celebrating Tuesday's attacks, chanting "God is great" and distributing candy to passersby. The Taliban has made a statement as well, saying that it is not right to be putting this off on Osama bin Laden at this moment, that he does not have the resources available to do such a thing, and the Taliban there has itself condemned today's attacks. President Bush and a handful of aides were whisked away by motorcade from Capitol Hill. Mrs. Bush, that is. Mrs. Bush, the First Lady, and a handful of aides whisked away by motorcade from Capitol Hill, where she was to have testified at a Senate Committee on Education, to a hideout now, the First Lady in a hideout away from the White House. There, the sequestered group huddled around a single television in their hideout and channel surf for the latest news. You may be hearing a broadcast going off within our building. We are now in a 45-story building, the News Corp building, and we are hearing on overhead that the New York City Police Department is requesting that all non-essential personnel in the building be evacuated immediately. Here is the situation now. It's my understanding that these evacuations are happening in high-rises across New York City. 50,000 people scheduled to work this day in the Twin Towers. Hundreds of thousands more across the city, and all of the skyscrapers in the city of New York are now being evacuated. The problem with that is the subway systems are down. Traffic is almost non-existent. We travel here by cabs, which are not on the streets. John Scott, back to you in New York.
Shepard Smith, thank you. I want to bring in somebody who has kept an eye on this kind of situation over the years. Bill Richardson, the former Energy Secretary and UN Ambassador, is joining us by telephone. Secretary Richardson, this is an appalling development. I can only ask for your gut-level reaction, and what should America's reaction be?
Well, first we have to support the President, who I think made a very, very important statement that we're not going to tolerate this. We have to pray for the victims. I think this is a time when the country needs to come together. This is an unbelievable tragedy. It looks like the work of Osama bin Laden, who I had tried to extradite several years ago from Afghanistan as UN ambassador. It's a coordinated attack. I think we have to get the best intelligence we can from our allies and friends around the world, and then basically plan a huge, massive response against these perpetrators.
Well, as you say, you have tried to get him extradited before. The U.S. has been pressuring the Taliban to give him up for years. What further pressure can we bring to bear?
Well, I believe that the first thing we need to do is penetrate those terrorist cells to find out exactly where he is. We need a massive response against him there. Secondly, we have to raise the stakes in the international community to initiate sanctions if nations don't cooperate in extraditing him to the United States or finding him. This man is a menace to the international community, not just to the United States. And thirdly, I believe that we have to bring the international community, our allies, developing countries, in a war against terrorism. Terrorism hits across borders, and there has to be an international, perhaps United Nations response, a coordinated response to prevent this from happening again. This is a massive attack on the United States, but also on the international community.
Bill Richardson, the former United Nations ambassador, thank you. As we continue to keep an eye on the skies over Manhattan and in Washington, D.C., people are nervous, understandably, when they hear jets fly overhead, and many of the jets that are flying now are military fighters. On alert there, the Air Force and presumably the Navy as well have military aircraft patrolling the skies over the nation's capital and also New York City. Probably several of the other major cities as well. Let's go to one of our correspondents in Washington, D.C., Rita Cosby, who has some late information for us. Rita?
John, I've been talking to intelligence sources few hours, and the last thing that they said to me was all signs are strongly pointing to Osama bin Laden. One intelligence, this is a senior official at an intelligence agency, told me that on June 20th of this year, bin Laden released a video to his followers saying, quote, "It's time to penetrate America and Israel and hit them where it hurts the most," signaling that he may plan some sort of attack on U.S. soil. In addition to this, John, they're also looking at who would have had the capability, who would have had the motivation. They said in recent weeks there has been a lot of activity on Islamic chat rooms talking about threats against the United States. But in terms of actual training for Osama bin Laden, he does own a number of planes, also trains specific pilots to actually be able to carry out these type of attacks. And this is something that intelligence sources are saying that they were aware he was doing this type of training, not necessarily to attack the U.S., but to train for suicide attacks on planes and other mechanisms. He also, as we know, is believed to be behind the attack of the USS Cole. And, of course, that was someone who came up on a boat and planned a suicide attack in that mechanism. They do believe, however, if he is connected to this, and again, this is just a strong possibility that they're looking at, that he would have been augmented by another group. They said that, of course, he has widespread tentacles across the world and has followers across the world. And among the possibilities that could have, that they're looking at right now is augmenting would have been a Palestinian group and also the Hezbollah.
All right. This is just an absolutely stunning day. I still cannot get accustomed to the pictures that you're seeing there on your screen now. This is a looking, well, we were seeing Lower Manhattan. Now, this appears to be the area around Reagan National Airport in Washington. Hard to say. We'll find out what these pictures are specifically, but fighter jets now patrolling the skies over Manhattan as well as over Washington, D.C. There is the picture where you should see the World Trade Center standing tall and proud, but they are gone. 50,000 people scheduled to work in those buildings today. We don't know yet how many of them were able to get out, but the estimates are that 10,000 are dead. Hard to wrap your mind around a number like that. 10,000 dead. We suspect that the number is going to go higher than that. Britt Hume is in Washington, D.C. Britt?
John, some senior members of Congress, members of the Senate in particular, have been heard now on what they think the congressional response ought to be. Republican Senator John Warner, who is the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, said just a short time ago that he believes that the Congress needs to meet tomorrow or as soon as possible in some place. He also assures Washingtonians and those working in this city that there is a military air cap over Washington, D.C., which means that there are warplanes in the skies that will not allow any unauthorized plane near the city. That should be of some comfort to those who have been wondering whether a further attack from the air might be on the way or indeed possible. Senator Joseph Biden, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, told our Brian Wilson just a short time ago that he believes that Congress should meet tomorrow and that that Congress should meet in the Capitol building to show that business goes on, and that is something obviously the leaders of Congress are considering very urgently. Now, one of the things that we should point out here, when you see the president touching down at an Air Force base at an unknown, or at least previously unknown location, dropping off a videotape, having taped a statement there and moving on, is that at times like these, the security becomes very tight, and security officials exercise maximum authority and get control of the situation. And after all that has happened, one can only imagine how extensive and how sweeping they want the further security precautions regarding the president and anyone around him to be. So I think we're probably in for some more mystery about the whereabouts of the president of the United States for some time now, because in a situation like that, security becomes the ultimate, the only, almost the only priority, and that will govern a great deal of what happens. Back to you, John.
Britt, I know we're all grabbing for information here, and it's coming in bits and pieces, but do you know anything about that plane crash that apparently there is talk of a plane crash perhaps directed at Camp David? How close did it come?
Well, that is what members of Congress coming out of briefings are saying, that the plane crash near Pittsburgh. Now, Pittsburgh is up in the, Pittsburgh, of course, is some distance from Washington, but it is north and west of Washington, as indeed Camp David is north and somewhat west of Washington. And so, if a plane were headed south and east out of Pittsburgh or in that region, that would be a likely place for it to. That would be a likely area for it to be in, or for it to be in that region. So members of Congress are told that intelligence officials believe that that's exactly where that plane was going when it crashed in that area. So that is obviously what they're thinking, that the Camp David retreat may have been under attack. And the Camp David retreat, by the way, is easier to hit than the White House. The White House is really not in anybody's normal flight plan or flight plane. That's not true at the Pentagon. The Pentagon is located just cheek by jowl with Washington National Airport, so a plane could be headed for what looks like a normal approach to Washington National Airport, veer off at the last minute and crash into the Pentagon, which appears to be what's happened. That would be more difficult to do with the White House. If a plane appeared to be on a flight path there would be jets scrambled. It would be harder to accomplish. Camp David, though, on the other hand, is another matter.
And I can't help but wonder, Britt, about the possible symbolism of a strike at Camp David, the place where, after all, the Camp David peace accords were signed.
Absolutely, the Camp David peace accords being signed there. And, of course, it is a symbol of the President of the United States. It is a place where he goes as a retreat. It is thought of as a safe and secure place. The symbolism of that would not be lost on the world either.
All right. Britt Hume again in Washington. Thank you very much. Newt Gingrich, Fox News contributor, the former Speaker of the House, is also joining us once again. Newt, you have a lot of high contacts at high levels of government. What is the thinking about the responsibility at this point, or is it too early for that?
I think it's way too early for people to have sorted this out. I think the first reaction is to, as Britt pointed out, is to make sure the President and the leadership is safe. The second reaction is to make sure that we save as many lives as we can, that we focus on the rescue effort. And I think you'll see coming out of this in 24 to 48 hours, a much more focused effort to then begin to look at who did it, how do we get at them, how do we hit them hard enough that nobody ever tries to do this again. But I think it takes some time. This is an enormous shock, and the system, I think, takes a little while to get in gear. I must say, though, that to hear members of Congress complain about the intelligence service when the budgets have been too small, when for the last 25 years we've adopted rules that were tighter and tighter and stricter, that made it virtually impossible for the American intelligence agencies to penetrate these kind of groups. I think that if the Congress really wants to be helpful, they need to pass some immediate action that strengthens our intelligence capability, and instead of playing a blame game, they need to take some responsibility for strengthening and enhancing our intelligence. And then I think the administration has to reach out around the world and make quite clear that we are going to go after whoever did this, and that people can decide either to be with the terrorist or to be with the Americans, but there's not going to be any middle ground, and there's not going to be any neutrality in the process of getting even. This will turn out to be vastly worse in human life than Pearl Harbor, and we have to keep refocusing. This is an act of war. This is not an accident. It's not an act of God. This is an act of war deliberately created by a group of people who were determined to hurt the United States.
And yet they could be a relatively small group. How do you strike back at a country when you may not be able to pin down exactly who within that country?
Flatly, I don't believe this was done by a relatively small group. I don't think you could have trained and prepared for this mission. I don't think without sanctuaries, without people who were protecting them, without safe areas, without training camps, this was not prepared in a couple of mobile homes by a handful of fanatics. This is a well-financed, systematic act and could not be sustained without the support of some very major states. And we have to make clear that we will not tolerate any nation harboring training grounds, preparation areas, or known fugitives, and that we will exert whatever level of pressure and force is necessary to get those people released. Bin Laden has been a known opponent of the United States for 8 years. And we have not exerted the kind of pressure we're capable of. This is an act of war against the American people, against freedom, as the President said. And I think we have to react on behalf, as we did in 1941 after Pearl Harbor. We have to react with total effort to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Newt, I know that you are a historian. Perhaps you can fill us in a bit later about reaction financially throughout America and the world after Pearl Harbor. But let me bring in now our managing business editor, Neil Cavuto, who is here. Neil, all of the stock markets continue to be closed today, correct?
Right. The first was talk that they would open late. They decided not to open at all. Trading in Europe has now since stopped. The markets there were hit and hit hard. It's probably a good thing in retrospect the markets never opened here. They would have collapsed at the open anywhere from a 300 to 500 point opening had that occurred. Of course, this is the financial center of the world here, not just the New York metropolitan area in the United States, but of the world. This was the home of Morgan Stanley Dean Witter. It takes up about a tenth of the lease space in those two towers that are now no more. We should also emphasize that the New York Mercantile Exchange is here. A great deal of oil and gold, even some currency trading, was done out of these buildings. It is also interesting to note that as this all hit the fan, the dollar was tumbling here as the world markets began to sense from this that the United States was in serious, serious trouble, and then this bastion of security was maybe in some doubt. Typically in times of strife, people run to the dollar as sort of a safe haven. They did just the opposite today, and not surprisingly, because terrorism hit our shores. We should also point out some of the reverberations from this. We have not gotten any indications from the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ or any of the financial markets if or even when they're going to open anytime soon. The feeling seems to be that they might resume sometime tomorrow, but again, that is not a given. We should emphasize here as well that this is very much royal trading abroad. All the major markets were down appreciably before they shut for business, anywhere from 5% to 7% losses on concerns that the world's greatest superpower has a terrorist problem on its hands. Now, where has that money been going? Interestingly enough, it's lifted the price of oil. There's a serious concern that we might go tit for tat into the Middle East on concerns whether this is Osama bin Laden or some Middle Eastern terrorist group, and that this might lift oil prices as a result. We should say that at last check, oil had shot up better than $6 a barrel, now to close to $32 a barrel. So the financial pain, besides the obvious physical pain, could be quite pronounced. And it's something we're watching very closely for you, because if the intent here was symbolic, that is going after a United Airlines plane and an American Airlines plane, then also attacking the financial mecca of the universe was just as symbolic and perhaps longer term more telling. Rick Leventhal was literally in the center of the storm. He joins us now out of downtown New York with the latest. Rick.
Well, it's an eerie scene. It's almost eerily quiet now, except for an occasional ambulance flying by. And just a short time ago, we saw some doctors in scrubs heading on small vehicles towards the World Trade Center, which is still, or what's left of it, still smoking down the street here. Police have cordoned off the entire area surrounding it. The only vehicles passing through now are police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances, and construction vehicles like that. We just had a fleet of ambulances head into the scene. They were staged behind us here. They just went in, which suggests that perhaps they're getting closer to the base of the World Trade Center, where there might be many injured waiting to be rescued, in fact. And joining us now is a former detective with the New York City Police Department, worked with the Commissioner's Office. I know you're very familiar with crisis management. Tom Ruskin just came back from the base of the World Trade Center. Describe for us what you saw there.
There's a lot of fire, a lot of debris. The facade of the World Trade Center is all brought down and hanging there in an eerie type of sight that you would expect to see in a movie. Fire is burning around it. Emergency crews are staged in the area but can't get close to it because of the fire and the chance that the debris may come down.
What can we expect to happen next?
Well, after they search for survivors, possible survivors, what will happen is the FBI will take over the investigation. The FBI will launch a massive investigation, as the President has told us this morning, which will definitely go up to Boston, where the planes originated, and thereafter go wherever the trail may lead.
You're familiar with the way the city handles these types of terrorist attacks. You handled the last bombing at the World Trade Center. What's going on right now in the hearts and minds of New York City's finest?
Well, what's going on is trying to rescue those people who may be left behind, underneath the rubble, around the area, people who have been hurt. Hospitals have gone to a full state of alert in their triage areas. A block from here, we have a firehouse that is acting as a triage area so people can go in there and be treated with medical personnel. The city is on a high state of alert relative to the medical casualties that we may have.
Do we have to work under the assumption that this is not the end? Is that the way the police department and all the other agencies handle this?
Well, the military has gone on their highest state of alert. We don't know if it's over. We don't know. We know that all planes have been grounded throughout the country at this point in time, and thereafter each step that has been planned for will take effect.
A lot of people might say, well, New York City should have been ready for this. The police department, everybody else should have known that something like this might happen. Was the department prepared? Did it have a plan in place?
The city constantly trains and retrains. The Office of Emergency Management does nothing but train and retrain and get ready for something like this. But we live in a very free society where our gates are open, where people come in and visit. Terrorism has always been a possibility in the United States because we don't live under the tight control of other countries. So a plane hitting the World Trade Center or two planes hitting the World Trade Center was something that could happen. They are trained for it. I don't think that anyone would ever expect it to happen. Two planes in one day in one city, another plane to hit the Pentagon, another plane to crash in Philadelphia.
All right, Tom Ruskin, thanks a lot for joining us. We're hearing that there's a run on a lot of grocery stores in New York City, Upper East Side in particular, where people are starting to panic and thinking they might not be able to get food and supplies and that sort of thing. And obviously the message is not to panic and not to take these kinds of actions. Also, I want to point out they're looking for blood. They need blood donors, and they're asking people if you're able to donate blood to go to a number of locations in New York City to do just that. So something that everyone should think about. Reporting live in Lower Manhattan, I'm Rick Leventhal. Now back to you.
All right, Rick, thanks very much. Let's get an update now from Shepard Smith in the Fox Newsroom. Shepard?
John, I want to get you updated on a lot of information that has been coming through. This now coming from the Associated Press, which has just been handed to me. An update coming from AP with editor of a London-based Arabic newspaper saying he received a warning from associates of Osama bin Laden but did not take them seriously. Also, a news conference by airport officials is underway in Pittsburgh. The governor of Pennsylvania will be addressing his state in just a moment through the facilities of Fox News. I also want to let you know, we know more about the president's travels today. You may remember as all of this happened, President Bush was in Florida waiting for an education conference. He was flown then immediately. They put him in the air initially with no initial decision about where he would go. They took him to a very high altitude, according to reports. His jet, Air Force One, was accompanied by and flanked by U.S. military fighter jets. Then a decision was made to put him down in Shreveport, Louisiana, where he made the statement. I can tell you that he has now spoken with Mrs. Bush, who is in a bunker, as it is being described, a hideout bunker huddled around a single television set in this hideout, channel surfing for the latest news, according to one person who was in there during the time. Osama bin Laden's name has been mentioned here. The Taliban has said throughout the day, rejecting claims that Osama bin Laden may have been involved. There is dancing in the streets in one city on the West Bank, it is now being said. We have videotape, as a matter of fact, which we are efforting to get into New York and should have here shortly, of them handing out candy in the streets and saying that God is dead. Now, this as an aside, in June, a United States judge had set this Wednesday, tomorrow, as the sentencing date for a bin Laden associate for his role in the bombing of a U.S. embassy in Tanzania that killed 213 people. So an associate of bin Laden would have been sentenced tomorrow in Manhattan at a courthouse just across the street from the World Trade Center. No one from the U.S. Attorney's Office could be reached today to comment on whether the sentencing is still on. In the West Bank city of Nablus, thousands of Palestinians celebrating now, chanting God is great, distributing candy to passersby. As we speak at this moment, the death toll continues to rise in Lower Manhattan. We had a quote earlier this day from a man, a senator, actually a congressman, who had been inside Washington, D.C. police headquarters. He is a Democrat from Virginia, Representative Jim Moran, who came out of the Capitol Police headquarters and said to our cameras, the estimated death toll now 10,000 out of New York, and says the attack on the Pentagon, that there were undoubtedly deaths as well. The Pentagon still on fire as we speak in Lower Manhattan, still working to clean up the mess and find any potential survivors. Rick Leventhal mentioned just a moment ago this idea that there are fears, at least, that panic may spread. Rest assured, in much of the city of Manhattan, there is some degree of edgy calm. There are not streets, there are not cabs in the streets. There are not cars making their way around. The bridges and tunnels to this island city are shut. You have to realize, as sentiment goes against Osama bin Laden, the people who drive those cabs have suddenly made themselves scarce. There is no public transportation to speak of aside from buses in Manhattan. The subways are shut down. The major buildings, at least in our area in the center of Manhattan, have just been ordered by the New York City Police Department to be evacuated of all non-essential personnel. So the situation as we know it now is this. The tens of thousands of people who work in skyscrapers, which were not leveled today, have been coming out of those skyscrapers into the streets with no way of getting transportation anywhere else within the city and no way to exit the city of Manhattan. Therefore, they gather on street corners, talking on cell phones. Outside 54th Street, just down the street from here. We could see them at 42nd Street from the roof of our 45-story building here. Outside all the major points where transportation would normally be available. Grand Central Station, the gateway to New York City by subway and by train. Penn Station, where buses were coming in, all shut down. And again, a plea for calm. So many of these people who are sitting around in Manhattan with nothing to do are urged now to donate blood, because the situation in Lower Manhattan requires that a lot of blood come forward. We are getting reports from every state in the United States now, repeated ones through the Associated Press, about the way each state is now reacting. All government headquarters now on high alert. We are on Delta alert right now in the United States, which means our military is at a level as if war had been declared against the United States. There is no higher state of alert in the United States of America than is underway right now. Delta. David Schuster's at the Pentagon, keeping watch there. Rick Leventhal in downtown Manhattan. As the facts come in, we'll bring them to you from the newsroom. John, back to you.
All right, Shepard, thanks very much. I want to get an update now from Lower Manhattan. Molly Falconer is at St. Vincent's Hospital, where the dead and injured are being taken. Molly?
It's a terrible scene here, John. Over 300 people have volunteered to go inside and give blood. Hundreds are coming in here to St. Vincent's Hospital, treating for everything from heart attacks to smoke inhalation to severe burns. And I'm here with Dr. Robert Lurch, who's been inside all day. Can you tell us what's been going on?
Basically inside there's all types of injuries, from very minor injuries to very serious injuries. The hospital is very well organized. People are being triaged into the appropriate situations where, whether it be a minor cut or an abrasion or asthma or heart attacks or stroke or whatever.
Have you got what you need, and is there a sense of panic, or is it calm?
No, I think everything is basically under control. There's every imaginable specialist in there. People are just waiting to do whatever they can, and things are very well taken care of at this point.
Okay. Is there anything you can tell us about what patients can do? Can people volunteer? Can they come here to ask about loved ones? It's obviously a scene that's been in chaos.
Unfortunately, at this point, I don't think really anybody knows anything.
Okay.
At this point, people are just being taken care of, and as far as in a global sense, how many people are hurt, how many people no one has a clue.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll let you go back to your work. Okay. Family members can call St. Vincent's Hospital. Press conference is going to go on around 3 o'clock today, and a list is being compiled and released. Nothing is formal yet. All is in chaos. We'll keep a watch on it here. Back to you.
Molly Falconer, thanks very much. The mayor of the city of New York, Rudy Giuliani, is on the phone with us now. Mr. Mayor, do we have any idea yet the number of casualties?
We don't know the number of casualties. We know it's going to be a large number of people that were seriously injured and that died. And there's no way at this point of knowing or even focusing on that. The effort right now is to save as many people as possible. And we have thousands of emergency workers doing that right now. And we have, from the police department, the fire department, the emergency services, the governor has alerted and put on standby the National Guard, and they should be able to relieve us later this afternoon. I believe that's going to be a number like 1,500, 1,700 National Guard. And we also have the urban search and rescue teams, 3 of them, that are coming to New York to help assist our police department and our fire department. So that's really the focus right now has to be.
I hate to
how many people can we rescue?
Right. I hate to wonder how many of your people, how many police and firefighters were there around the base of the Twin Towers when they began collapsing.
I am very worried about them, and saw some of them rush in and go in, and was with them. We were in a building that was trapped for a while, so when we left, I could see that they were going to. There's no question there are going to be significant casualties to our emergency personnel. It's terrible.
What do you say to the residents of New York City right now? Clearly, Manhattan has been locked down. The transportation in and out is shut off.
First of all, anyone in southern Manhattan should just head north. Just get beyond Canal Street, even further north. Not only is it safer because the smoke condition is still very bad, but it will help us in the emergency efforts if we clear out southern Manhattan, Canal Street south. Everyone should just leave and walk out and walk north, and therefore we'll be able to get the hundreds and hundreds of ambulances that we have to get in and then take people to emergency hospitals out as fast as possible so we can save as many lives as possible. To the rest of the people in the city of New York, and just pray. And things are safe and things are secure right now, and let's keep hoping and praying that the casualties are kept to the smallest number possible.
We've put out the appeal, Mr. Mayor, for blood donations from people nationwide, but what else can people do to be helpful?
Anyone that has emergency techniques or emergency expertise can volunteer. Volunteer at the local hospitals. Volunteer to give blood. We're gonna need blood. We have over 170 hospitals in the city of New York. We're going to utilize virtually every single one of them, and the hospitals in the surrounding areas. So anyone that believes that they can donate blood, I'll give you at least one location: 153 East 53rd Street. That's 66th in Amsterdam. The Red Cross actually is at 66th in Amsterdam, so people can volunteer there, or they can go to 153 East 53rd Street and give blood. That would help a great deal. The hospitals are going to need blood. If people have medical backgrounds and they volunteer at the hospitals, that would help, particularly later this afternoon, when the people working there. I was just on the phone with St. Vincent's Hospital. That's under obviously great stress because they're right there. They're the closest hospital. But every hospital is going to need help.
We've had reports, Mr. Mayor, and I don't want to overstate this, but there has been reports from some of our people in the field of a sense of panic beginning to build, of a run on groceries and so forth. What can you do to calm down?
There's no reason at all for anyone to panic. The airspace around New York City is now secure. The federal government has cut off any flights. The fact is that the city of New York is safe right now. It's secure. People should not panic, and they should just go about their lives, and they should have confidence in America and in American democracy. We're going to overcome this, and we're going to prevail. We're going to find out. I'm sure our government's going to find out who did it, and we're going to make an example of them.
You know, of course, there was the mayoral primary and other primaries here in the city of New York. Those have been, we understand, canceled for today.
Governor Pataki and I decided about 2 hours ago that it did not make sense today to have an election going on. Among other things, we needed the police personnel that are used during the primary to focus on this rescue effort and assisting each other.
Where were you when this terrible episode began?
Well, when I first was notified, I was in Midtown Manhattan, and I rushed down and saw a good deal of it with my own eyes. Saw the damage that was done to the World Trade Center. Saw people jumping from the top of the building. And then we were in 75 Barclay Street, where we set up a temporary command post, and then we were hit by the debris from the collapse of the Trade Center, and were trapped in the building for a short while, then had to evacuate.
75 Barclay Street, is that your command center?
That actually was a ground floor area right next to it. We were using a ground floor area as a temporary command center so that we could be close to where the rescue efforts were taking place. And as we were setting up, and we were on the phone talking to the governor and the White House, and the building collapsed, and we had to evacuate through the basement. It was pretty dicey for a while.
From your long years of experience at the Justice Department, you are not only familiar with trying to govern Manhattan, but also familiar with the operation of terrorist cells. What do you say to the people who inflicted this terrible attack on America?
I have no doubt that we're going to find out who's responsible for this, and that we're going to make an example out of them. And I believe that ultimately the strength of American democracy will prevail. We have to have confidence in ourselves now, and we have to have a sense that our government, a government of democracy and laws, is the future of this world, not this kind of horrible, awful, inhumane way of acting. And I'm sure we'll find out who's responsible for it and make an example out of them.
Rudy Giuliani, the mayor of New York City, joining us live by telephone. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
We know you have much to do today. It'll be a sleepless night and mostly a sleepless week for you, I'm sure, but thank you for taking the time to be with us. Once again, the mayor's words there. If you have medical specialties, if you can in some way contribute to the rescue effort, you're asked to report to your hospital. To be able to do that, ordinary citizens can donate blood at any hospital in the New York area or any of the blood centers that are already established. But please stay away from Lower Manhattan if at all possible. We're joined now by Marine Colonel Oliver North, former Marine Colonel Ollie North, who can give us some of his perspective. Ollie, a lot of people, Newt Gingrich among them, are saying that this is the 21st century Pearl Harbor. Do you agree?
Oh, it's far worse than Pearl Harbor, John. What we've got is a vicious attack on the United States. Interestingly enough, I was on my way back here from Detroit on what may well have been one of the last flights to get off the ground before all U.S. air travel was grounded. Our flight was due to land at National Airport, Reagan National. We were diverted to Dulles. I got a cab driver who was from, of all places, Afghanistan. Paid him heavily. Fox will pick up the tab for that, to get me back here into town. Several remarkable things, John. In spite of the attack here on Washington, remarkable calm as people were courteous but moving quickly to get out of the area. The attack on the Pentagon had activated all of the local law enforcement emergency rescue, to include the Fairfax fire and rescue experts, who are now, I'm told, being prepared to go to New York to assist in any recoveries that can be made up there. As you know, there are experts that worked on the first World Trade bombing and, of course, Oklahoma City. I'm also told that the attack that may have been aimed not at Camp David, but at the National Military Command Center, Fort Detrick, Maryland, the attack that apparently brought down a plane near Somerset, Pennsylvania. And finally, there is talk already here in Washington of postponing or indeed canceling the International Monetary Fund and World Bank Conference here at the end of the month, which was scheduled for Washington, and which the city was girding for. In fact, went through an emergency drill last week, which may well have helped some of the response here at this end. No doubt that this is the worst attack against the United States that we've ever experienced. My sense is, John, that there's going to be a call not to treat this as a crime, but to call it what it is, a war, and it may be a call for the Congress to do just exactly that, to make a declaration of war.
Ollie North, thank you. Stay with us if you would, please. Let's get some thoughts on that from another man who knows more than a thing or two about declarations of war. Al Haig, the former general and also former Secretary of State. Is it time to be talking about that? Is it time to declare some kind of a war here, Mr. Secretary?
Well, the terrorists have declared war on us for a number of years now. We simply haven't treated it as a war. I'm sure this very shocking and horrible day will certainly energize that kind of thinking, and I would be for it, certainly. We should declare war on terrorism, and we should take all the actions necessary to stamp it out. And that means working with our allies in close harmony, but also not to be hogtied by moral equivalence arguments which have seemed to dominate our response up till now.
So what kinds of arguments can you see coming out of some kind of a strike against terrorist facilities?
Well, I don't have to draw any pictures there. We've seen it for a number of years. We saw it even dominate our decision to let Saddam Hussein survive the Gulf War, for which we should be very have second thoughts on that today. But we also know that bin Laden has made it very clear that this is a war against the United States and Israel, and we should take action accordingly. We haven't done that. And those who are giving them harbor and sanctuary we should talk to in very forceful terms and take action if that's necessary. But for now, we Americans should avoid panic. We should stay united. We should shut up on what I call the recriminations of politically motivated operatives here in Washington. Unite behind our elected president and get on with the task of giving all the resources we can, our prayers, our physical resources, to the victims of this horrible attack and this act of war.
Al Haig, thank you. Stay with us if you would. You mentioned the president, and we want to replay for you now what the president had to say around 12:30 today. The president was taken from Florida to Shreveport, Louisiana, where he made this statement. Let's listen to what Mr. Bush said.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
A grim-faced President Bush in an address to the nation made within the past hour and a half from Shreveport, Louisiana. This after the awful events took place over the span of about an hour and 45 minutes today. An airplane smashed into the World Trade Center tower just before 9 a.m. A second plane followed a little bit after 9 a.m. Eastern Time. A third plane, all of them hijacked, smashing into the wall of the Pentagon about 10 a.m., 9:45 I should say, and a fourth plane crashing in Pittsburgh. It is a day that has forever changed the future of this nation. The response yet to be determined. And welcome to our continuing coverage of the crises in New York and also Washington, D.C. Target America, enemy unknown. Apparently terrorist strikes taking place in the span of an hour and 45 minutes. You're looking at a replay of videotape of the second of two hijacked airplanes smashing into the wall of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. That particular strike came minutes after 9 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. The first tower had already been hit by a similar hijacked plane, flying bombs, if you will. This then is video taken from about 10 a.m. After that tower, the second one which was hit, that tower could no longer stand the strain of the flames that weakened the structural elements, and the tower collapsed, sending concrete, glass, steel raining down almost a quarter mile onto the streets below. This now, the second tower, the one that was hit by the first plane, also collapsing earthbound in a deafening and terrible and fiery conflagration of smoke, flames, and certainly tremendous loss of life. Perhaps as many as 50,000 people scheduled to work in the World Trade Center towers on this day. It's unknown at this point how many of them were able to make it out. Certainly there were people who did get out from as high as, we have reports, as high as the 92nd floor. But clearly an estimate of perhaps 10,000 people dead, and that number may go higher. Now, these pictures from earlier outside the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., or just across the river therefrom. 9:45 a.m. on the south wall of the Pentagon, a hijacked airliner believed to be United Airlines was smashed into the outside south ring of the Pentagon. You can see the smoke billowing up from the headquarters of our nation's armed forces. The building's still on fire. They have not been able to get it out yet. And in fact, we have been told that the flames have penetrated not only the outer ring, but also the inner rings of the Pentagon. Firefighters are trying to get a handle on it, but in a building of that size, they are having a very difficult time. President Bush was spirited away from an event in Sarasota, Florida, put aboard Air Force One, where he made a statement to the nation upon landing at a previously undisclosed location. Shreveport, Louisiana is where the president turned up. He is safe, and so far all officials of the U.S. government, it appears, are safe. But for the first time in this nation's history, all air travel has been grounded. All airports shut down. These are pictures of what's left of the World Trade Center. You can see those leaning shells of what used to be a very familiar sight to many Americans. The steel and glass and concrete towers rising up 110 stories proud. They are simply enormous piles of rubble right now. Again, we do not know how many people have died. There could have been as many as 50,000 people in the building at that time of the morning. Certainly many hundreds of people who were on board those hijacked airliners have died. One of them, American Airlines Flight 11, it was scheduled to fly from Boston to LAX, 92 people on board. Also American Airlines Flight 77, bound from Washington to Los Angeles Airport. 64 people on board. A couple of United Airlines planes also apparently taken by force by these suicide hijackers bent on causing the maximum amount of destruction possible, and they have done that, inflicting damage on New York City and on Washington, D.C., that even in the worst terrorist scenarios, nobody could have imagined. I want to bring into the discussion now my co-anchor Linda Vester and also Neil Cavuto, who is with us. The stock markets throughout the nation are shut down. The NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange never opened today. The world financial markets really in turmoil.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, to jump on that, I think it's important to keep in mind, besides the carnage that you outlined, John, and I know Linda will shortly, this is the financial capital of the United States, folks. This is the financial capital of the world, and that is as important and symbolic as the choice of airlines that these guys decided to hit, United and American. When you can bring to a halt all trading in the wealthiest country on the planet, you have also done a service to your cause, even though a clear calamity to ours. The New York Stock Exchange shut down today. It was supposed to open late. It decided not to open at all. The NASDAQ was shut down today. But here's what's interesting about the World Trade Center. It is actually a complex of buildings way beyond the two gigantic towers that John pointed out that collapsed today. It houses some of the most pedigree firms and financial names on the planet. Morgan Stanley Dean Witter has essentially been demolished today. Offices that are housed there are now gone from there. They occupied the upper tier floors in the so-called One World Trade Center that was hit by that second plane. We should also point out that the New York Mercantile Exchange was essentially destroyed today. That is where much of the world's oil and energy and metals trading is done. Why is that important? Because if you can stop that or disrupt that, you can cause those prices to dramatically rise. And that is exactly what's happened. Some of the fallout from this goes way beyond the smoke and fires you're seeing there on that screen. Oil prices rocketing today, up to $32 a barrel, a better than $6 advance. We're also seeing stock markets across the world falling on this, on concerns that the safe haven of the world is in considerable disarray. Linda.
We want to take you now to Washington, D.C. You now know that the U.S. military has been placed on high alert status. That is U.S. military personnel in the United States and all around the world. There is also, just to give you more information, amid this fire at the Pentagon, apparently from this plane crash earlier this morning, there is a full air cap around all of Washington, D.C. We thought we take it to Tony Snow, who is monitoring things in Washington. He has more new information. Tony?
Thanks, Linda. Well, the Pentagon, Craig Quigley, the Rear Admiral, who's a well-known public affairs officer, has given an off-camera briefing to some of our reporters. He said the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was, in fact, in the Pentagon at the time of the explosion, and furthermore, tried to make his way within the building to the site of the explosion. He went outside for a bit of time to try to assist with some of the wounded, then was ushered back in, and he's now at the National Military Command Center, which obviously is serving as a hub of not only gathering and providing information, but also trying to formulate a follow-up strategy to today's acts of terrorism around the country. And here's Craig Quigley.
The defense can impose around the world. They are imposed on a local basis, because what may be true here in Washington could be very different in San Diego or some other location. Here in Washington, D.C., we are at threat condition Delta. That is the highest condition that we can go to. That is the absolutely appropriate thing to do given the events of this morning. What seems to have happened is that we had an aircraft intentionally fly into the Pentagon. For those of you with cameras, you can see the spot behind me. There were intense fires following the aircraft's impact into the building. Arlington Search and Rescue personnel are just now, and it's about almost 2 o'clock, just now gaining access to portions of the building where the plane hit because the fires were too intense. The fires are still burning in the Pentagon, at least in that vicinity. We have a variety, too many to even mention, of local first responders, fire departments, police departments, you name it, that have rushed to the aid of the Pentagon here and the people. Each of the military departments is working to set up an 800 toll-free number where family members can call to find out the status of their loved ones. As soon as we have those phone numbers, we will give them to you. I would ask for your help, please, in getting those numbers out as far and wide and quickly as possible so that we can alleviate some of the concern for individuals who have loved ones that work in the Pentagon. I don't have a feel for the extent of damage to the building, but it was significant. And again, fires are still burning, at least in several places in the building. That's about what I know. I'll try to answer some of your questions, but you're going to have a lot more questions than I have.
How did the aircraft
the individual right here.
Explain what happened to you personally at the time of the impact. What did you see and hear and feel, if anything, and how did you respond? What were you trained to do in that situation?
Well, despite the size of the Pentagon building, many in the building felt a thud and heard kind of a muffled explosion. And it was, at that point, the Defense Protective Service, the fire department, others took off for action to the impact point in the building. The building was very quickly evacuated. People were sent as far away from the building as possible. Many people were sent home. And again, with a request, please call your loved ones right away to let them know you're okay. People were, again, sent as far away from the building as possible. We didn't know what might happen next, and the fire was burning very fiercely at that point in time.
Was there what happened?
Go ahead. No, I sense no panic. People were moving very quickly for the exits to the building, but it was all very controlled.
Do you know what happened with the investigation? Is the FBI handling this, or are there any military agencies?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is the FBI handling this exclusively, or is there any military organizations that are helping with the investigation?
Well, I'm sure the FBI will probably have the lead on this as any domestic sort of circumstance. We will assist wherever.
All right, that is Admiral Craig Quigley. We want to take you now to a spokesman for the Washington, D.C. police. Let's listen into what he has to say.
Intelligence reports from a variety of federal agencies. Once all that information has been received, the House and Senate leadership will make a determination as how they would like to proceed from this point forward.
Did a plane approach the Capitol?
No, we do not have a plane to approach the Capitol today.
When got into the chopper, going to go back into the.
I'm sorry?
When are they going to go back into session? Are they going in session tonight? Are they going to be in session tomorrow?
That decision will be handled by the House and Senate leadership. We'll have that later on this afternoon. As soon as I have word, the leadership will either issue that statement themselves or they'll issue a statement through me.
Can they be in session anywhere but the Capitol building? Can they conduct business somewhere else at an off-site location?
I don't anticipate that to happen.
Who just got into the chopper that landed on the Capitol grounds?
That's an area that deals with direct security, national security issues. I'm sorry, I can't disclose that information. What I can tell you is we have taken.
All right, so we have apparently lost, at least temporarily, our connection to Washington, D.C. But look here, live pictures once again. These from just across the Potomac River of the Pentagon, still on fire, a fire burning out of control after a hijacked airliner, we believe this one to have been a United Airlines flight, smashed into the Pentagon around 9:45 this morning. That was only the capper to what had already been a horrific morning. Just before 9 a.m. Eastern Time, another hijacked airliner smashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. A second plane, also hijacked, smashed into the second tower shortly thereafter. You're about to see video of the 9:10 approximately crash. That suicide bomber smashing into that World Trade Center tower. It was not long before that tower collapsed. The other one followed soon thereafter. The loss of life so far catastrophic, estimated at 10,000, but that number could go much higher. Shepard Smith is joining us now from the Fox Newsroom. Shepard?
John, we're getting a great deal of information. I want to pass along the good news now, as it appears to be that the Department of Defense was very lucky today. This from our David Schuster, who is still there, who reports that it appears the jetliner crash at the Pentagon could have been much worse. We are now told that the wedge of the Pentagon, which was hit, recently underwent renovations and that this particular area was largely unoccupied at the time of the attack this morning. As a result of that, the number of casualties at the Pentagon could be much lower than many had feared. In fact, we're now told that only 40 people are being treated at a nearby hospital, 7 of those listed in critical condition. On another note, the plane which crashed southwest of Pittsburgh this day. You may remember Britt Hume was on the air earlier today reporting that there was a plane jetting up the Potomac and that there were fears, at least, that this plane, this jet, might be en route to cause more problems at the White House. The White House was evacuated just around the time Britt Hume was making that report. Now we know that that plane crashed. How did that plane crash is one of the questions which is being explored at this moment. There was a cell phone call, which according to the Associated Press and confirmed through the military, that was placed from this particular jet at just before it crashed outside of Pittsburgh. And according to reports, there were 45 people on board this thing. It was 80 miles southwest of Pittsburgh, and at 9:58 this morning Eastern Time, a passenger on board this plane who claimed to be locked inside a bathroom began screaming on the phone to emergency dispatchers that in fact the plane had been hijacked and he was hiding out in a bathroom trying to get help for this plane. There were 45 people on board it. We have no reports of any survivors. At this moment, there is an urgent plea out in the city of New York for blood donations. And though I know we're broadcasting to a world audience, I want to give what information I can about that because this has apparently become quite serious. While I'm searching for it, I can tell you that the entire Major League Baseball schedule for the remainder of the regular season has been at least postponed. The Emmy Awards, which were scheduled for Sunday night in Los Angeles, have also been postponed. This plea for blood donations in New York City has reached what some are calling critical mass now. There are blood donation centers set up across Manhattan and other boroughs of the city as well, as emergency workers continue to try to pull survivors, for whatever number of them there are, from the scene which you're seeing on your screen right now. So many people running for cover. The lens of that covered in dust as the largest building in the city of New York came crumbling to its knees as thousands of people waited around that building. There was chaos around this building at the moment. The police department of Manhattan, the fire department there, this had just happened. A jet had plowed into the World Trade Center. By the thousands they were piling out of there. People were jumping out of the windows from 30 stories up. People were screaming, running away to radio reporters saying, "I just saw people jumping from 30, 40 stories in the sky." And all of a sudden, as the police and fire departments work to maintain control, after this has happened, the tower collapsed and all of those rescue personnel and people trying to flee this scene were left underneath all of that rubble. The carnage in Manhattan has just begun. The rescue effort is well underway, and we have multiple reports of people coming from their apartment buildings having just seen what you're witnessing right now, one of the 2 towers of the World Trade Center collapsing in lower Manhattan, and residents of this city going out and taking the shirts off their back, applying tourniquets to people's arms, and trying to save as many people as possible. A congressman who was inside the Washington, D.C. police today emerged from that police department and told one of our correspondents that the very early death toll in Manhattan was expected to be around 10,000. John.
Shepard, we have more information coming in. Just to make it clear to all of our viewers who are watching right now, although the scenes you may be seeing on your television are chaotic, it's important to remember there is a government plan in place that has been enacted. It's called the Federal Response Plan. It's been put in place by 28 federal agencies. FEMA involved. It's all led by the Department of Justice. They're involved in crisis management. The FBI is involved in leading the investigation. The plan has been practiced over and over. It's being put in place today. Also, a reminder that as they are asking for blood shortages in New York City, or they're asking for blood donations in New York City with shortages in New York and in Washington, D.C., the U.S. military is on the highest alert both in the United States and around the world. A warship and the National Guard have been dispatched to New York to help with the rescues. We go now to senior correspondent Rita Cosby. She has more information on what the FAA has put in place, a full national ground stop, the first time ever in U.S. history. Rita.
That's right. That ground stop went in place about 9 a.m. Eastern time several hours ago. And some good news from the FAA. They said that they had about 40 to 50 domestic flights that were in the air. And as of about 5 minutes ago, they all had landed. As of 5 minutes ago, they have all landed now, about 40 or 50 domestic flights. These are all the domestic flights that were in the air. Of course, because of that ground stop, Linda, they were ordered to return to their destinations immediately. They are awaiting the arrival. There's a minimal number, we're told, of international flights that are still en route to the West Coast. They are going to be landing at several different times in the next few hours. But we are told from an FAA official that all of those planes are accounted for. In other words, there are no indications of any problems at this point on any of those flights, and there are just a minimal number of those. In addition to that, we are told from a number of U.S. officials are telling Fox News that there are, quote, strong indications that people linked to Osama bin Laden and also his group, the Al-Qaeda group, which is his group that he organizes out of Afghanistan, that they are strong indications that people linked to him and his group are possibly behind this. They say that for a number of reasons. They say that they have the training in place, they have the capabilities in place, the resources in place. Also, an intelligence official telling me that they do have information that bin Laden is in Afghanistan and that there was some movement of his troops in recent weeks, in the last week and a half specifically. They're also looking at the possible connection that in the last few days there is a Northern Alliance figure in Afghanistan who was fighting against the Taliban and was very much against Osama bin Laden, and he had been assassinated in recent days. And soon after that, bin Laden's followers put out a word saying that we're going to attack all enemies of bin Laden. In addition to this, on June 20th of this year, bin Laden and his followers released a videotape in which bin Laden was saying, quote, "It is time to penetrate America and Israel and hit them where it hurts the most." In this, there was no specific warning of an attack, and again, intelligence sources are telling me that they had no idea that this attack was going to happen, but they were certainly getting some hints that there may be something on U.S. soil based on this message that he put out just June 20th of this year. And also, they said on some of the Islamic chat rooms, there's been a heightened amount of activity. There's always been sort of continual threats against the U.S. on these chat rooms, but a heightened amount of activity, particularly in the last week and a half. And U.S. officials are strongly looking at the possibility of bin Laden and also his group, Al-Qaeda, being behind this. The other thing they point out that it was just about a year or so ago, and I remember this when I was covering all the millennium attacks, the possible millennium attacks that were basically thwarted all over the world, that one of the things that they were looking at was Osama bin Laden with an Algerian group, and remember he has tentacles all over the world, that they were planning to hijack a number of planes. That was over a year ago, right around the time of the millennium. And that plan was thwarted in addition to a number of other things. So they learned at that point that the possibility of hijacking planes was something that they were looking at. They also said that there was information, some intelligence information, that he was training individuals for suicide bombings. As we know from the USS Cole, of course, a number of Yemenis have been tried in that case. The trials are still going on at this point. But some of them are believed to have ties to Osama bin Laden, and intelligence officials tell me privately that they believe he was behind that attack. That was where somebody pulled up in a boat and a bomb went off, a suicide bomber in a boat. But they strongly believe that he has the intelligence, the capabilities, and we know from a number of people who were involved in the East Africa bombings, the embassy trial in New York, which took place not too long ago, that many of those were pilots. So he certainly had the capabilities, the finances, and intelligence officials, one senior official telling me just a few moments ago, strong indications that this attack could be possibly linked to him and his group. Back to you.
Rita Cosby in Washington, thank you. Let's go to our Molly Falconer, who is in outside one of the hospitals in Manhattan where the dead and wounded have been taken. Molly?
John, this has been a hospital under siege all morning as the dead and wounded have been brought here to St. Vincent's Hospital in downtown Manhattan. We're calling for blood and for extra supplies, and I'm here with the city controller of New York, Alan Hevesy, who is saying that there are hundreds of firefighters and policemen who are still not accounted for down at the Twin Towers. What can you tell us about that?
Well, what I've been told by police officials is that when the first plane hit the first tower, the emergency services, EMS, the firefighters, and the police officers rushed to the scene. Yeah. Then the second plane hit and caused enormous damage, and then the tower collapsed. And there are a number that are not accounted for. They may be all right for all we know, but we're very worried.
And you said one thing coming down here, you are running for office here in New York City, and that election being held today, very symbolic that we've had this attack today, has been postponed, and you are just about to release a statement along with your fellow running mates and competitors about that. What can you give us a preview of that statement?
Well, what we said was we're here to stand in support of the families who are mourning the dead and the huge number of people who are injured in this catastrophe, and that this is not a time for politics, and we fully support the decision to cancel this election.
Two questions. Is 10,000 a realistic number? And there is an emergency bunker, a secret one, inside the World Trade Center. Have you heard any word from that?
Well, we haven't heard anything from the command center. That's which is the headquarters for our emergency services. Again, that doesn't mean that they're not okay, but we haven't heard. Okay. But secondly, there are 50,000 people who work in the World Trade Center. This was at 8:45 in the morning. There are another tens of thousands of people who move through the World Trade Center with the subway or the train or eating in the restaurant. So that number could be plausible. We don't know.
Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us, City Controller Alan Hevesy. And we have a press conference here at the hospital slated for 3 o'clock today. They cannot estimate the number of dead and wounded. Back to you, Linda.
All right, Molly Falconer, thank you very much. Just to give you some more information, more than 10,000 rescue personnel have been sent rushing to Lower Manhattan. That is the area where the World Trade Center was located until this morning. There is a shortage of blood. 2 warships and the National Guard have been dispatched to the area to help with the rescue operations. Some of the wounded not only filling up the New York City hospitals, but hospitals across the river into New Jersey. They're just taking people basically wherever they can find room at this point. Once again, we want to take it back to correspondent Rick Leventhal, who has been there on the ground near the World Trade Center, getting people's reaction as they were fleeing from the collapsing buildings. Rick?
And Linda, we just spoke to a couple of firefighters who were walking by. They were not eager to stop and talk because they're still trying to figure out if their friends made it. A lot of firefighters responding to the initial explosion, the initial crash of the jets into the towers, and then to the collapse of the first building. A lot of firefighters and other emergency personnel on the ground near the buildings, and there's fear that many of them may have been lost in the collapse of the 2 towers. So firefighters on scene here, not just trying to get the fire out, there's still a fire burning at what's left of the 2 World Trade Center towers. But they're also trying to figure out if their friends are still alive, their fellow firefighters. The only vehicles on the street at this point are police vehicles, ambulances, and fire trucks, occasional construction vehicles going by. But the Lower Manhattan in the several blocks surrounding the World Trade Center is virtually shut down. It is a major scene here. Police and fire officials everywhere, but their main focus now is to get that fire out and to hopefully find possibly some survivors in the rubble. There were a lot of people on the ground near those buildings when they came crashing down. We were among them. We were a few blocks away, and even a few blocks away, the clouds of smoke and debris coming from the collapse of this 110-story building was huge. It enveloped these blocks, covered people from head to toe with soot and concrete ash. Many of them now just wandering out of here. I talked to a guy who worked a couple of blocks away from the scene. He was able to get into an office nearby and stayed there for most of the morning, and just now is getting out of here. So a lot of people took refuge after this happened, but many more were not able to do that because they were caught up in the collapse of that building. Linda.
Rick Leventhal joining us live from Lower Manhattan. Rick, thanks very much.
All right, continuing to look now at the situation in Lower Manhattan where the Twin Towers once stood. These are live pictures. You saw moments ago the replay of the collapse of those 2 really symbols of American finance and business. The World Trade Center gone today after these terrorist attacks, an attack that President Bush says we will respond to.
We take it now down to Washington. Tony Snow getting more reaction from lawmakers evacuated, obviously, from the Capitol, but now starting to figure out and coordinate their plan of response. Tony?
Linda, thanks. Yes, we're joined from elsewhere in our Washington studios by Senator John Breaux, Louisiana Democrat. Senator Breaux, first, were you in the Capitol at the time of the evacuation today? Senator Breaux, it's Tony Snow. Can you hear me? Well, I'll tell you what, Linda, I think let me just give a couple of little additional items of information. We're going to try to establish our audio contact with Senator Breaux. Let's try once again. Senator Breaux, Tony Snow, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, Tony.
Great, thank you. Were you in the Capitol at the time of the evacuation this morning?
Actually, we were, Tony. We were having a Democratic leadership meeting with Tom Daschle and all of the leadership team when we had the television on. We were watching what was happening with the Twin Towers in New York. And all of a sudden, we could see the smoke coming from the direction of the Pentagon, and were informed that the Capitol was immediately being evacuated.
We've heard some rumors that there may also have been a close overflight of the Capitol. Do you know anything about that?
Tony, when we left the Capitol, we were all just getting out as fast as we could, and it looked like there was a plane that was flying in an unusual area around the Capitol, but I think no one knew whether that was a plane that was trying to do damage, or probably it might have been one of our own planes just surveying the area to make sure things were safe.
Senator, would you like to see Congress reassemble tomorrow? There's been some talk of having a meeting of Congress, A, to demonstrate determination to move on, but B, also to consider a declaration of war.
Well, one of the problems is, who do you declare war against? I think that obviously, everyone, Republican, Democrat, Independent alike, is very determined to get to the bottom of this. At the same time, while we're worried about victims and their families and the rescue mission that is underway. But I think you're going to see a very strong bipartisan agreement that we have to pursue all possible actions against the responsible parties. Is the difficult job right now, unlike the summer of the 7th, 1941, in Pearl Harbor. We knew who the responsible party was then. I think there's still a great degree of uncertainty as to who those parties are today. We want to strike back. The question is, who do we strike back at?
Senator, also, there's been a lot of debate about budgets and surplus. Is all that going to be set aside right now? And people, at least in the Capitol in the short run, focusing on national defense and security?
Tony, I think you're going to see the country coming together, the political leaders in both parties coming together like we haven't seen in a long time. One thing America does in a time of crisis is to stand together, to work together, to look for solutions to these very serious problems. I think you're going to see a lot less bickering and trying to unite to find out who caused this and take every action humanly possible to see to it that it never, never happens again.
Senator, if you could stand by. We're joined on the phone now by Sandy Berger, who was the National Security Advisor from President Clinton and is well versed in especially the ways of Osama bin Laden. Mr. Berger, first, your reaction. Does this at least have the feel to you of an Osama bin Laden operation?
Well, it's a massive and coordinated attack on the United States of a kind that we have not seen before, a major escalation of a terrorist assault on the United States. It's a sophisticated operation that obviously involved dozens of people in the United States, penetrating the United States, I think we've got to be careful not to leap to conclusions, but certainly bin Laden and al-Qaeda would be a suspect.
Would it be your sense or expectations that it would be likely that there would be more attacks? Or is there any way to figure that out at this juncture?
I think we're in uncharted waters, Tony, and we've not seen anything like this before. An attack in the United States of this magnitude, involving suicide bombers, involving commercial aircraft. This is, again, a major escalation. We have to be America, I believe we will know who is responsible for this sooner rather than later. There are enough pieces to this that we will put them together, I think, before long, and the response here has to be strong and sustained. It has to be in coordination with our allies. This is not just an attack on the United States. It's an attack on the civilized world. And there's no single action here that will be sufficient. This will require, I think, a comprehensive and sustained effort to root out what is obviously a very sophisticated operation.
Mr. Berger, earlier Senator Breaux mentioned the fact that at this point it's hard to declare war because we don't know upon whom we should declare war. You've been through this before. You've seen terrorist attacks on American assets. You seem fairly confident this time that we're going to be able to figure out who did it. What pieces of information are there that would lead us to draw that conclusion?
Well, I mean, this involved dozens of people, Tony, and an operation that's presumably been planned over months. A coordinated attack on multiple sites involving American aircraft hijacked from American airports. This is not a single act where someone can get in a getaway car and speed off. So I believe the combination of the forensic FBI investigation as well as the intelligence side of this will, in not too distant future, have a pretty good bead on where what the source of this is.
Sandy Berger, former National Security Advisor for President Clinton, Senator John Breaux, thanks both for joining us. Now let's toss it back to our colleagues in New York.
All right, Tony Snow in Washington, thank you. We are trying to keep an eye not only on the situation at the Pentagon, but also in Lower Manhattan. The pictures you're seeing now came around 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Time when the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center, the symbol of American capitalism to many, came tumbling down one after the other. This after they were struck by two hijacked planes. Our Julia Raleigh, a Fox News producer, is on the phone with us now from Lower Manhattan. Julia, do they have a handle on the situation there yet?
There's a lot of people who are standing around, John, who are kind of watching what's going on. There are people trying to fight the fires, but we're standing here just looking at flames and smoke billowing everywhere. The wind will start to blow, and the dust, it's about 6 inches thick where we're standing, will just start to swirl up in these dust devil-type storms and blow everything everywhere and around. From right where I'm standing, it doesn't look like it.
The buildings that you're talking about are not just the remnants of the Trade Center itself. You're talking about other buildings nearby.
They're the other towers of the World Trade Center. So Tower 1 and 2 are gone.
And it appears, for the moment, so is our connection with Julia Raleigh, our field producer, reporting live from Lower Manhattan. Yes, the World Trade Center, once the world's tallest building, certainly the tallest in Manhattan, crumbled today. There is very little of it left except a pile of rubble. And as you can imagine, all right, we have now a link with Mayor Giuliani, the mayor of New York City. Let's listen in.
That, we're all undergoing right now is something that we've had nightmares about, but probably thought wouldn't happen. My heart goes out to all of the innocent victims of this horrible and vicious act of terrorism, acts of terrorism. And our focus now has to be on saving as many lives as possible. We have hundreds of police officers and firefighters who are engaging in rescue efforts in Lower Manhattan. I want to thank Governor Pataghi for the incredible cooperation and coordination, and including deploying the National Guard that will be available to relieve our police officers and firefighters and emergency workers in the next couple of hours. The governor and I just spoke to the President of the United States. The coordination with the federal government from the time of the first attack has been excellent, including closing off the airspace around Manhattan and doing everything that can possibly be done in the face of this barbaric act to make the city secure. And we will strive now very hard to save as many people as possible and to send a message that the city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail. And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city, and the people who are doing the relief effort need all the help they can get. And then, Governor, thank you very much for your assistance and your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is,
a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. First step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest and most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the President, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, well, this is a horrible attack and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude. We will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country, state, and society.
Do we know the number of casualties at this point, sir?
I don't think we really want to speculate about that. The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately. And I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible.
There are large numbers.
And I don't think we will know the answer to that until sometime tomorrow or the next day.
Were there large numbers of firefighters?
There are a large number of firefighters and police officers who are in harm's way.
All right, it appears that for the moment we have lost our link to Rudy Giuliani. You're looking at live pictures of American fighter jets, U.S. fighter jets patrolling the skies over Manhattan now. This after the nation's air traffic control system is in a total lockdown. No planes are flying over this great nation of ours right now, thanks to the actions of some terrorists and hijackers who commandeered the cockpits of 4 airplanes today and used them as flying bombs to take the lives of American people. Let's listen in. Well, we are trying to reestablish our audio link to this news conference involving the governor of New York there, George Pataki, on the left, and Mayor Rudy Giuliani of New York City on the right, the soon-to-be outgoing mayor. Today was supposed to be an election day, at least a primary runoff day in Manhattan for those who would succeed the mayor. That has been canceled. Major League Baseball has canceled all games for tonight across the country. Games to be played this weekend by the NFL and other sporting venues still up in the air. The Professional Golf Association has canceled some of its upcoming meets. So this nation is going to be reeling for some time to come. As the mayor said, it's a time for all of us to be together, to unite, and to try to fight this evil and this cowardice that has inflicted this kind of pain and damage on American citizens.
All national monuments have been closed down in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere. The borders between the United States and Canada, also the U.S. and Mexico, have been shut down. All employees at the nuclear laboratories in New Mexico, they too have been sent home. It's a coordinated response plan led by the Department of Justice. It's been practiced before. It is in place. We go now to Tony Snow in Washington with new information. Tony?
Thanks. Our Jim Angle is reporting that one of the reasons we don't know the whereabouts of the president is nobody has decided where he is going to end his day. There is a dispute going on at this moment between the Secret Service and the president's political advisors. The Secret Service wants the president to go to the NORAD facility out in the west, that is, of course, as you know, in the mountains, completely secure, completely invulnerable to any kind of attack. On the other hand, political advisors saying that it would make the president look like, quote, a weenie, have urged that he return to Washington, get back to the White House, possibly address the nation from the White House, and try to conduct business from there. The Secret Service counters that it doesn't matter that the president is back at the White House. They cannot absolutely guarantee security if a plane takes off from someplace other than the United States and heads toward our shores we're going to have no choice but to blow it out of the air. So that's the debate that is going on. In addition, just to give you another sense of what has been going on at the Pentagon, the death toll there may be much lower. In fact, there may not be a death toll. The casualty toll there may be much lower than originally feared, for the simple reason that the part of the Pentagon that was struck today by an airliner was in fact undergoing renovation, and as a consequence, not all the offices there were occupied. Our James Rosen earlier had passed on a report, interestingly enough, that a couple of the offices in that portion of the Pentagon, portions that were struck, were offices that trying to deal with counterterrorism. One is called the Office of Homeland Defense. It's a newly created office that was slated to get a big budget increase, even though Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld has been talking about reducing expenditures. And also there was an office for special operations and low-intensity conflict. That is shorthand again for dealing with small wars with terrorists around the world. And that's the latest from Washington. Back to New York.
Tony Snow in Washington. Tony, thank you. With more information coming in about the disaster response in New York City, we take you back to New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani and New York Governor George Pataki in the midst of their news conference. Let's listen.
I don't think anything went through my mind other than making sure that we all remained calm and found an exit and just tried to figure out the most intelligent thing to do. Probably the same thing that went through the minds of 10,000 other New Yorkers who I could see on the streets, and I really have to commend them. If you really want to know what New Yorkers are all about, you just watch the way in which they handle themselves. They didn't panic. They moved deliberately. They moved swiftly. But they didn't hurt each other. They helped each other. I mean, these are just the most wonderful people in the world.
Do we know anything about the composition of that dust that blankets over Manhattan? Is there any asbestos or any hazardous material in that dust?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Mr. Mayor, there were reports of a gas explosion related to this. Are you aware of that? There was a gas leak or possible explosion.
We don't believe it. We don't believe that's the case.
Mr. Mayor, can you tell us anything about where the planes come from, where the aircraft came from?
Bill Diamond reminds me that we've turned off the gas in the city buildings, just to be certain.
Can you tell us
as a precaution
where these aircraft came from? There was a report they may have been hijacked in Boston.
I think we should leave. I think we should leave that up to the federal government to yes, we do have some information, but I think we should leave that up to the federal government to release that information. Our focus is on the relief efforts. And
Governor, what about security for the rest of the city? Do you think there should be any retaliation on the part of the United States for what happened here in this country, both in New York, Washington, and other places?
First step right now, Marcia, is to make sure we do everything to help those people who need our support, and whether they're injured or still trapped in buildings. The second thing is to make sure at the same time we're providing the maximum security against possible additional incidents. But clearly, this is an attack upon America. It's an attack upon our freedom and our way of life, and we must retaliate and go after those who perpetuated this heinous crime against the people of America.
Mayor, this is just compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war? This has been compared.
I'll do both.
This has been compared to Pearl Harbor. Do you consider this to be an act of war?
This is a vicious, unprovoked, horrible attack on innocent men, women, and children. It's one of the most heinous acts, certainly in world history. And as the governor said, and I said to the president, we fully and completely support him in any action that he has to take in order to make an example out of the people who are responsible for this.
Is it an act of war in your mind?
I don't know that I want to use those words. I think the president is the one that has to respond, and I think what he has to know is that all of us in New York support him, and support him completely in the efforts that he's going to have to make over the next couple of days, week, and to make a point that people can't do this. You can't attack innocent men, women, and children. And ultimately, I'm totally confident that American democracy and the American rule of law will prevail. And the people of New York are going to help to demonstrate that over the next couple of days.
Anybody take responsibility for this? Any group take responsibility at this time? And what is the city doing to safeguard the citizens now that something like this has happened?
Well, first of all, I don't know of anyone that's taken responsibility for it at this time. And secondly, the New York City Police Department is fully deployed, not just in the rescue effort, but all throughout the city of New York, offering as much protection and as much security as we're capable of for the citizens of the city. And at this point, I believe that the people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all of the people that were viciously attacked today by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us from being a free country and a place that functions, and we'll do everything we can to make that point.
Jennifer Steinauer, please. Just a housekeeping. Can you please tell us what's going to happen to the New York primary?
This morning, I issued an order suspending the primary across the state. There will be no primary today, and we'll reschedule it once we get through this.
Jennifer,
Can you please walk us through the municipal services right now? What's going on with the subways and the schools, the courts?
The subway, the schools, the chancellor, I commend the chancellor. He was on the phone a number of times with us. He coordinated very, very carefully what would happen. He thought it out, and he came up with a very good plan, which was essentially to keep the schools open, to keep the children in school, so we didn't have a large number of children in the different boroughs that would be released from school. They're being released. I shouldn't say as normal, but basically on the normal schedule. If parents aren't there to pick up the young children, then the children will be taken to a center, and the parents will be notified to come and pick them up. The children who have Metro cards, who normally travel on the subway, will be able to do that. The subways are functioning in 4 of the 5 boroughs, and can we get an update, Joe, on how the subway is doing in Manhattan?
All the lettered lines are working.
And in Manhattan?
In Manhattan lines, all the lettered lines.
All the lettered lines are working, including in Manhattan. And throughout the rest of the city, public transportation is normal. So the children should be able to return from school in the normal fashion. And if any children don't have parents to pick them up, then we'll hold them, let the parents know, and then the parents can come and pick them up.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned you were on Barclay Street. What's the radius of damage that's been affected? How many other side streets around the world?
I don't think we know yet. The whole area of Lower Manhattan has been very much affected by it.
How many police and fire are involved? Like how many all NYPD off-duty officers as they come in, or like
all NYPD and FDNY officers are on duty now, and we're going to need all of them. And again, thanks to the governor and the way in which the state reacted, we will have 1,600 National Guard to relieve them over a period of time, so we can get some relief for them.
If anybody's looking for someone that may have been in the World Trade Center or in and around that area, what should they do? How can they do it?
We're going to give you numbers so that we can try to help coordinate that. Individual businesses have already done that, but we will as soon as we can find some time from the relief efforts, give you a number in which people can call, and then we can direct them to the right place.
The National Guard
loading or anything like that? Any lawlessness?
There have been no reports of lawlessness, no reports of looting. As I said, we saw a lot of people that were part of the escape effort, and they seem to be conducting themselves in a very, very sensible way, a very deliberate way. They seem to be helping each other. So I don't think we have any reports like that at all.
So the only National Guard we'll see will be in Lower Manhattan, in the bomb site area. They won't be patrolling the rest of Manhattan.
No, the purpose of it is to help with the relief effort. We're going to need the help of the state, surrounding areas with heavy-duty equipment.
When will they be arriving?
National Guard troops, some have arrived already, and we expect to have up to close to 2,000 between the National Guard and the state police by later this evening.
Mayor, bridges and tunnels will have to stay closed indefinitely?
I think everything is closed for now, and then maybe in about an hour or two we can give you an update on what the plan will be for tomorrow.
We saw a lot of lightly injured people walking out of the area because obviously the emergency services were needed for the very seriously injured. People covered with dust. Some people had difficulty breathing. Is there any health advice to give to people who were caught in this thing, who are not necessarily at risk of losing their life, but
I think well, obviously if you feel ill or you feel that you've been affected by it, you should go to a hospital and get checked out. But if it's just discomfort that you feel, then you can do basically what we did, was to wash our faces off and get rid of the clothes and get to an area where you can breathe in fresh air.
How many people were in the World Trade Center at the time of this attack?
I mean, it was business had already started. It was right before 9 o'clock. I don't know.
Tens of thousands?
Yes. Approximately. Someone just gave me a number of approximately 10,000, but that's a guess.
How long will the city remain on a heightened state of alert?
Until we're told not to. I mean, until the FBI and the police department and the federal government tells us that we shouldn't. Right now, the city should be on a state of alert. Now, that instead of frightening people, that should make people feel more confident that everything is being done to keep things secure. And again, let me emphasize that the reason for the National Guard, because I heard the question before, is to help with the relief effort, not because there's any fear of any other problems in the city right now.
How is the Port Authority tell us about the other public buildings, City Hall, One Police Plaza? When will she say for you to return?
I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Hopefully soon, but I don't know the answer to that.
And we heard reports that One Police Plaza was evacuated. Was that true?
No, the command center is open.
And it was never.
We have people in the command center right now.
Mr. Mayor, there have also been reports of large loss of life among the police and firemen who were sent there to rescue people. How accurate are those reports?
There is no question that we lost police officers and firefighters, and some that I know personally, and all of us here know personally, that we're very worried about. And we're not going to know the answer to that until much later. And maybe we should just close now and give you a briefing later. And I would just ask everyone, I talked to Cardinal Egan before because he's at St. Vincent's Hospital. Everybody should in their own way say a prayer and ask God for help and for assistance, and also ask God to give us the strength to overcome this, because I know we're going to need strength to overcome it. And I want the people of New York to be an example to the rest of the country and the rest of the world that terrorism can't stop us. American democracy is much stronger than vicious, cowardly terrorists, and we're going to overcome this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the latest word from the mayor of New York and the governor of New York, George Pataki, and also Rudy Giuliani, the mayor. They're talking about the latest in this horrific terror strike in Manhattan, the World Trade Center obliterated by 2 hijacked airplanes. There you're looking at the Pentagon, where another hijacked airplane slammed into the outer south wall. The Pentagon fire coming at least under some amount of control now. At least you can see the building, although there is still fire burning on at least one of the inner rings of the Pentagon now. But that outer ring appears to, they appear to have gotten the fire under control, at least on the outer ring. The Pentagon is saying that the good news there is that that part of the building was undergoing renovation recently, and at this point had not been substantially reoccupied. So the plane slammed into a part of the building that was largely not being used. You cannot say that, though, for the situation in New York, where things were just getting underway at the World Trade Center, the largest office building in Manhattan. The Twin Towers, 110 stories, have both fallen after 2 hijacked jetliners were flown into them, flying bombs that brought those buildings down. Our Jim Angle is in Washington and has a late reaction from there. Jim?
Hello, John. Well, what we have to report from here is about the president. Now, you know the president left his location in Florida, wound up giving a short videotaped speech from Louisiana. The problem here is that his political advisors would like him to return to Washington and take control in order to tamp down any sense of panic among the public. But the Secret Service does not want the president to return to Washington because they fear they cannot guarantee his safety. Now, the Secret Service would prefer the president to go to NORAD, which is in Colorado. It's a mountain that has I'm sorry, the word just in is that the president has landed at an Air Force base in Nebraska. Now, the president is flying around the country while his advisors argue with the Secret Service over whether or not it's safe to return to Washington. Now, obviously, he will land at safe locations, Air Force bases, to refuel and to figure out where things are. The president can do everything he needs to do from Air Force One, but the fact is his political advisors would like him to return to Washington because they want the president to be able to take charge in an obvious way to eliminate any feelings of panic among the public, and for political reasons so that he looks in charge. The Secret Service says, look, we cannot guarantee the president's safety if he were in the White House and an airplane, a hijacked airplane like those that hit the World Trade Center and hit the Pentagon, were to crash into the White House. We cannot guarantee the president's safety. They want him to go to NORAD headquarters, which, as I was beginning to explain a moment ago, is a mountaintop in which, in the middle of which is built a secure area that is protected by metal doors several feet thick and was intended to be a place for officials to go, and is housed now houses a number of military installations. It was intended as a place for the president and officials to go in the case of nuclear war. It would clearly be safe from hijacked airplanes. That is where the Secret Service would like to take the president. His political advisors say, no, it is more important for the president to appear to be in charge, to make sure that the public is reassured that everything is okay, and that they do whatever they can to keep any sort of panic from happening in the public. Now, meantime, the White House staff itself has been evacuated. They are dispersed around the region, I am told, and continuing to work by phone and email. And some reporters are being taken to an undisclosed location where they are to be given a briefing by an undisclosed official. So, as you can see, there are great concerns about going back to the White House, either for the president or for his staff. John?
All right, Jim Angle reporting from Washington. Thank you. Yeah, that NORAD facility in Colorado Springs is quite literally a mountain that has been hollowed out inside. Yes, perhaps the safest place for the president to go in a situation like this, but you can see why his political advisors, Linda, want to make sure that the president is seen front and center, not giving in to the terrorists who, after all, want to terrify America. We are continuing to keep an eye. This is the situation that you saw earlier at the Pentagon. A number of injuries there after a hijacked jetliner slammed into the outer wall. They have the fire, at least on the outer ring of the Pentagon, fairly well under control now, but fires continue to burn on the inner ring or rings of the Pentagon. It's not yet clear how fully involved those inner rings are at this point.
Clarifying once again that the president is at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska right now. There are armed guards patrolling the White House, outside the White House. As you know, the Capitol has been totally evacuated. It was earlier this morning that armed guards, actually the Capitol Police, actually physically went into the Capitol and grabbed leaders of Congress to remove them, to take them to a place of safety. So as it stands, government leaders are all in safe places as of this hour.
It is 3 o'clock in the East. It is noon in the Pacific time zone, and America has been under attack this day, the 11th of September, 2001. A smoke cloud continues to billow from south of Manhattan, where you can see what happened shortly after 9 this morning. The second of 2 hijacked airplanes plowed into the side of the World Trade Center building you see there. The earlier tower already had been hit by another hijacked airplane. We understand that those planes from United and American Airlines. This is the collapse of the second tower that was hit. It was the first one to collapse, perhaps because the structural damage there was so much more severe and so much lower down. But the first of the towers collapsed around 10 o'clock this morning. Not long after that, within 30 minutes or so, the second tower collapsed under its own weight. The structural damage, too much for those steel columns to bear. Now, on a normal day, 50,000 people would be working in the World Trade Center. Perhaps as many as 10,000 more might be visiting or doing business there. We don't yet know how many of those people were able to escape before this conflagration rained down on them. Again, taking you just south of New York, this is the Pentagon. About 9:45 this morning, about 30 minutes after the second attack in New York, a hijacked jetliner smashed into the south wall of the Pentagon, blowing a 100 to 150-foot hole into the side of the building and setting a fire that continues to burn at this hour. Now, all government buildings largely have been evacuated in Washington as a result, as a security precaution. The president, who had been scheduled to make an address in Florida, was hustled out of there, put aboard Air Force One, and flown to a secure site, Shreveport, Louisiana. He made a brief statement there, then got back in the air, and at last report was on the ground at an Air Force base in Nebraska. We are looking now live at these pictures from southern Manhattan, where you should be on a normal day. You would be seeing the World Trade Center standing tall and proud above all of those buildings gathered there at the tip of Manhattan. Instead, all you see is that ugly brown cloud of soot, smoke, and dust that is still emanating from the rubble left behind after this horrific day in America.
In certain major cities, New York and Washington, D.C. in particular, you may see fighter jets patrolling the skies. They've been scrambled to protect those who were not already hurt in these devastating accidents. Let us make clear what we have going on is the situation at the FAA. There is a national ground stop put in place. This means all flights are completely grounded. The soonest it might be lifted is sometime around noon tomorrow. For the meantime, the FAA is trying to track some 10 to 12 international flights that were some bound for like Honolulu and other places. Those are still being tracked. There were some 40 to 50 domestic flights that were already in the air at the time of these terrorist attacks. They have all been safely grounded. They've all been accounted for. However, we do have 4 flights that have been lost. American Airlines Flight 77, bound from Dulles to Los Angeles, 77 passengers, 6 crew members lost. American Airlines Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles, 81 passengers and 11 crew lost. United Airlines from Newark to San Francisco, Flight 93, 38 passengers and 7 crew lost. Also, United Airlines Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles, 56 passengers and 9 crew lost. We go now to Shepard Smith, who has more information to bring in. Shepard?
Linda, I'm outside the Fox News studios here on the corner of 47th and 6th Avenues in Midtown Manhattan. As all of this happened in the morning, there is at least one bit of good news out of it all, and that is that it took so long for the second tower to be struck and then so long for them to fall. As a result, a lot of people were able to get out of the area and get away. Many of them headed toward Midtown Manhattan. The mayor of New York City and the governor announcing just a short time ago that much of transportation had returned to normal. But those of you who are familiar with Manhattan know that the lettered subway lines, he said, are working. The lettered lines and oftentimes work their way through the city and then out to the outer boroughs. The numbered lines are not working, we can presume, from what the mayor has just said. That would be the 1, 2, 3, and 9 line, which take you from World Trade Center all the way up the west side of Manhattan into the northern borough. And on the east side of Manhattan, the old IRT, the 4 and 5 express trains and the 6 train, which take literally millions of people up the east side of Manhattan, all closed as well, it's our understanding. So a lot of people have stopped on the Fox News Corner of the World to watch today, trying to figure out where it takes them next. A lot of these folks won't be able to make it home. The bridge and tunnel crossings are still out. And suffice it to say, with 50,000 people who work in that building, another 10,000 who were probably doing business in there, well, let's just put it this way. When the TWA flight fell out of the sky off Long Island shores, it seemed everyone in this city knew somebody who was involved in some way. And now we're talking about potentially 60,000 who may have been in that building. So many Manhattanites have a lot of grieving to do in the days to come. Where will you go tonight? Have you thought about how this is going to affect your personal life?
I'm just going to take it a minute at a time. Not really sure.
Where were you when it happened?
I was across the street, actually.
Across the street from World Trade?
Yes.
Describe it for me.
It's just pandemonium. It's scary.
Did you stay there, and once the structure collapsed, were you still there?
Yes, I helped 2 people cross the street, and we were all escorted away once it happened.
It's my understanding from talking to some of our correspondents and some of my friends, actually, who were down there at the time, that one of the amazing things to see was this group of people who lived and worked in other buildings who weren't affected, who were running out, taking off their clothes and making tourniquets and cleaning people off and calming people down, that it was really a remarkable sight. Did you witness that sort of thing?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. People were helping everyone, and I escorted 2 women from one side of the road to the other as the paramedics were arriving, and there was a lot of hurt people and a lot of panic.
Having covered so many tragedies in this country, from the Oklahoma City bombing to hurricanes and others, there's a cycle that that we as people go through. There's this initial shock, and there's hurt, and there's fear, and there's wonder, and there's trying to figure out who to blame and where to put your feelings. That all transitions when the pictures of people dancing in the streets overseas are shown on television and people become angry. Have you thought about how difficult it may become to keep this place from getting really weird? You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying, but I really haven't stopped to think about that aspect of it.
Certainly, it's a day that all of our lives have changed. To stand on the roof of this building and look south and not see those two towers there, realize how many people were in there at the time and all that is going on at this minute. That building is still in flames. What microwave trucks and satellite trucks were up close enough to show you at the bottom were no longer accessible once the tower came tumbling down. There are no live pictures out of that area. But there's an enormous evacuation and rescue effort that's underway. People by the thousands not able to get to hospitals. Triage is set up at different locations. The United States military has sent in 2 aircraft carriers to launch and come into the Port of New York and help with triage and rehabilitation of this area. The National Guard coming in. Right now, every single man and woman who is with the New York City Police Department and Fire Department is on duty. A man and a woman cannot work 24 hours a day indefinitely, so the federal government sending in reinforcements to help pick New York City up. Inch by inch. A long and difficult day and night ahead, Linda and John, and the hope is that people will just remain calm and help a neighbor.
All right. Shepard Smith, thanks very much. Shepard Smith outside our building here at the corner of 47th and 6th Avenue in Midtown Manhattan. Again, you're looking at pictures from earlier downtown after this horrific event unfolded. The World Trade Center there on fire. At that point, it was still standing. As we speak, it is not. Both towers collapsed in a cascade of smoke and dust, and doubtless a tremendous loss of human life. Tony Snow has an update now for us from Washington. Tony?
Well, John, we've tried to explain why the president chose to land at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. The simple reason is it's head of what used to be called the Strategic Air Command is now called the United States Strategic Command. What is that? That's the command that involves all the military branches, that deals with such things as bombing runs, what we call strategic defense, which is long-reaching defense around the United States, which would involve everything from ballistic missiles to aircraft. So the president is there. They're having classified meetings at this hour, we presume, and we will find out later in the day whether he intends to return to Washington to go to the NORAD facility in Colorado, as Jim Angle has reported, or go to some other location. All of those things will be determined in the fullness of time. Also, Vice President Cheney is in the Operations Center at the White House at this hour, so that's where he is linking up. And now for more developments in our nation's capital, let's go to Brian Wilson, who's standing by near the Capitol. Brian?
Thank you very much, Tony. We are outside 119 D Street Northeast in Washington, D.C., which is the Capitol Police building and has become, for all intents and purposes, the temporary House of Congress. Members of the House and Senate have been here all day getting briefings on what's going on, the latest from the intelligence community. We can tell you that the leadership of the House and Senate from both sides of the aisle have been spirited away from this location and are being held in a secure bunker. They won't tell us exactly where that is, but they assure us that the House leadership and the Senate leadership are in contact with the President of the United States and that the government continues to operate. However, the Capitol grounds has been evacuated since early this morning when the first attack occurred at the Pentagon. The Capitol has been evacuated. All activity now operates out of this location, 119 D Street Northeast, the Capitol Police building. We must also tell you there is one report that has been very disturbing. It's becoming very credible. There were reports from early this morning that we are getting from members of Congress and eyewitnesses that at one point this morning a passenger jet came very, very close to the Capitol dome. We have not been able to get any official confirmation of this, but I must tell you that there are many people who are reliable, regular sources of information on Capitol Hill who are telling us they saw that happen. Other information on that is a bit sketchy. But the House and Senate has been in recess. We're not sure exactly when they might go back to the Capitol building and continue the work of the people, but some members are saying they should do that. The other word we're getting out of here is from members of the intelligence committees, and they are angry. They say that the Intelligence Committee had no information about what happened, no advance warning, and they say that the intelligence community failed them in a major way. Tony?
All right, we will jump in as Tony is gathering more information. We have some sad news to report as we are now starting to learn some of the identities of those who have been killed in the terrorist attacks today. It appears that a friend and a colleague here at Fox News has been killed in one of the plane crashes. Barbara Olson, you know her as a very familiar face as a frequent commentator on the Fox News channel and other networks. She is also the wife of Ted Olson, the Bush administration's nominee for Solicitor General. He was also very much involved in the Bush effort, working out the contest over the vote in Florida in the presidential election. It appears that Barbara Olson was on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. She is believed dead, and we're very sad to report it. We're giving you more information of exactly what has happened to the 4 total planes that have gone down. 2 American Airlines, 2 United Airlines, all bound for California. 1 from New Jersey, 1 from Virginia, but 2 from Boston. With that, we go to reporter Phil Rapley. He is in Boston with more information. Phil?
Linda, Joe Lawless, who's the Director of Public Safety here at Logan Airport, just spoke to the media for an extensive period of time a little bit ago, and he confirmed that 2 flights that left here this morning at 7:59, the American Airlines Flight 11, and at 8:14, the United Airlines Flight 175, appear to be the 2 jets that were driven into the World Trade Towers. They're both Boeing 767, so as you can imagine, the investigation going on here at Logan Airport is very intense. The entire airport has been locked down. It has been evacuated. A command center has been set up, and the investigation is being led by the FBI, along with the FAA. They are interviewing all the people involved in security here at Logan Airport. Now, the way it works here at Massport is that each of the airlines is responsible for its own security. So there are private contracting companies that are given that responsibility. Those employees are currently being investigated by law enforcement agencies as they try to find out how this could have happened, how both of these flights out of Logan this morning ended up involved in this terrible terrorist act. Now, also what's going on here at Logan is a crisis center, because more than 150 people have lost their lives in those 2 airplanes, so a crisis center has been set up for family members to come. There's a Red Cross there, there's clergy members there, there's also people from emergency medical services to try to offer any kind of support that they can at this time. Any passengers that were at Logan Airport have been taken off of the grounds. They will be put up by Massport until this airport is reopened again. That will not happen until the Federal Aviation Authority gives it the okay. But meanwhile, Joseph Lawless says that the security here is as high a security as any airport in the country, that Logan Airport is as safe as any airport in the country. That may be more of a commentary about the status of security all over the nation than it is particularly at this place. As we said before, the investigation is being led by the FBI at this point. Now, outside of the airport, the mayor of Boston has gone out and had a public press conference. He's urged the evacuation of the tallest towers in the city of Boston, the Prudential Tower, the Hancock Building. There's also been a press conference by the governor, the acting governor of Massachusetts. She says that it is the National Guard here is at the beck and call of any assistance they can provide to people in New York. There also is going to be a primary election today for the 9th Congressional District to replace the seat of the late Joseph Moakley. There was some talk early this morning by the Secretary of State that that election might be postponed, but now the governor and the Attorney General have come out strongly and said that it must go on, that they cannot have terrorism dictate to a democracy. So that is the way that the officials here in Massachusetts are trying to deal with this crisis situation. But the city of Boston, as I'm sure cities all around the nation, are just shocked by what has happened here. And in fact, there was a rush hour at noontime as people were leaving to go home to their loved ones. So, Linda, that's the report live at Logan Airport. I'm Bill Rapley, Fox News Channel.
Bill, thank you very much. We have this just in from the Pentagon, a clarification of the military mobilization. The Navy is sending 2 aircraft carriers to New York City based in Norfolk, Virginia. They are going there to hopefully, obviously, to respond to any threats from the air or sea, but also to provide civilian assistance through hospital affiliates and so on here in the New York City area, as it appears that hospitals in the New York area have been completely overwhelmed. Also, at the same time, the Navy is sending amphibious ships with Marines on board to Washington, D.C. The carriers sent to New York City should arrive here by sometime tomorrow afternoon.
Bill made the point in that report that all of these flights, curiously, were bound for Los Angeles. What might be the significance? But possibly only this. If you're trying to fly cross-country and if you're trying to fly from east to west, you're going to be fighting the headwinds, and going that distance, you're going to be taking the maximum amount of fuel on board possible. So if you are hoping to hijack a flying bomb, as these terrorists apparently were, you want as much fuel as possible to cause as much damage as possible when you bring these planes into their intended targets. And that may have been why all of these planes were bound for the West Coast. 45 people on board Flight 93 from Newark, New Jersey, United Airlines Flight 93. That plane went down apparently in a fairly wooded area about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Those people have lost their lives, but it could have been much worse. Again, our Brian Wilson reported credible reports of a plane passing very, very near the dome of the U.S. Capitol today. Whether or not it is that United Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco is yet to be determined, but that is certainly a possibility. Somebody called from a cell phone who said he was a passenger on board that plane. He had locked himself in the restroom. He said it was not a hoax. They were being hijacked. But Flight 93 is no more. On any given day, the crash of that one aircraft with 45 people on board would dominate the news. But in a day like this, when the twin towers of the World Trade Center came under attack, also from hijacked airplanes, and when both of those towers came crumbling down, and when another hijacked aircraft slams into the wall of the Pentagon, that plane crash south of Pittsburgh is simply a footnote at this point, and that is an unbelievable comment to everything that's gone on today. More international and national reaction. Word now from NATO that they have evacuated everyone from the Brussels headquarters, but they are planning an emergency meeting there. No start time, but it should be very shortly. Also, in the United States here, FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, as part of this federal response plan that's been put in place involving some 28 federal agencies, FEMA has sent out 8 urban search and rescue teams. They've activated them. They're going to New York City to search for any victims of the World Trade Center accident, the terrorist attack there. Also, the head of FEMA, Joe Albaugh, who was at a meeting in Blue Sky, Montana, has been turned around. He's been sent back to Washington, and he is on his way as we speak. Once again, also some of the other government precautions. Of course, all the national monuments in Washington, D.C. have been shut down. People have been evacuated. They will not be allowed there, and there's no idea yet when they'll be allowed back at any time. However, at the Pentagon, which for the most part was evacuated when the plane crash occurred there, there is the National Military Command Center. That's in the basement of the Pentagon. Personnel at last reporting were still there because they are heavily involved in coordinating a response. The National Security Agency, the CIA, those staff have been moved to an undisclosed location. This is all part of a national response, also part of the Pentagon being under what they call ThreatCon Delta. That is the highest threat alert possible at the Department of Defense. They are taking precautions. They also have, as we have reported, they have the leaders of Congress in a secure location as they formulate a response. The president, as you know, is at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. The vice president is safe. His wife is safe. Also, First Lady Laura Bush. They are safe, but they are being held in locations that the Secret Service at this hour is not disclosing. 2,400 people were killed in the attack on Pearl Harbor back in 1941, and Senator Chuck Hagel of Nebraska is saying, quote, this is the second Pearl Harbor. Newt Gingrich was on Fox News Channel earlier today saying very much the same thing. There is a tremendous amount of pressure on our nation's military leaders to come up with some kind of a target for a military response. However, as you can understand, until you know who brought about this kind of devastation, it's really too early to be talking about a military response. You're looking at live pictures. This is still what's going on in downtown Manhattan. This is the view from north to south, looking toward the spot, looking actually toward the Statue of Liberty and the spot there on the right of your screen where the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center stood. And that until about 10 o'clock Eastern time this morning. About 5 hours ago, they crumbled. This after they became the targets of some madmen with a grudge against America. Let's go to Rick Leventhal, who was there when all of this unfolded. Rick, it's good to see you still with us.
Thanks, John. We did have some frightening moments out here earlier this morning. I was in my office before 9 a.m. when I got the page that a plane had hit the World Trade Center, and I couldn't believe it. I thought there must have been some mistake, and sure enough, turned on the television, saw the video, jumped in a subway to come down here to Lower Manhattan. The train stopped. I had to get out at Canal Street, which isn't too far away, but a lot of people had to get out way before then, and they stopped the train service. And you know, as I was walking down here towards where the World Trade Center is located, the Twin Towers were still standing, and there were people on every single street corner just staring up like they would be tourists. But these are locals, these are residents who were standing there staring at these two towers that were on fire with holes in the sides of the buildings. One of the most recognizable attractions in the world, the World Trade Center is. And it was a smoking hulk of wreckage, and again, people just staring at it. I can't believe that this is happening. So we get closer and closer, and with my press ID, I was able to get a block further west and basically 1 block to the north of the World Trade Center towers. When police said you cannot go any further, they stopped us there, and this is before the two buildings collapsed, and it was chaotic. There was police and rescue personnel all over the place, still trying to figure out what was going on. That's when we were hearing that there was a second plane that had hit the second tower, and everyone was trying to respond to that disaster, and people were swarming towards the buildings to try and rescue the people who were in the buildings. We then moved, our satellite truck parked a couple blocks further south of us here on Church Street, which basically runs right into the front of the World Trade Center buildings. You can't see it now because of all the smoke that's still in the street from where the buildings are burning, but we were there in the street virtually around the corner from the first tower when it collapsed. And we saw hundreds of people running up the street right at us, many of them yelling, screaming, run, the building's collapsing. I'm talking police officers included, running for their lives because this building was coming down. And what followed them was a gigantic cloud of smoke and debris, perhaps 100 feet high, rolling up Church Street, rolling north, as the building fell down and pushed all of its debris up the street. We took refuge inside the satellite truck, which was parked right there. We didn't know what was coming, what to expect. We jumped in the truck, waited for the smoke to clear. We got out, and some of the rescue personnel then began flooding back into this area. Shortly after that, we heard that the second tower was coming down. And it was very, very disturbing, to say the least, to hear that this second tower was going to collapse right next to us. And again, a similar scene played out where police officers and paramedics and emergency personnel and just women and children in the street who happened to be down here came running this way. We too dropped our camera and ran north to get out of the way of the clouds of smoke and debris, which were actually rolling up the side streets as well, being pushed north and then up the side street. So each block that we passed, we saw yet more debris coming our way. A chaotic scene, to say the least. Since then, things have calmed down quite a bit. They've cleared the streets of almost all pedestrians, of all vehicle traffic, certainly, except for emergency vehicles, police and fire trucks, and that sort of thing. We know that a triage has been set up right around the corner from us here. There was an ambulance staging area right next to us earlier today. Those ambulances were able to move down closer to the building. But we don't know if rescue personnel have been able to get into the rubble of the World Trade Center buildings themselves. I spoke with one friend of mine who was right by the buildings, who got close and saw blown out cars and rubble everywhere. Another guy who told me he tried to pull people out, or tried to at least assist in looking for people who might be trapped, said that one of the two towers, there's still some 20 stories standing. The other he described as a hole in the ground. Right now, again, things quite a bit calmer, very quiet, very serene out here almost, as people just basically wait to see what the next step will be. Again, the mayor saying that rescue and recovery is the primary goal here at this point, but certainly a very frightening moment. And we'll push in now. Maybe we can see there's a giant chunk of one of the two towers in the middle of Church Street in front of the building, or where the building used to be. I don't know if you can see it through the smoke and the haze, but there is a large piece of the building in the middle of the street. Obviously, it's all been closed off, and again, the fire and rescue personnel on scene trying to get close to the building. But many of these firefighters believe they have lost coworkers in that debris, because after the initial strike, the two planes hitting the towers, all these emergency personnel responding to the scene were helping to evacuate people who were still in the buildings and trying to clear people out of the area. And at that point, soon after that, is when the first tower collapsed. So there's a great fear that there may have been many emergency workers trapped at the base of that building when it did collapse. And possibly the most disturbing aspect of all of this is videotape that I don't think we can show you, but it's videotape of people who were on the very high floors of the World Trade Center. Okay, apparently we can show it because we've seen it, but it's the most disturbing videotape I've certainly ever seen of people who were completely without any hope. Trapped in the building with flames behind them and above them and below them, leaping from high floors to their deaths below. No word from here on the numbers of deaths or injured, but certainly we've been hearing as many as 10,000 people, and it'll be a while before they can get to many of them. Back to you in the studio.
Correspondent Rick Leventhal. Rick, thank you for the update. We have more information coming in as to the U.S. military response to this. Not only have some fairly innocuous places like any of the major national monuments been closed down, and even theme parks like the Disney World, Disneyland, they've been closed down too. But they also have closed the border between the United States and Canada, the border between the United States and Mexico. We are now just getting information that it is the USS John F. Kennedy and the USS George Washington that have now been deployed to New York Harbor. We also understand that there will be amphibious ships, guided missile cruisers, and guided missile destroyers that are all also being deployed. Where they will be sent, it's not clear right now. We are expecting a briefing from the Pentagon, actually not from inside the Pentagon, but from Pentagon officials. In a matter of a couple of minutes, that will clarify exactly what they're doing. But now, in addition to the Pentagon being at ThreatCon Delta, we understand that Navy installations all up and down the East Coast have also been put on ThreatCon Delta. That is the highest level of alert for the U.S. military. With the aircraft carriers coming into New York to help with some of the hospital response, we take it now to correspondent Molly Falconer, who is at one of the hospitals in New York City that is completely overwhelmed. Molly?
It's a hospital in chaos. It's been ground zero for the injured here all morning. We've been watching stretchers going in and out of the hospital, some horrifying scenes. And right now we are seeing some of the emergency medical supplies. They're just overwhelmed here, so we've been seeing 18-wheeler trucks just being brought in down the streets of Manhattan. As you can see, they're parked over across the street from St. Vincent's Hospital. That's a medical center that's handling over 100 of the dead, injured, and very badly burned here today. Basically, they ran out of supplies. They ran out of blood. They ran out of something called Silvadine, which treats burns. They have been raiding local pharmacies for more of that. They didn't have enough, so apparently now they've had more medical supplies brought in. As you can see, the sirens are going up and down the street right here. They have closed off all of 7th Avenue. That's one of the main thoroughfares in Manhattan. It runs right by the hospital. It also runs all the way down to Wall Street. So they are using this as an emergency corridor to ferry up the wounded and other casualties of this horrifying attack. We've been seeing police officers coming up and down here. The mayor was speeding by here earlier today. Also, New York City yellow cabs have been commandeered to bring in doctors and nurses. We've been seeing them come up and down here, going both ways on the street all this morning. Also, New York City buses are bussing in loads of doctors and nurses. They are calling now, hospital personnel are calling for clothing, because so many of the victims have had their clothing blown off them that they need extra shirts, pants, shoes, anything you have. They're asking for it here at St. Vincent's. They're also asking for type O positive blood. You can see behind me also the crowds are just waiting here for words of their loved ones. there is a makeshift information booth. I don't know if you can see that sign. It's just hand lettered. Things are happening so fast down here that they're trying to get the information out as fast as they possibly can. They set up a makeshift, almost card table, and a yellow sign just stuck on the wall of the hospital to let people know where the dead and injured are today. We were supposed to have a briefing about this at about 3 o'clock. Apparently, hospital staff are just so overwhelmed that they had to push that back until 4 o'clock, and we'll bring you the latest word from that as we know it. That briefing, again, has been pushed back until 4 o'clock. Hospital personnel just overwhelmed. They couldn't get it to us in time at 3 o'clock. But here's what we know. Over 100 injured, wounded, possibly dead are inside St. Vincent's. They have commandeered everything from hospital corridors to the hospital gym to serve as makeshift ERs. The entire trauma staff is on alert. They have a disaster plan in action. I talked to a doctor or two who was in there this morning. They said that things are actually pretty calm, that people have been trained for this, and they are doing exactly what they have been trained to do. They are dealing with the casualties as best they can, and apparently that effort is going well. But the problem has been supplies. Those are being trucked in as we speak. We just saw one of the pharmacies and food operations around here. They've been donating water. They've been donating sandwiches. That's just getting wheeled across the streets. As you can see, construction personnel are here to add more barriers to what is just sort of a siege mentality at the hospital. We've seen police lock this place down as if there is a bomb threat. There is not anything like that, but it is being treated as a scene of great trauma. Also, we should tell you that Cardinal Egan was here and may still be here. He is the Archbishop of New York. He has been offering prayers for all of the dead and wounded who have been streaming in and out of this hospital. He has been on scene along with other chaplains and spiritual leaders, as well as city leaders. We talked to the city controller, Alan Hevesy, earlier, who was talking about how there was hundreds of firefighters and policemen who started running towards one of the towers right after one of the disasters, and then they were not heard of again. He was down here to donate blood, but we are also hearing about the fate of those firemen and police officers who ran towards one of the towers in a rescue effort. And as you can hear, the dead and wounded keep coming in. There's more NYPD personnel streaming down this closed-off 7th Avenue. We should also tell you that this entire block area has been locked down, so if you have friends, relatives that you want to check in on, you have to call St. Vincent's Hospital. Listen in for the briefing later that they are saying now is at 4 o'clock, or call Cornell Medical Center, NYU, or any of the other burn centers within Manhattan. There are over 50 that are handling the massive amounts of casualties. We'll bring you the latest as we have it. Back to you.
All right, Molly Falconer, thanks very much. Want to bring you the latest bird's eye view of what's going on, at least in Manhattan, from our Dari Alexander, who is on the roof of our building here in Midtown. Dari?
Hello. You know, I just have to stop for a second and tell you, I was downstairs earlier. I was raised in New York. I am a New Yorker. I have to tell you that this is absolutely devastating. Devastating to New Yorkers to see the two tallest buildings that were tourist sites go down, to be hit by planes, not by accident, and then to see them crumble. It is an absolutely devastating thing. New Yorkers think of themselves as being strong, invincible. To see the city taken under siege like this is just, it is absolutely too much to handle. I was downstairs earlier and I was talking to people who were standing all around Fox Central to get the absolute latest. And everybody is just in shock. Nobody can believe that this is actually happening. Let's just take a look once again straight south at these two buildings. The smoke, just billowing, smoke throughout the sky. The Twin Towers were a great place to get a view of New York City skyline, to get a view of the harbor, the Statue of Liberty. Something else that was in that building, I know we talked about banking and security and all different businesses in that building. A famous restaurant, Windows on the World. I took a wine class there back in the early 90s. A fabulous, beautiful restaurant where people used to go to eat so they could see New York City. This was definitely a mainstay. People will not, it will take forever to get over it. I know a lot of people have been talking about the fact that some people knew some people who were in the building, others didn't know people in the building, but once again, this is something that everybody in New York feels, whether or not you knew them. The other thing that is just incredible is to think that there are warplanes flying all over over the sky throughout New York City. And I mean, this is not an air show. This is serious. The city is under siege, and we are seeing warplanes fly across the skies every few minutes.
All right, Daria Alexander, there on the roof of our building. Thanks very much. Yes, the entire air system in our nation has been shut down. No airplanes anywhere being allowed to take off. Those that were in the air today when this horrific terrorist attack went down were ordered to land immediately.
All right, we want to get more information as to who senior officials may think will be found responsible for this horrible act of terrorism. We want to go now on the phone to Lawrence Korb. He was the Assistant Secretary of Defense under Ronald Reagan. He is currently at the Council on Foreign Relations. Mr. Korb, thanks for being with us.
Nice to be with you.
We understand that at least 3 Palestinian groups, Hamas, the Islamic Jihad, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, they have all denied any responsibility for these terrorist acts. Some, actually a number of terrorist experts have said that they believe it is the work of Osama bin Laden. What do you think?
Well, he certainly has said he was going to do something, and so that would be logical to expect him to do it. We don't have any proof yet, but I imagine, given the fact that people had to get on these planes and, you know, buy tickets and stuff, we'll be able to establish that pretty clearly within a short amount of time.
I want to explain something to our viewers as they see this on the screen. Yasser Arafat, who is the Palestinian leader, has come out also condemning the attack and saying that he personally and his organization is shocked and horrified. So let us not misunderstand the pictures that we see on the screen. These are some Palestinians in parts of Israel celebrating the attack. We should make it clear that this is separate from the official response of Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat. Mr. Korb, a question about what we do in terms of a military response. People have already begun talking about when we are likely to respond, how we are likely to respond. From your term as the Assistant Secretary of Defense, explain to us how something like this works in terms of a response at the Pentagon.
Well, you have to find out who did it and you know, how you can get to them, but it's much easier said than done. We still haven't held anybody responsible for the blowing up of the USS Cole, the ship in Aden. We haven't punished those who blew up the Khobar Tower. That's the problem. It's not an individual nation. These are groups that cut across nations, and it's very, very hard to decide where to retaliate. They also hide themselves among civilians. This is not a large army. This is a comparatively small groups of people, and that's going to be the frustrating thing. We're going to want to do something, and it's going to be very hard to do it. When I was in government, we never were able to successfully retaliate for those who blew up the Marine barracks in Beirut in 1983. We never really did get those who did it.
Right. I want to ask you about something that we saw today. Fairly quickly after we saw these attacks, we saw the leaders of the Taliban government of Afghanistan rushing essentially out to cameras to condemn the attack. Even one of them said that he believed it was impossible for Osama bin Laden to have any sort of involvement with it. If one were being skeptical, one might think that they were simply trying to save their own necks because the United States government would be looking directly at Afghanistan for harboring bin Laden for so long. Well,
there's no doubt about that. The problem you're going to face is that it's going to be hard to establish a definite link between these people and bin Laden. I mean, bin Laden, you know, doesn't hold group meetings, you know, in his basement once a week. I mean, these are people that are connected to him with several cutouts all over the world. And as we saw in the recent trial here in New York City for those who blew up the American embassies in Africa back in '98, some of them said they were connected, others did not, and we couldn't bring him to trial. But there's no doubt that the Taliban government in Afghanistan doesn't want to be held responsible, because if this were directed by them or they had any complicity, we would have every right to go and basically inflict terrible damage on them.
And just to reiterate, the pictures that you're seeing on your screen today were taken in Palestinian neighborhoods. Palestinians there celebrating this strike at America. As Linda said earlier, Yasser Arafat, the Palestine Liberation Authority leader, condemned the attacks, but that is not preventing
I think there will be a bipartisan response to this. If we are serious about getting rid of terrorism, there's going to have to be some extraordinary powers granted to the president, and he will pursue these options and meet with the congressional leaders, and I think that there will be a bipartisan resolution, and the terrorists should know this. The United States has been hit before. We've been attacked before. We're going to lose more people today than we did in Pearl Harbor. We'll be back, and they ought to just know the perseverance of the American people and the will of the American people to overcome these challenges. This is unprecedented. We're in uncharted waters, and terrorism is a very nasty, ugly, evil business.
What do you do about keeping politics at bay when it's inappropriate, when Americans perhaps should be thinking and acting as one?
Well, I think this is a challenge that the president has, and I think he has already exhibited that in calling for unity. The president right now is focused on obviously getting the rescue mission underway as much as possible, giving as much federal assistance to Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani. He's also conversed with world leaders. I presume he's talked with congressional leaders. I know he's met or talked with his national security team. And the president will work to rally the nation. And that's why I think it is important, I really do think it's important that he return to the White House as soon as possible and to be able to address the nation, be able to meet in the Roosevelt Room or in the White House with his national security team and get the congressional leaders down there and begin to work on a response. And it should be a tough response. Don't forget this. This is an act of war against the United States of America, an act of war. And I don't say that lightly.
And we just don't know.
Business.
We just don't know exactly who the enemy is.
Well, we don't. That's the thing. You know, war has been declared upon us, but who's declared it?
Right. And that's why the situation is hardly Rooseveltian right now. It's just not that cut and dry.
No, it's not, and that's why I said that he's probably going to have to ask for some measures that he'd presume prefer not to ask for if we're going to deal with this. For example, you've got terrorist camps. We know where they are. We don't know whether they're involved, but we know where they are. One of the options that the president's going to have to will consider at a certain time, an appropriate time with consultation of Congress and others, is that do we give fair warning to those terrorist camps that either cease or desist, or we're going to do something about it. Well, these are the serious discussions that are going to go on in the White House with his national security team, with the congressional leaders, and with leaders around the world. And the world should rally behind the United States. I know that it's the United States that's being attacked, but the United States today, UK tomorrow, France, who knows where the terrorists would strike next.
Mr. Vice President, I want to thank you for coming on. Former Vice President Dan Quayle with us from Phoenix, Arizona this afternoon. Thank you, sir. A couple of notes. Let's show you the situation at the Pentagon. We're a few moments away. It's actually going to be because of the plane crash at the Pentagon, part of this coordinated attack. It is, we believe, going to be an outdoor Pentagon briefing. That will be a first in modern memory. But then again, this is a day for that. We are also looking at some new videotape of the extent of the damage at the Pentagon there on the right. Let's see. Tony Blair has banned all commercial aviation over London. We mentioned that earlier. We talked about cancellations. This is the kind of event this is, what has happened this week. For example, not that this is foremost among the cancellations this has caused, there will be no Tonight Show for the rest of the week. Major League Baseball will not play any scheduled games today or tonight. A lot of things are being reorganized, and as we mentioned, this is hard to put into the appropriate words, but a lot of people are girding for some very bad news. There is a chance that many members of New York's financial community, those people who make their living on and near and connected to Wall Street, are preparing to hear the very worst about friends and associates who may work in the upper floors of the World Trade Center, where some very big firms are headquartered. And this is one of the reasons this is such a tough day. While we await the Pentagon briefing, we're happy to be joined by our bureau chief in Washington and the moderator Meet the Press, Tim Russert. Tim, it bears repeating, right now the President of the United States is in an underground bunker in Omaha, Nebraska. Are we making too little of this, too much of this?
Brian, many people in Washington believed he would return from Florida and come here. Instead, he went first to Louisiana, to Barkley Air Force Base, and then to the Strategic Command in Nebraska. To them, that underscores that this threat is ongoing, that the president wants to monitor it from a safe location to make sure that, in fact, there is not a second wave. Hence his presence with the best minds of the U.S. military and the best technology. I can tell you, speaking to people in the in the intelligence community, in the legislative community, in the executive branch, they've concluded several things. One, note that all 4 flights that were hijacked were bound for California. The terrorists wanted the maximum amount of fuel on those planes to cause the worst damage. Secondly, all 4 planes were Boeing 757 or 767s. Folks at Boeing tell me that they have the same flight deck, that if you can fly one, you can probably fly the other. The hijackers avoided Airbuses or 737s. So there's a strong belief that the terrorists had training in flying airplanes. And in fact, they went on to underscore with me, the investigators, that it's difficult, in fact, to fly a plane right into the World Trade Center at that speed, or right into the Pentagon at that speed. You have to know what you're doing. And knowing American pilots as well as you do, the notion that one of our own would do something like that, as opposed to try to ditch it, is inconceivable to the people I've been speaking to. Lastly, they are very concerned here in Washington about our psyche, our nation, and how we view ourselves. They want to be able to say to the terrorists, you gave us your best shot, you hurt us, you killed some people, but we will be back stronger and better than ever. And we're going to return to a normal life as soon as we can. That's going to be difficult. You just read all the various cancellations. One I know about personally, the Congressional Medal of Honor winners. There are 149 still living in the 249 still living in the country. We're going to meet in Boston this weekend. That's now been canceled. No tougher band of men than those. But they realize trying to get there and conduct themselves in a convention would be extremely difficult.
Tim.
Financial centers may very well be closed the rest of the week. Brian, back to you.
Tim, Karen Hughes at the FBI, our first briefing of the day.
On the activities of the federal government in response to this morning's attacks on our country. As you heard from President Bush a short time ago, the federal government is acting to help local communities with search and rescue and emergency management operations, to take all appropriate precautions to protect our citizens, and to identify those responsible for these despicable attacks on the American people. While some federal buildings have been evacuated for security reasons and to protect our workers, your federal government continues to function effectively. We have a federal emergency response plan, and at President Bush's direction, we are implementing it. We began to implement it immediately after the first attack in New York this morning. We contacted American forces and embassies throughout the world and placed them on high alert. The United States Secret Service immediately secured the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the House, and they are all safe. They have also secured members of the National Security Team, the President's Cabinet, and senior staff. As you know, President Bush was in Sarasota, Florida when the first attack occurred this morning. Air Force One has now landed at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, and the President is in a secure location. He is in continuous communication with the Vice President and key members of his Cabinet and National Security Team. Vice President Cheney and our National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, are in a secure facility at the White House. I have just come from there. The Secretary of Transportation and other members of our White House senior staff are gathered at a command center there, and we are coordinating with other branches of our federal government. The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington from his trip to South America. President Bush is conducting a meeting of the National Security Council as we speak. They are meeting President Bush from his location and other members from different locations in Washington and other locations. As many of you have been reporting, the Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport. International flights were diverted to alternate locations outside of the United States. Transportation Secretary Mineta has directed the Federal Aviation Administration to suspend operations until at least noon tomorrow. So no airline flights will operate until at least then, and until the FAA announces that operations will be resumed. Secretary Mineta has also issued orders controlling the movement of all vessels in United States navigable waters. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has activated 8 urban search and rescue task forces in New York, and 4 of these highly trained teams are at work here in Washington at the Pentagon. Every federal agency has implemented continuity of operations plans to make sure the government continues to function effectively. While the markets closed today because of the situation in Manhattan, the United States financial system has continued to operate. Banks have been open all day. The Federal Reserve has operated regularly and continuously. The Department of Health and Human Services has mobilized medical personnel and supplies to provide help to local authorities who are working so diligently to respond and try to help the victims of these terrible attacks. President Bush has committed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to identify and bring to swift justice those responsible for these despicable attacks. The Department of Justice is setting up a hotline for families who fear that their relatives may have been victims of one of these attacks, and we will be announcing that telephone number shortly. Our fellow citizens and our freedom came under attack today, and no one should doubt America's resolve. President Bush and all our country's leaders thank the many Americans who are helping with rescue and relief efforts. We ask our fellow Americans for your prayers for the victims, for their families, for the rescue workers, and for our country. Thank you all very much, and we will continue to update you as information is available and confirmed.
When will the president return to the White House?
Tim Russert, are you still with us?
Yes, sir.
I have to ask you a style point. We've got the president in an underground bunker in Omaha, Nebraska, and the person calming the American people is Karen Hughes, a White House staff member. Is it fair to ask, where is Dick Cheney? Where is, at minimum, the National Security Advisor?
Counselor to the President, Karen Hughes, exactly right there, Brian, briefing from the Pentagon. The first question you heard being asked of Hughes as she walked from the podium was, why isn't the President coming back to Washington? Is he coming back to the White House? Ms. Hughes will say, I'm sure the President's conducting a national security meeting right now. That's the highest priority. I have little doubt that we will hear from the President of the United States certainly late this afternoon or this evening. It is absolutely mandatory that he address the nation, and I'm sure he'll do just that. Whether or not he should be doing so now, whether he should come back to Washington, I guess there'll be a lot of armchair quarterbacking and second guessing. But clearly, at this moment, at this crisis, the nation yearns for leadership and will be wanting to hear, and I assume we'll be hearing relatively soon from the President of the United States.
Will it be said that this is a case of forgetting who the customers are, and that you've got a nation full of shaken up people? Some kids have gone home from school, and as you mentioned, it might be nice to see that the top levels of government are functioning and up and running. It's very disconcerting and rare to not know where Air Force One is headed. How many times does that happen in a lifetime?
Certainly not in mine. I remember certainly some of the seismic events in my lifetime. The assassination of John Kennedy certainly was one, the bombing, Oklahoma bombing. And it is essential at those times of mourning and healing and crisis and tragedy that we be, in fact, bound together as an American family. But that's why I want to underscore when I asked people the question why the president had gone to Omaha rather than back to Washington, they said, we're not going to comment on any kind of security matters or precautions, but if we did not think there was a possibility of a continuing wave of perhaps more terrorism or violence, we wouldn't have taken that precaution or that step. We're going to have to wait to see just exactly what played out and why that decision was made.
Tim, these times also call for perspective, and I'm afraid the perspective is being made up as we go along here. There's no roadmap for this time.
Never. You know, when we think about Pearl Harbor, an analogy that's been used all day long, 2,400 Americans died at Pearl Harbor by an enemy we knew. It appears that today's death count is going to be in the thousands and injured far beyond that by someone that we can't put our hands around their neck. Although, Brian, many of the people I spoke to today are convinced that something was going to happen in the United States by a terrorist, they are stunned, absolutely bowled over by the magnitude and the precision of what we watched today. But they also think, because of the magnitude and precision, there will be footprints, and we will be able to ascertain who did this and with some sense of certainty. And then I believe you will see the whole force of the United States government and Democrats, Republicans, Independents, one nation saying, never again.
Tim, I said to somebody earlier, the anger that followed Pearl Harbor was manifested in the scene you saw like in Times Square in New York, young guys elbowing each other out of the way so they could have the honor of signing up to volunteer and go overseas. How do you reckon the anger will be manifested this time?
Oh, it is absolutely there. Everywhere I've called, everyone I've talked to, from United States senators, the high-ranking officials, the former officials, the first thing they said is, can you believe, and I'll say it, those bastards used all the fuel they could get to hurt as many and kill as many people as we could. People are outraged by this. They want to bring someone to justice, and there will be enormous pressure to do that. The key now is for the president and his team to reassure the nation that we are safe, we are secure, but we are going to be unrelenting in identifying and punishing those who did this to our fellow Americans.
Some will say that for that to happen, we got to see the American president. And Tim, perhaps you can expand on this. We say, without hyperbole, he was seen going into an underground bunker at this Air Force base in Omaha, Nebraska. Perhaps you can repeat why Omaha.
It is the strategic command center, Brian. It is the nerve center of all our very best technology. It is where any kind of attack would be orchestrated and begun. Normally, the president obviously would communicate by hotline or telephone or nuclear code. The fact that he is there underscores how seriously he and this administration are taking this crisis. The fact that Dick Cheney and Condoleezza Rice, the National Security Advisor, are together in a situation room in the White House underscores how serious this is. I believe that we saw Karen Hughes because people were looking for guidance, looking for information, wondering. We had heard from the mayor of New York, the governor of New York, where was the federal government in all this? We now have heard from a staff member of the president. I believe before too long we will hear once again from the President of the United States after he completes his national security meeting. It is not only important, it is his obligation. He is the commander-in-chief of our nation, a nation under attack, and we are looking for guidance and for ultimately for results.
And no president since FDR has been handed such a formidable domestic challenge as the one this young president from Texas has just been handed, Tim. And these are the times when Americans make flash, visceral, gut decisions. Do I like him or not? Am I confident that he is running the country or not? Do I feel safe? Is this a good time to raise children?
Did he lead us in this crisis, period? You know, suddenly, Brian, the Social Security lockbox and all the finger pointing over tax cuts is all so meaningless, so unimportant. This now is Americans under attack, and we are looking to a president to lead us at this critical time. And it's how people make
their judgments and take the measure of a person.
Largest office building collapses as hundreds flee that structure.
And then a half hour later, approximately 9:59 a.m., the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapses in an explosion of concrete, steel, glass, and humanity. 110 stories fall as one. The building, weakened by the impact of that first jet, can no longer support its weight.
So as people are rushing there to try and help those who are trying to escape, rescuers attempting to save those trapped in the second tower, it too collapses just a half hour later in a rain of concrete and steel spreading for blocks, showering down debris on the streets of Lower Manhattan below. The entire tip of Lower Manhattan engulfed in smoke and dust, all buildings obscured by the disaster. We're talking about a total of 425,000 cubic yards of concrete, 200,000 tons of steel, 43,000 windows totaling 600,000 square feet of glass. You can only imagine all of the people who are down below either trying to flee the area anyway, escape, or at least the rescuers trying to help those who were trying to leave. We must also mention that in a separate but apparently related crash, a fourth hijacked plane, a Boeing 757, crashed in western Pennsylvania this morning just southeast of Pittsburgh. In just the airplane crashes alone, the dead total 266. Michelle Caruso-Cabrera has been following the events of the day. Also, of course, as we are a financial network here, the impact on financial markets. She joins us with the latest. Michelle.
Thank you, Liz. As a result of the terrorist attack on America today, the SEC halted all trading in U.S. markets. International markets plunged while oil, gold, and bonds soared. It is unlikely the U.S. markets will reopen tomorrow. There will be a conference call 2 hours from now to decide just that. Part of the issue, the lack of infrastructure resulting from the bombing. Morgan Stanley Dean Witter had a very large office in the towers at the World Trade Center. Cantor and Fitzgerald's headquarters are at the top of the North Tower. Oppenheimer Funds had 5 floors in the South Tower. Across the street at the World Trade Center was the New York Mercantile Exchange, where oil, gold, and futures contracts are traded. Very unlikely they can return there tomorrow as well. Bank of America, Deutsche Bank also have offices in that area. Keefe, Bruyette & Woods, a small firm which covers the financial industry, also has offices in the towers. International markets plunged in the wake of the news. Frankfurt's DAX 30 dropped 9%, its biggest one-day drop ever. The Paris CAC fell 7.4%, London's FTSE 5.7%, Stockholm's market plunging 7.5%, and in Amsterdam the AEX fell 7%, Milan's MIB 30 dropped 7.8%, and the Toronto Stock Exchange plunged 4% before trading was halted. Brent crude, however, surged today more than $3 to $30.65 a barrel. That is a 12% gain. The fear is that hostilities resulting from this terrorist attack will curtail the supply of oil. Spot gold climbed to $290 an ounce. Unlike a futures contract, spot gold is for delivery right now. People chasing the hard commodity to have it on hand because it is seen as stable in times of chaos. Also in the search for safety, Treasury surged, especially short-term notes. And there are expectations for a massive short covering rally in the natural gas market once that reopens here. Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan is in Switzerland for a meeting there. He tried to come back when news of the attack broke, but his plane was turned back as part of the lockdown on U.S. airports. His whereabouts are being kept secret. The Federal Reserve said it is ready to provide liquidity to the nation's banks if needed. And we will keep you up to date on any overseas trading. The bond continues to trade overseas, as do a number of commodities. That's it from here. That's today's play-by-play. Back to you, Tyler and Liz.
Michelle, thank you very much. Maria Bartiromo was right in the area of the World Trade Center during those attacks this morning at her normal place in the New York Stock Exchange. She was covered in debris and ran for cover along with other folks. She is now safely at the New York Stock Exchange, where she has spent the afternoon reporting for us. Maria, describe the physical and emotional sensations, what you saw, what you felt, and the reaction at the exchange. We don't have Maria Bartiromo, I'm sorry to say.
Well, of course, the big aspect.
Most of us can remember and has witnessed more of these terrorist attacks than any of us should experience. He joins us now to talk about this one. Good evening, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening. Thank you.
Before, sir, we get to any of the specific questions, let me just ask you first, if I may, for a reaction to what has taken place here.
Our heart is with America, and our heart is with the thousands of families that have lost their children, their brothers, mothers. For Israel, it's a day of mourning. We announced that tomorrow the whole nation will be mourning. And I'm sure that as bitter and painful the event is, the only one that can save humanity from this terrible danger is the United States of America. It was not an attack only upon America, but an attack upon civilization, an attempt to introduce the rules of jungle in our life, not to permit people to fly freely, to walk safely, to be assured at the places they live. It is like a declaration of war or an introduction of a terrible arm, and we have to draw all the conclusions fully, uncompromisingly, and right away.
Sir, you have been a soldier, a leader of a country. You have been privy to some of the most detailed intelligence reports there are out there. Are you surprised by the sophistication that must have been at play to carry out these attacks?
It's a sophistication of the most evil kind. You know, only evil people can arrive to such a sophistication. And the measures must be radical as the evil itself. I think what should be done is to identify every country that hosts or supports terror and declare those countries as terrorist countries. I think there must be a call to all religious leaders, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, to condemn fully, without an excuse, all the suicidal bombers, suicidal persons, who in order to kill others, they kill themselves. It's against the basis of our life. It's against the gospels of every believer. And then again, we have to organize ourselves globally, because we are going over from a world of enemies, where you have had armies to face them, to a world of global dangers that we don't have yet neither a strategy nor an army to stop it. We have to get ourselves organized properly and fully and immediately.
Mr. Foreign Minister, I hope you'll answer this. Let me ask it anyway. Did the government of Israel have any intelligence prior, any indications prior that something like this might happen?
Not specifically. We have had warnings, and there are all the time warnings, but we know, and all of us are aware of some of the addresses from where terror can origin. But anyway, I don't have any specific information, and I wouldn't like to blame anybody without full knowledge.
I understand that, and let me then, just for the record, ask the logical follow-up, which is, since the attacks themselves, has Israeli intelligence picked up any information that suggests who might be involved in this?
Any information we shall have, we shall hand over immediately to our American friends. And we also send right now, you know, a plane with our rescue team, which is already on the way. Whatever we shall be able to do, we can do, in order to be of help, we shall do it full-heartedly, without any reservations. Permit me to say that today each of us feels American, like an American, with all the seriousness, all the pains, and all the determination.
Sir, do you have any doubt in your mind that the root of this attack on the United States today, the root of it took place in the Middle East, that the events in the Middle East, the organizations in the Middle East, do you believe that to be the case?
I think we have to bring an end to the conflict in the Middle East, but you know, there were already acts of terror in the United States disconnected from the Middle East, and there are in many other places the same story. We have to put an end to terror, because it's a danger to every person and every country, no matter where it is. So the reasons are important, but the attraction to use terror in order to kill in order to threaten is existing everywhere. It's not connected to a specific case or specific place.
Sir, thank you. Shimon Peres, the Israeli foreign minister, a long time Israeli leader in any number of governments, joining us from Jerusalem tonight, where it is a little bit after 11 o'clock, about 10 minutes after 11. Thank you, sir, for joining us. We are getting information now that one of the other buildings, Building 7, in the World Trade Center complex, is on fire and has either collapsed or is collapsing. And you, to be honest, can see these pictures a little bit more clearly than I. But building number 7, one of the buildings in this very large complex of buildings that is the Trade Center, there were, and that is the right way to put it, there were the 2 towers, but then there are a number of support buildings around it, retail spaces, restaurants, office space, garages. The trains come in from New Jersey, bringing commuters, taking commuters back, come into the complex that is the World Trade Center. And now we are told that there's a fire there, and that building may collapse as well, as you can see. We can see, as we look now back downtown, we can see the billowing smoke. It is extraordinary to us, I guess, is how long this scene has gone on. The smoke has not cleared at all. It has not lightened at all. There was that horrific moment when the towers collapsed, and then we've been in this sort of situation ever since, as the fires continue to burn. Rose Arce, one of our producers who has been slowly and diligently making her way to the building, described the fires that she saw in the area of the towers themselves, and clearly those fires continue to burn at about 4:15 Eastern Daylight Time today, in an unbelievable and awful scene in New York. Judy?
Aaron, for those of us who don't know that area of Lower Manhattan, you are explaining something that is important, because I think the belief had been that there were just the 2 towers, but you're now telling us that there are several other buildings that make up the complex of buildings. And as Aaron is just saying, and we're hearing for the first time, one of these support buildings is on the verge of collapse, if it has not already collapsed. It looks to me, as it may to Aaron as well, with these live pictures, that smoke is so black that it may be the result of a fresh part of this terrible disaster. But it is only speculation at this point. We evidently don't have anyone on the phone down there that we can get to right this moment. But of course, when we do, we will tell you what is going on. We do know that every effort is being made by New York emergency authorities to get people out. But you also heard our producer Rose Arce say not too long ago that even the emergency personnel cannot get close because debris is falling at a steady rate within a 2-block radius around the Trade Center, and even their most heartfelt efforts to get in there and rescue people, they just can't do it because the risk is too great. We're going to continue to watch this horrific scene in New York City as we bring you up to date on what has been happening here in Washington. The Congress would have been in session today. In fact, it was gaveled to order this morning. At least that's my understanding. But members of Congress, after these buildings were hit, were quickly evacuated. And some of them have been gathering. There was report not too long ago that at 6 o'clock today Eastern Time that there would be a conference call of the congressional leadership to assess the catastrophe of today and to consider when the United States Congress should meet again. As of now, the Capitol was largely evacuated. CNN's Kate Snow is at a location near the Capitol, and she's been talking constantly to members and to members of the staff. Kate, what are you learning?
Judy, we are still under a lockdown at the Capitol. We've been told that Senator Lott and Senator Daschle would like to call the Senate back into session this afternoon. They would like to do that. Whether that's going to be a possibility is unclear at this point. Joining me here a couple of blocks away from the Capitol is Senator Bob Graham. Democrat from Florida and the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. You hold a position where you are in the know, Senator. Tell us, what do you know at this point about the events that have transpired today? Have you been briefed yet?
Kate, we're about to have a briefing. The head of the CIA has been briefing the cabinet and the other key officials to the president this afternoon, and he's going to be talking to members of Congress on the intelligence committees and leadership shortly.
It's been reported, our David Ensor has reported, that there are strong indications that this could be linked to Osama bin Laden. Do you personally believe that that could be the case?
Kate, I think it's premature to start naming a prime suspect. If you'll recall, after the Oklahoma City bombing, there was an early identification of an Arab group that had done it. Turned out to be false. Let's withhold until we get a little more information. My own sense is that there are not very many groups around the world who have the capability of planning, coordinating, and executing a terrorist attack of this sophistication.
You are constantly being briefed by the FBI, by the CIA, by the National Security Agency. You are one of the senators that knows the most about our national security. Do you believe that there was any advance warning of this attack?
No. If there had been advance warning, there would have been steps taken to have interdicted it. There had been a general threat warning that there was a greater likelihood of some terrorist attack somewhere in the United States, but it was not at a sufficiently detailed level to allow for some response.
And when was that general warning?
Early in the summer, there was a general announcement of an increase in threat level for terrorism.
And were there changes made then to our security? Tell me about that.
Yes, there were general steps taken in terms of our intelligence gathering, particularly related to those that we had the highest level of suspicion, greater security at key vulnerable areas, and I'm certain that the military was placed at a somewhat higher level of alert.
Were you then surprised as you sat in your office? You told me you were here this morning, you were on Capitol Hill when the first word started coming down about what happened in New York. Were you surprised?
Well, the answer is I was shocked at what actually happened, that the extent of it, the gruesomeness, the audaciousness of this kind of an aerial attack against some of our best known symbols of America. I was not surprised that there was an attack, was surprised at the specificity of this one.
Does the Senate now, to show that the Senate can get on with business and that the U.S. Congress has not been impeded, do you think the Senate ought to come back and get back to business to send that signal?
Well, I think first, as all Americans, we need to extend our sympathy to the families that have been so tragically affected by this. We also need to send a signal to the world that a group of terrorists cannot intimidate the greatest democracy in the history of the globe, and that we will continue to carry out our responsibilities.
And at this briefing, you told me within the hour, before 5 o'clock Eastern, you expect to talk not only with intelligence, FBI, but also with your colleagues, the leadership. And I understand some decisions are going to be made about how to proceed from here.
Well, I think what we'll be getting at this briefing is some more detail as to what happened today. But there clearly are some things that we have known that need to be undertaken for our long-term protection. For instance, we need to make a greater investment in human intelligence. That's old-fashioned spies that can get close to a terrorist, find out what their intentions and motivations are. We need to see that our technical ability to gather information stays as world-class as it has been for the last 50 years, and we need to close the gap between the amount of information we gather and that which we're able to analyze and convert into useful intelligence.
Okay, Senator Bob Graham, Democrat from Florida, the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, joining us here. He's about to receive a briefing, Judy, and we will get back to you with word when we know more from here. Judy?
All right, Kate, we've been listening closely to what Senator Graham was saying, and I would just remind everyone, if they haven't already taken note of this, that this week is actually the anniversary of the Camp David Accords. Those took place back in 1978. 23 years ago, over a period of about a little more than a week, between September 5th and about the 17th. This was the framework for peace in the Middle East, an agreement between Israel and Egypt that many of the more hardline Arab states said they would never forgive Egypt and certainly Israel for doing this. They felt betrayed by it, and there are those today suggesting perhaps that had something to do with the timing, although at this point it would be purely speculation to say one way or another. You're continuing to see pictures of the terrible devastation in New York City in the aftermath of the 2 airplanes that flew into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. There are adjacent buildings, part of the World Trade Center complex, that are still very much at risk. One of these buildings may have collapsed or may be in the process of collapsing. Aaron Brown, back to you.
I witnessed the enormous sound of the second tower actually.
How many blocks are you at this point?
About 2 blocks away, and then this cloud begins to come at you.
Whoa.
Just go. I was standing there with a cop and a fireman. There were probably about 20 people behind us, and you know, the cops were saying, get back, and suddenly they started to run, and I realized that was a good time to run.
What was that cloud? Was ashes and debris, and was it?
I don't know. It was ash, it was concrete, it was rebar, it was glass. I just turned a corner seconds before that cloud caught up with me and got blown across the street into a car. And
you got blown across the street into a car?
Oh, absolutely. And then crawled under the car because there were huge chunks of stuff falling all around us, and it was pitch black. I mean, black like I've never seen black. And, you know, you couldn't breathe. I was lucky enough to, you know, be down low and keep my mouth covered, and for probably 2-3 minutes it was pitch black, and you could begin to hear people, you know, moaning. Everyone was just in shock, and you know, miraculously I still had the camera around my neck, and I literally just sort of crawled off away from the scene, you know, and I was blessed. You know, nothing really happened to me, and there were lots of people that they needed to take care of, so I just walked uptown.
What was the atmosphere like after that, in terms of what you saw on people's faces, what people were doing in that area once that building collapsed and you tried to get out of there?
I mean, that was really the third strike, you know. You know, there had been a plane crash, then there had been a second crash, you know, and I was beginning to feel like they were getting it under control a little bit. As out of control as the situation was, the police and the firemen were just, you cannot emphasize what an incredible job they were doing and how brave they were. And they were moving people away, and it was beginning to, you know, it was out of control, but it was beginning to get organized a little bit. They were clearing the streets. And then that building went. I mean, it was a surprise to me. It may not have been to people who knew, but
well, it seems as there was absolutely no warning. I mean, we were having a live interview on the air when it just collapsed behind them, and we could hear the screams then.
We've been listening to the coverage of WNBC-TV here in New York. They have been covering what is the biggest local news story in the city of New York for several decades. It's likely, certainly in terms of what we fear and believe will be the death toll when all of this is over. There is still, it should be pointed out, a substantial smoke plume. This is from several miles away, mind you, as we look at lower Manhattan. There is still a substantial fire, and you heard one of their correspondents saying that really it is true that in some sections of New York still at this late hour nobody moves. Nobody gets in, nobody goes out. Tunnels and bridges have been closed, traffic at a standstill, and of course our thoughts and prayers are with those who are perhaps struggling for life in the New York area hospitals, and those who weren't so fortunate in this attack today, the worst in American history. As you may know, there has been much speculation, and it will continue, on who may be responsible for this. One U.S. official was quoted early today as saying at the top of the suspect list has to be Osama bin Laden. We are joined from London by Alex Standish, who is an expert on bin Laden with Jane's Intelligence Digest, an editor there.
Attribution. Is there a talk of striking back? Is there talk of figuring out, even though we didn't know this one was coming, maybe figuring out exactly who's responsible in hitting back.
Oh, absolutely. The rhetoric that one hears from lawmakers talking about this as deplorable and despicable is evident. I'm going to try to put Anne-Marie Willis, our camera person, through her paces here. Forgive us for the quality of this shot because we have some arriving dignitaries as part of this upcoming security briefing. You see, obviously, a large contingent of Secret Service, U.S. Marshals, various officials as they prepare for yet another dignitary to arrive here. About 25 lawmakers, senators and Republicans alike, had a conference call with the Republican and Democratic leadership, who, as we said earlier, are not actually at the Capitol. They are in a secure location somewhere else. And now we see Hillary Rodham Clinton, the junior senator from New York, who is going in for the briefing. Of course, Mrs. Clinton, as the former First Lady, does in fact have her own Secret Service contingent. She doesn't normally have that detail with her at the Capitol, or at least it is very, very nondescript and discreet because she wants to appear like the rest of her colleagues to be little more than just an average U.S. senator, if there can be such a thing. But as you see, more and more lawmakers streaming in for this very important briefing, perhaps for them the first definitive information as to exactly what's going on. And yet earlier, when some of them came out to talk to us, it was very clear that the information that they're getting is very spotty. Obviously, the investigation is still only in its first few hours, and the most critical information sure to go to the president and the administration. Lawmakers waiting for any insight, any information. And John, as to your question about talk of retribution, at this point there is across the board decrying of all of this, but as to retribution, lawmakers particularly careful not to make any overt suggestions and lay blame. There are obviously a lot of suspicions that this may be something from Islamic fundamentalists, someone from the Arab world, or the types of terrorists who have tormented the U.S., whether it was in Yemen when the USS Cole was bombed or elsewhere. But they're also cautious to say it's still very early, and that type of speculation could prove unwarranted, notwithstanding all the signals that they are very suspicious that that's in fact where the blame may lie.
Carl Cameron live on Capitol Hill. Carl, thank you very much. The first plane hit the first World Trade Center tower shortly before 9 a.m. More than 7 hours later, there are still flames. We have correspondent David Lee Miller on the scene. David?
Hi, Linda. That's right. At this hour, the fire still continues to burn. You can take a look behind me. You can see a great deal of black smoke, a huge plume of black smoke that you can see throughout all of lower Manhattan. We are told by one firefighter source that a building identified as Trade Center number 7 is in danger of collapse. We are told that engineers have gotten as close as they can to the building, and that this building is on fire, and that there is a chance that this building could give way. And we are told that if it does, they expect that it would collapse in a southerly direction. The World Trade Center towers fell northerly. This would fall in the opposite direction. Right now, they are doing their best to try and contain the situation. Emergency vehicles are on the scene. The streets to lower Manhattan are effectively sealed off to all pedestrian traffic. The only thing allowed down here are a few media vehicles and, of course, firefighters, police, and EMS. Now, Mayor Giuliani held a news conference a short time ago. He said that as many as 200 people have been critically hurt. In total, right now, 600 taken to area hospitals. The big question, though, at this hour, how many people are actually entombed, are trapped in the rubble? Now, we believe that a great many of those who are trapped are some of the emergency workers themselves. I was here shortly after 9 o'clock this morning. Police and fire were racing to the scene, and that, of course, soon thereafter is when the buildings themselves began to give way. I was a few blocks away. One of the buildings collapsed. I ran, as did a number of the police and fire who were in the nearby streets, but a great many officers, New York's finest and New York's bravest, were trapped inside. A number of people fled thinking that they were not going to get out of here alive. Now, if you take a look at the streets in lower Manhattan, they are littered now with women's shoes, and that's because so many people here fled the scene. Women fled the scene. They discarded their high heels, and they just wanted out of here as fast as they could. Now, we are told that the scene at St. Vincent's Hospital has received most of the injured. If you take a look at the hospital itself, outside there are dozens and dozens of gurneys. Most of them are still empty. There are nurses, doctors. I even saw a priest, and they are bracing for a very busy night. And one interesting aside to all this, when I was here this morning, there was a great deal of disbelief about what had happened. It slowly began to turn to shock. A lot of people were crying, and now with each passing minute, more and more people are outraged, and they are demanding some type of retribution. Back to you.
David, just hang on a second. We're going to go now to Neil Cavuto downstairs for an update on the New York markets, and I guess, Neil, maybe the world markets reacting to all of this.
You're right, John. They, no surprise, never opened today, and they're not opening tomorrow. The New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, the American Stock Exchange. I might throw in the New York Mercantile Exchange, which was housed in that left tower there, the one that was on smoke, not the one that was hit by that plane, Tower 1, will be closed tomorrow as well. This is the first time in stock market history they have been closed this long in the event of a national disaster. But the New York Stock Exchange saying it will not open for business. This is as much technical as anything else. The lines that allow for something called cross-trading between the various exchanges and the futures markets, this all seems arcane, are down because the World Trade Center is no more. So there is no effective way now to trade stocks or futures. You can't trade in the metals, you can't trade in the oils. And the better part of valor for a lot of these guys earlier today, those who had connections to foreign markets, was to bid up the price of oil and gold, John. And in fact, those were rocketing today as really one of the few places, or a couple of the few places, to put their cash. But the financial markets, as much really representative of symbolically what's going on here, will not be open tomorrow either. So whoever committed this heinous act today, if the gist was not only to cause tremendous physical damage and obviously a tremendous loss of life, they have also cut the financial capital of the world to the core. It will not be open for business. Indications are now, we're told, from New York Stock Exchange officials that they will try for Thursday morning at the normal time. But keep in mind this will affect global trading because everything pretty much hinges on the big boy in town, New York. Again, the major exchanges closed today. They will be closed again tomorrow.
Neil, the exchanges, the major corporations that are in that building must know something about the survival of their own people. Is any word leaking out from those companies that had hundreds, if not thousands, in that building, what they think or know about the fate of their employees?
Well, you know, it's a good question, John. I wish I could tell you because I have a lot of close friends, many I've known for the past 20 years in my reporter days, having frequently gone to those two towers, who I cannot contact, and I've tried the better part of the day to get in touch with them. We've gotten no word from Morgan Stanley, Dean Witter. We've gotten no word from a lot of folks I know at the New York Mercantile Exchange who trade in the oils and the futures markets that set the price of even the gasoline that we get at the pumps many times. No word from our folks at Cantor Fitzgerald, the big financial services firm, or Keefe Bruyette Woods, the big financial services concern, or Allstate Insurance. No indication as yet how far or extensive the damage was, or how people we've routinely had on this network and on my show over the past 5 years of this network and many years before that are even alive. So when these huge institutions, which play a vital role in the world capital markets, are not being heard from, you always fear for the worst. You hope for the best, but you fear for the worst. And I got to tell you, John, I have many, many dear and close friends and associates and contacts, none of whom I've heard from today.
You know, Neil, we're going to hear a lot more about this in the next couple of days, and we're hoping for the best for everybody. Linda.
Also there is movement from the President of the United States. He apparently has wrapped up a National Security Council meeting that he was conducting via phone at Offutt Air Force Base. There you see Air Force One in the air. He is headed back to the White House. We learned from Karen Hughes, senior advisor to the President, that Vice President Cheney and National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice were already at a secure facility inside the White House, as are other senior White House staffers. Apparently, it has been decided that the President will go back there, join them as they continue to formulate a response to this. Another key player here, the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, he is not at the White House. He is at the Pentagon, even though there was a plane crash earlier there today. His office specifically not affected, so he remains there. But again, after finishing up a National Security Council meeting via secure phone at Offutt Air Force Base in Omaha, Nebraska, the President now is en route back to Washington, D.C., presumably headed toward the White House to that secure facility where Vice President Cheney and National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice are already waiting.
Linda, joining us now, Senator James Inhofe of Oklahoma, who is on the Senate Armed Services Committee. Senator, thanks very much for joining us. We evidently didn't know this was coming. Does that mean we won't be able to find out who did it?
Well, for one thing, I hope there's a wake-up call here, John, because, you know, ever since in the last 10 years of the decimation of our military, along with that is the intelligence budget. So we don't have the intelligence that we need. And I think that that's going to be a response to this tragedy, is that we're going to start rebuilding both our defense system and our intelligence. You got to keep in mind that anyone who would fly an airplane into the World Trade Center would also deploy a missile at the United States. We're dealing with that kind of a mentality. So I hope this serves as a wake-up call to start a massive rebuilding of our defense system and our intelligence system.
Senator, it is not. Earlier we heard from the chief representative of the Palestinian Authority in the United States. He said they didn't have anything to do with it. Maybe you could say, well, gee, it would be kind of tough for the Palestinians to learn how to fly a 757. But it's pretty easy to identify what countries could train people to fly a 757, to fly it into the World Trade Center after it had been hijacked. That list comes to mind to nearly anybody. Is that who we're going to be looking at?
Well, we don't really know. People talk about bin Laden. They talk about the obvious ones out there. One of the things that I would recall to your attention is the footage that you had on Fox News of the Palestinians celebrating the death of these thousands of Americans just a few minutes ago. And as to who has the capability, you know, you can hire that, John. You can. There are people out there on the market who can do that. This was well thought out, and it's one that was the professionals executed.
Well, so what happens? I mean, do we sit here and say, okay, we've got to investigate this and figure out who it is, and then we'll send FBI agents around the world and gather up the suspects and have a 2-year trial and, like Ramzi Youssef, put somebody in jail? Or do we launch our military might?
No, we launch immediately, but you don't know who. People say, is this war? Yeah, it's an active war, but you can't declare a war until you know who the adversary is. We don't know who the adversary is right now. The first thing that has to be done is learn who the adversary is. It's either going to be state-sponsored or not state-sponsored. At least this would be my opinion. And your response would be different in each way. So, yes, we need to act immediately. I think you're going to see that we have a president who's on his way back to Washington as we speak. He was going to be very decisive as soon as we launch everything we can to determine who it is and who's responsible.
All right, Senator James Inhofe of Oklahoma on the Senate Armed Services Committee, thanks very much for joining us. Right now we're going to Professor
Barry Levin. He's of the University of California. He is a renowned terrorism expert. As they, of course, the main job here at the White House, or at the White House right now, is to figure out who might be responsible for this massive act of terrorism. Professor, thanks for being with us. You have obviously done a lot of study on any organization that could be responsible, that could have the kind of network that would carry out something like this. Who do you think is prime suspect number one?
Well, there are a handful of organizations. I think, obviously, Osama bin Laden is at the top of the list. Let me just say that we have to look at a couple of things. We have to look at who has a motive. There are tons of people throughout the world who do not like the United States. So there are a bunch of those kind. But who would have the opportunity and the means? That narrows it up a bunch. And I think one of the things that we've been seeing over the last couple of decades has been a decline in state-sponsored terrorism and an increase in these smaller, autonomous, but very well funded and expert organizations like bin Laden. That being said, I'd like to point out that we've been having an air attack going on against Iraq for some time. It hasn't gotten a lot of coverage, but we've been doing overflights practically daily now, so certainly that regime would also possibly have a motive, but right now it's pure speculation. The thing here that I think points to a Middle Eastern connection is the fact that we've seen similar activity like this in the past. Let me give you an example. About a decade ago, there was a plan to blow up 9 American airliners over the Pacific. That was thwarted by our law enforcement and intelligence community. In addition, recently, we've been starting to see an uptick in the anti-American rhetoric, and importantly, too, and this was something that we've noticed throughout those of us who monitor this stuff, that American-related targets were hit in Israel. The Sparrow restaurant was a heavily trafficked tourist destination in a part of Jerusalem that had Americans there.
All right, Professor, I mean, I understand that, but you have to really narrow it down to which organization. I mean, we're putting pieces together here. Whoever planned this has to have people, number one, who can probably fly planes, but people who are so skilled that they can hijack not one but 4 commercial airliners at once. They can get through extensive airport security in Boston, at Dulles Airport in Virginia, at Newark Airport in New Jersey. What kind of organization is that well coordinated that can do this?
Well, I think we have organizations, but the fact of the matter is they have offshoots. So you can have someone who might throw somebody $1 million and say, learn what you have to learn to attack the great Satan, and try and keep enough distance so that it's hard to find out who it is.
Well, let me take you back to this plan. When you were talking about a decade ago, and I remember what you're talking about, there was this plan coordinated to blow up 9 American airliners over the Pacific. It was thwarted. Who was behind it?
Fundamentalists from the Middle East.
Okay.
We're behind that. You know, additionally, look, there are a lot of people who don't like the United States, and I think right now, certainly bin Laden's at the top of the list for someone who has this kind of visceral hatred and the kind of money and planning and professionalism behind him, but I don't want to take out of the range of possibilities the fact that there might be intermediaries who might have been funded by someone who has the money, but not as directly connected as you might think. The new face that we're seeing today with terrorism are these terrorists that are not necessarily state-sponsored, but sponsored by mentors like bin Laden and the like.
Professor Brian Levin, terrorism expert at the University of California, thank you.
Thank you.
We're joined now by Pat Robertson, coming to us from, I'm not quite sure where you are, Mr. Robertson.
I'm in Virginia Beach.
All right, good to see you. Of course, I think I know your reaction to this. I would expect your reaction to be a total revulsion. But what do you make of it?
Well, John, you know, we operated a television station in southern Lebanon since 1982 that was overrun by the Hezbollah. We've seen bombings. Our studio was car bombed a couple of times. We've been the victim of a mortar attack, etc. So we've seen these people operate. They were funded out of Iran through Syria. I've been twice with Yasser Arafat. Seen how heavily armed they are in Bethlehem, and I was just over in Israel, you know, at the end of July, and I saw what was necessary. The Israelis are under terrific pressure, and I knew they had to move in against the PLO, and when they did that, we would see Hamas, the Islamic Jihad, and these other groups come against America. I knew it. I told our staff on Labor Day that it was going to happen, and it happened just a little bit faster than I thought.
Well, Mr. Robertson, I got to say, yeah, the Hamas and the Islamic Jihad, and they can all drive Ryder trucks loaded with bombs. Yeah. And they can all go in a building with a bomb strapped to them. In this case, one has to believe at this point, until somebody proves it, that a terrorist got behind the yoke of the airplane and flew it into those targets. Who can do that?
Well, if you have $100 million, you can train a lot of pilots, and I think Osama bin Laden has $100 million plus. There is no doubt that the Gulf Arab states are funneling money into terrorist organizations. As a matter of fact, the Hamas is working out of Dallas, Texas. They had a big fundraiser. They take tens of millions of dollars out of the United States, money laundering out of here. So with that kind of money, you can set up training camps, you can hire pilots, and once an extremist gets the idea that if he blows up the great Satan, he's going to spend eternity in paradise with all those pretty women and everything that they promise them, then getting 4 suicide pilots isn't all that tough.
Pat Robertson, we thank you very much for your time. We need to go now to Senator Joe Lieberman of Connecticut. He's with us on the phone. Senator, we understand that there has been a meeting at the Capitol Hill Police headquarters of some leaders from Congress. What can you tell us?
Oh, there were between 25 and 30 of us members of the Senate who were over there this afternoon after we evacuated our respective office buildings, so just following events and talking to one another, and I think it's important to say that, you know, we're united, obviously, across party lines. The country draws together at a moment like this. Our hearts are heavy Our prayers go out to the families of those that suffered today. And our resolve is strong. And in the end, we reached out and called Senator Daschle and Senator Lott, our leaders. We expressed those feelings to them, and we urged them to bring us back in a session as soon as is possible from a security point of view, not for a legislative matter, a big open debate, but just to make clear, not to the American people, but also to those who have struck us today, that we may have been hit, but the American government, it's on its feet. And we're together, and we're going to go forward together and find who did this and make them pay for it.
Some individual lawmakers have called this an act of war. Is there a consensus among you?
Well, we live in such a strange age that it's hard to declare an act of war when you don't know who struck you yet. But by every measurement of what we know as war, and even looking back over our history, we have never been hit like this before. You'd have to go back, I think somebody said to me earlier, to the War of 1812 to think about attacks in Washington. And of course, sadly, the deaths that resulted today are probably greater than that. This really is another day that will live in infamy.
Is there a plan for Congress to go back to some level of work tomorrow just to show that the United States government has not been shut down despite these attacks?
Yes, indeed. That's the last we heard from our leaders, and we're all, very few of us left the Hill, though we left the Capitol in our office buildings. And we're ready to go back at a moment's notice whenever the security agencies tell us it's safe to do so.
Could you possibly imagine something like this to write about?
No, one of the problems with being a writer of fiction is that you can't keep up with all the madmen in the world as much as you try. And I frankly would have thought that this was not a credible threat to have 4 separate people decide to commit suicide in the same way on the same morning.
Why not?
Because ending your own life is not something the average person does. You know, everybody's assuming these are Islamic terrorists. Well, if so, they've defiled their own religion. You know, Islam does not permit suicide. It says you go to hell if you do something like this.
But we see suicide bombings in the Middle East and in Israel. And
Judy, we saw people in Northern Ireland, Catholics acting like savages and Protestants acting like savages. So anyhow, we have people who call themselves Muslims acting like savages. It happens. It's not because of their religion. It's because they're fools.
What does this say now? I mean, you've done a lot of reporting. I mean, you not only write fiction, you do a lot of reporting from inside the intelligence community, inside the military community. What does this say about how prepared we are as a country?
Well, people always ask a kind of a question when things go wrong, but you don't ask the question when things go right, and the reason is you can't tell when things go right in that business. Well, one of the things I've been saying for a lot of years is that we need to upgrade the human capability, human intelligence capabilities in CIA and the rest of our intelligence community, because you can do a lot with satellites, you can do a lot with eavesdropping techniques, but you can't find out what's in a person's mind except by talking to that person. And so the agency needs to increase its human intelligence capability. The CIA has about 20,000 employees, less than 1,000 of whom are actually field intelligence officers. That number should be at least doubled. But yeah, America as a nation doesn't love our intelligence community, and certainly the news media does not love our intelligence community.
I'm going to interrupt you, Tom Clancy. I'm told Aaron Brown in New York has a development. Aaron?
Well, Judy, just in the last few seconds, another building, we will speculate carefully here that there was building number 7, one of the buildings in support of the World Trade Center towers has collapsed. Those of you who have been with us for a while, you can see indeed that the smoke color has changed has gotten much lighter. So we believe that yet another building, this would be the 3rd building, has collapsed. Likely building number 7, although we also heard that there were problems at building number 5, and it's possible that one went down too. But again, another building in the Trade Center complex appears now to have caved in after these attacks. Judy?
Aaron, we're looking at these pictures, Tom Clancy and I, as we sit here in the Washington studio, and just as I come back to Tom Clancy, I want to read just a portion of a statement issued by Secretary of State Powell, Colin Powell, calling these attacks a terrible tragedy. terrible tragedy befallen not just my nation, but all the nations of this region, all the nations of the world, all those who believe in democracy. Tom Clancy, you were saying, sure, we can ask these questions about failed security, failed intelligence when things go wrong, but we have every right to ask these questions,
Well,
don't
no,
we?
the First Amendment, you have a right to say anything you want, but as a practical matter, one of the things we have to do, if you want to prevent things like this from happening, is you build up your defenses. And your first line of defense against terrorism is an intelligence gathering capability. Now, when was the last time CNN or the news media in general said, gee, we ought to put more money into the human intelligence capabilities of the CIA? Answer, you never do it. Never.
Well, we wouldn't take a side on something like that anyway, in terms of what do you fund and...
Yeah, we always take a side on saying they failed. Why not help them succeed once in a while?
Are you saying that they are significantly underfunded in that area? And not just the CIA, but the FBI?
Human intelligence is de-emphasized. The FBI's job is...
Spying is what we're talking about
Yeah,
here.
that's what intelligence officers do, is they spy. And the CIA has 20,000 employees, about 800 of whom are actually spooks. And of them, maybe as many as 2/3 actually get outside and do spook operations.
And we know that...
And we need to do better than that. We need to do more than that. You gather information of this type by putting people out on the street, same way cops gather information from informants. This isn't rocket science. It's just a matter of hiring the people and letting them do the work.
But I'm going to turn it back over to Aaron, but my question is, how do you know what to believe? We had an Arab journalist in London just today saying, we had this information a few weeks ago, it was coming, we didn't know whether to believe it. Now back to Aaron in New York.
Thank you. We've talked a number of times today about the fact that it is simply too dangerous for officials to get in and around these buildings. It's so very, very dangerous, and the proof of that just a few moments ago when another building in the complex that is the World Trade Center, or was the World Trade Center, collapsed. Maureen, we can show you what that looked like. These are taped pictures taken literally just a few moments ago when that building went down. We are seeing them for the first time. This is, correct me in the booth, but I believe that was in fact a piece of tape that we got just a bit ago of the second plane hitting the South Tower of the Trade Center just a little bit after 9 o'clock this morning. Again, a third building at the Trade Center has collapsed within the last 3 or 4 minutes. Building number 7, this is no small building, as you can see, at 47 stories. It would stand out in most American cities. It looks small, I guess, when you look at what was the 100+ stories of the World Trade Center, but building number 7, it's 40+ stories, almost 50 stories, collapsing as well. And if we can go back to the tape and see it one more time, and I'll look at it with you. Again, this occurred just in the last several moments around the Trade Center building. Building number 7, 47 stories. Maureen Madden, CNN producer, is in the area. Maureen, what can you tell us? What did you see?
Well, about 2 minutes ago, we happened to see 7 World Trade Center go down, which holds the Office of Emergency Management for the City of New York on the 23rd floor there. When we heard from the fire department of NYPD, is that the whole south part of the building was engulfed in flames at one point, and it was a matter of time to collapse. They're just waiting for it to collapse, which we've been waiting for about a half hour. When it went down, it was quick, it was quiet, and we saw a lot of smoke come up. And now the smoke has pretty much gone off to the side, going towards the east side of Manhattan.
So unlike the collapse of the first of the towers way back this morning, around 10 or so this morning, and then the second tower, which collapsed shortly thereafter, at least where building number 7 is concerned, a building that, among other things, housed the emergency response team of the City of New York, at least they had some warning. They had signs that this might happen, and they were able to get as many people away from the area. And the people in the area, of course, are firefighters, EMS personnel, and literally thousands of police officers who have cordoned off the area.
Correct. About 5 minutes ago.
For those of you who have been with us throughout the day, we have shown you a number of times a piece of video, pictures of a plane coming into the building. We have now another piece of video that will show the same thing, different angle. And if we can roll that and take a look now, this again was shortly after the first. Wow. Oh my gosh. I wonder, this comes to us from PAX TV. I wonder, guys, if we can re-cue that in a moment and show that again. You see the fire coming out of the first building there, the plane on the lower left side of your screen. And it looks to me, and I'll confess I don't have the greatest monitor here, that you could almost see the nose of that plane coming through the other side of the building. That may have been an illusion as we looked at it here, but that's how it looked to us. As the flames, these are fully loaded planes, fully loaded with jet fuel. They were headed from the East Coast to the West Coast, so they had an enormous amount of jet fuel. Jeffrey Beatty, a security consultant, said to us a little bit ago, this was low-tech, high-concept. The plane was the bomb, and you just saw the bomb go off. That was around 10 o'clock this morning. That was around 9 o'clock this morning, about 9:08 this morning. Ben Wiedemann, who normally reports for us, I'm sorry, we'll get to that. Let's go back to Washington and CNN's Judy Woodruff. Judy?
Aaron, again, pictures that have everyone here riveted. We're told, I don't know whether we have this picture right now available to show our viewers, but I'm told that just a short time ago, driving up Massachusetts Avenue, which is one of the main thoroughfares here in the nation's capital, goes all the way from the Capitol out to Northwest Washington, beyond the Naval Observatory where the Vice President lives, and beyond on out into the Maryland suburbs. There was observed a convoy of military vehicles, Humvees, military vehicles, driving up slowly, patrolling, appearing to patrol the area, going out away from the Capitol toward northwest, toward Maryland. Now, perhaps this is just a patrolling effort, but the sight of it has to be something to cause comment, because normally at this hour in Washington you would see an enormous amount of just rush hour traffic, but today is not like any other day. Now to our own senior White House correspondent, John King, who's just about a block and a half from the White House on top of an office building up above the 10th floor there. John?
Judy, a few quick bits of information. As we have been reporting, the President is on his way back to Washington, and we can now say definitively that when he arrives in Washington, he will address the American people tonight. I am told by sources plans are for an address from the White House. The target time, 9 p.m. That could be moved up a little, but 8 or 9 p.m. we are now told is the target time. But for now, the administration will not confirm that the address will be broadcast from the White House. There have been security concerns throughout the day. We see now on the grounds of the White House, which was evacuated hours ago, some bomb-sniffing dogs and other security personnel securing the area around the White House. But we are told by administration officials the President will be back in Washington shortly and will address the American people tonight. And as we reported a bit earlier, congressional leaders who also, as part of the protocol, the emergency evacuation protocol, were taken to secure locations themselves outside of Washington. The bipartisan congressional leadership also making its way back to Washington, and it will deliver statements, the 4 leaders from the steps of the Capitol tonight as well. All of these designed to offer signs of reassurances to the American people that their government is up and running at this time of great tragedy. I want to add one other bit of information. A lot of lawmakers trying to get briefings from Capitol Hill police, from administration officials, from the CIA and the FBI and others. We are told that in those briefings there has been some speculation, and again the law enforcement officials saying this is just speculation at this moment, that that plane that crashed outside of Pittsburgh may have been heading toward Washington. In those briefings, I'm told by several sources, 3 potential targets were listed. 1, the presidential retreat at Camp David. 2, the White House. And 3, the United States Capitol building. Again, though, lawmakers and other officials being given those briefings, told that is speculative, but based on the flight paths and everything else we've seen unfold on this tragic day, that law enforcement officials believe at this moment that the potential targets for that plane, which crashed outside Pittsburgh, were perhaps Camp David, perhaps the White House behind me, or perhaps the United States Capitol. Judy?
John, and we can only imagine the struggle that must have gone on board that aircraft in the cockpit or wherever in order to keep the plane from going where the people who wanted to bring it to Washington, they were obviously prevented from reaching their target. Air travel throughout the United States, domestic air travel, has been shut down today since these terrible incidents in New York City and here in Washington. In fact, there's no air travel until at least noon tomorrow on order of the Federal Aviation Administration. But right now we want to go to one of the airports in the Washington area, that is Dulles International. This is the site of where the American Airlines Flight 77 that left this morning on its way to Los Angeles and ended up plowing into the Pentagon a very short time later. CNN's Eileen O'Connor is there at Dulles. Eileen.
Well, there has been some activity here, Judy. The FBI has arrived, and they have been seen going in and out of the building. They brought some equipment in to check through the building. We do know from airport personnel and the airport authority that both National and Dulles are shut down till 11 o'clock at least tomorrow morning, but also that they immediately implemented an emergency drill procedure. And that means that they called in all of their police, and they have their own police force and their own fire personnel, and they also have all of their operational staff here at the airport. They are securing the airport. You can see actually behind me, they have actually erected barricades, concrete barricades, with some of these forklifts. Have been operating over the last hour, erecting these barricades. Also, there's barricades right now in the entrances to the airport to prevent anyone from coming back here. As you also said, United and American Airlines, obviously they are the ones that lost flights. They have been issuing statements saying that they are trying to help the families, both of these airlines issuing statements. They've also said that they have accounted for all of their other flights and that they are all safely on the ground. They want to make sure people know that. And they also say that they will do everything they can to make sure that their customers, the people who were traveling, are comfortable until they can fly on to their destinations. Judy?
And Eileen, any other people around there? I mean, we see you, obviously, and we see a few other people, but presumably not much other activity there at all.
No, and they have actually tried to stage some of the, obviously there are relatives, concerned relatives from the American flight that took off from this morning, and we are being told by airport authorities that they are trying to send those relatives over to a nearby hotel and to try to give them information. Both airlines have issued phone numbers for for people to find out about loved ones. One of those airlines is United. Their number is 800-932-8555. But they are saying that people should stay away from the airports. These airports are shut. Again, they're under emergency procedures. And also, you know, Judy, for here, an investigation is taking place. The FBI is already here. They've had sniffer dogs around the airport. They want to see how the security was breached. We are also told that the tarmac has been secure, that the airplanes that are currently on the ground were very quickly secured after it was decided to shut these airports down. Judy?
Eileen, just reiterating, there were 8 cities in the United States involved with these aircraft that plowed into the Trade Center building complex, into the Pentagon, and then into the ground in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, south of Pittsburgh. 2 planes took off from Boston, 1 from Newark, 1 from Dulles near Washington, where you are. 3 of those flights were headed for Los Angeles, 1 for San Francisco. Of course, none of those flights reached their intended destination. Now back to Aaron in New York.
Judy, thank you. It is, I know for many of you around the country, you are making your way home. You have not necessarily been with us all day long. Life has gone on, I suppose, with TVs on in most offices, but life has gone on. I just wonder if we can take a shot of the building, behind me, the World Trade Center building, and just take a moment to try and absorb, not with the facts, not with the pieces of information, but just look at that scene and think about what happened today. There were 50,000 or so people who came to work on a beautiful late summer morning here in New York, in those two towers that are now gone. These are people with families, with children, people who had offices and have them no more, people whose lives are forever changed. And it happened in a space of very few minutes. 8:48 this morning it began. A few minutes later, at about 9:08, a second plane zoomed towards the unhit tower, the second tower. You see it in the lower part of your screen, and it just slices that tower in half. If we can re-rack it and show it again so you'll know where to look, you'll see the plane first in the lower left side of the screen coming at it, and there it goes. And what must it have been like in those buildings and on these hijacked airliners? We heard earlier that Barbara Olson, a frequent commentator here, was on the flight that was going to Washington, or had been hijacked to Washington. She called her husband and said that the hijacking was underway. She said that from what she could tell, the hijackers, and she didn't indicate how many, except there was more than one, were armed with just knives and cardboard cutters, that they had herded all the people on board this flight to the back of the plane, including the pilot. And she asked her husband, the Solicitor General, Ted Olson, who many of you will recall argued the post-election case before the Supreme Court, said to her husband, "What do I do?" And shortly after that, that plane with Ms. Olson and many more crashed at the Pentagon. General Wesley Clark joins us from Little Rock. General Clark has been with us a number of times today. General, I wonder if you will weigh in for a second on this debate or this discussion that has been going on for most of the afternoon here, which is, have we misapplied in some ways intelligence resources, that we have become so infatuated with what we can do with machines and high tech that we have inappropriately, I guess, spent less money, less time, less effort on the down and dirty human intelligence?
Well, that's certainly a question that everyone is going to be asking, and it will be asked in official channels, and it will be asked to those who are best in a position to give that answer. My experience with it has been that I've heard this charge now for some 25 years in the intelligence business, and we have put emphasis into not only technical intelligence but human intelligence. But you know, it's very hard to get the kind of specific intelligence that would prevent something like this. Many of these people are members of a family. They come from a specific village, perhaps. Their background is known and vetted. They're carefully controlled. Their movements and communications are monitored. And it's difficult, no doubt, for any intelligence organization, no matter how well it's resourced and how courageous its members, to penetrate an organization like that and give us information. Intelligence is always characterized by a failure to know what you don't know. And I'm sure that we'll make improvements. There are always more things that can be done in the aftermath of something like this. But if there's one single message that comes through to me here, and I think will come through to many others, it's that it's not enough simply to put up the best defenses against terrorism, but that more active measures are no doubt called for, particularly in this case.
When you say more active measures, you're talking about proactive?
That's right. Preemptive measures. We've known a number of these groups have, for a long time, said they declared war on the United States. And we have dealt with them, we've fenced with them, we've cooperated with other governments against them, we've chased individuals, we've hauled some into court. But I think that not only do we have to ask ourselves, Could we have learned more in this specific case? We have to also ask ourselves, could we have done more if we'd been willing to take greater risks, if we'd been willing to take more extraordinary measures earlier, to take some of these groups and these individuals at their word that they had declared war on us and they deserved to be taken seriously and they merited some preemptive action.
And just perhaps stating the obvious, sir, when you talk about preemptive action, first of all, you got to be able to find the people you're taking the action against. Do we know where the right people are so that if the country is going after these people, they get the right people?
Well, I think that's always the problem. And there will always be a certain degree of uncertainty, and there'll be a certain degree of concern about this. The best way to handle any international terrorist organization is to arrest its leaders, present the evidence, and have them tried in a court of law. And that certainly is the way anyone would prefer to deal with this. But perhaps in some cases it's not possible to do that, or it's not possible to do that quick enough. We'll have to ask those questions in the aftermath. It's not simply about intelligence, it's also about acting on intelligence.
I mean, ultimately, sir, this is not simply a military or an intelligence question. This is a core political question. It really has to do with how we see ourselves in a country, whether we are willing to take the risks that some innocents may perish because of what we as a country do, and that's a political question for the country to deal with.
It's a profound political question, and I think it's also a question for the international community, because an event like this is a real cry for alarm and recognition in the international community. A tragedy like this can happen here, it can happen anywhere, and international terrorism is too dangerous and too ambiguous and too difficult for any single nation to handle by itself. We need strong, reliable support from friends and allies around the world, and I'm sure we'll be asking for it. And clearly one of the things that ought to come from this is not only better U.S. intelligence, it's better sharing of information, pooling of information with our partners in all corners of the globe.
General Clark, thanks again for joining us, as you have a number of other times today.
There in Afghanistan, and there you see smoke there in the background, what looks like a blaze visible, perhaps the result of explosives being dropped on that city. Now, this is CNN material that has been made available to all networks. We thank our colleagues at CNN for making this available. I believe this has been done by a bit
premature at this point.
Senator Hatch, again, we're stressing we have no idea who's behind these attacks in Kabul, the government center of Afghanistan. But if this were the West, if this were the United States, would it be appropriate to retaliate so quickly?
Well, we have some information. You know, about a month ago we had information that they were planning on some big strikes, people who were affiliated or associated with bin Laden. Then just today, we've intercepted some information where some people who are associated with bin Laden basically said that they had hit 2 targets. So it looks to me like there's increasing evidence, even though it's fragmentary and even though it's not positive, that bin Laden is behind all this. And of course, I first warned the nation in 1996 on Meet the Press that we better get hold of bin Laden or he's going to kill Americans.
We're going to bring back our Nick Robertson there on the ground in, or I should say on top of a building there in Kabul. Nick, you're on. Go.
Well, certainly the fire we were watching on the horizon before, I'd made the assumption that it was an oil depot burning, because we'd certainly seen flames, a dull yellow fire turn into a bright orange fire with flames leaping into the sky. I've been informed by my associates here who work with us in Kabul that it's very likely an ammunition dump that we're looking at. They believe an ammunition dump is located in that area. That, of course, would account for some of the explosions that we've been hearing here as ammunition has detonated and gone off from that location, Judy.
Yeah.
Certainly it's all quiet here in Kabul right now. Certainly no more explosions are being heard around the city. And we certainly believe what we're looking at now is an ammunition dump, the fire at that dump now dying down, and we're hearing no more detonations coming from that dump. Certainly Kabul is within striking range of some of the long-range missiles that the Northern Alliance has and is capable of launching in this direction. And certainly in the past, the Northern Alliance has launched missiles at Kabul. It is not without the realms of possibility that the Northern Alliance could launch missiles at this time. The Northern Alliance in the last couple of days has gone through the rather traumatic process of an assassination attempt on its key leader, Ahmed Shah Massoud. Still unconfirmed whether that leader is alive or dead, and certainly there's a ferocity within the internal fighting going on in Afghanistan at this time. One certainly cannot rule out that any missiles falling on the city tonight could be coming from that Northern Alliance.
So, Nick Robertson, just to clarify, you're saying it could well be part of an internal, a civil war that we see here, and not a result of something coming from the West, NATO, the United States?
From our vantage point this evening, we can certainly report a large number of explosions around the city, what appears to be an ammunition dump on fire, a lot of return fire coming up from positions in Kabul. We cannot say from this position at this time exactly where the missiles are coming from, those causing the detonations in and around the city of Kabul. It is possible it's from the Northern Alliance, and of course there is the other possibility that we've been talking about this evening.
And Nick, is this typical of the kind of fire that you've been seeing back and forth in this war that's been going on in Afghanistan? Is this at all typical?
No, one would definitely have to say it's not typical. The strikes on Kabul have been very infrequent over the last few years, very occasional. The Northern Alliance very aware that it's been blamed in the past of many civilian casualties by launching attacks on Kabul. So there have been very few direct attacks on the city. And indeed, the forces of the Northern Alliance are at such a distance back from the city, only long-range, medium-range missiles capable of going 30, 40, 50 miles are able to reach the city from their positions. And it's certainly not something that's happened in this city, a barrage of this type, a sustained artillery attack or missile attack of this type in recent years even.
All right, Nick Robertson, we want you to stay connected to us. Let's keep this connection alive. But as we're watching these pictures, let's now go back to New York and to Aaron Brown. Aaron.
Judy, thank you. I'm joined here as well by Paula Zahn, and you will hear her voice in just a moment. As we continue to look at these pictures out of Afghanistan, again, I would remind you that the technology here is it's called a video phone. It is very high-tech and a little bit imperfect, but it is perfect enough so that you can clearly see that fire burning in the distance. What Nick Robertson has described as an ammunition dump, very probably, and you can very clearly see, or we've been very able to see throughout Nick's reporting, the tracer fire coming up, the anti-aircraft fire coming up.
I think we need to make it clear at this point that no group has claimed responsibility for the multiple attacks today, and yet U.S. intelligence officials confirmed with David Enser earlier today that they believe a group connected to Osama bin Laden may have been involved. You have talked about this all day long, and I think you've done a very good job of explaining how well financed this would had to have been, how well orchestrated. It begs the question, if not Osama bin Laden, then who?
Then who? Nick, from the very beginning, the Taliban officials, Afghani officials have said, we had nothing to do with this, Osama bin Laden had nothing to do with this. How do you hear that? Was there any nuance in the language that sent a different message that maybe the rest of us might not have heard? perhaps we have lost at least the audio portion here. Jamie McIntyre has been outside the Pentagon. Jamie, can you hear us?
I do hear you.
Are you hearing anything from the Pentagon, wherever the Pentagon might literally be right now, or at least officials, about whether there is an American involvement in what we are looking at in Afghanistan?
I have talked to several senior officials, and they've told me they are not aware of whether or not this is a U.S. military strike, but the most senior officials are in the Pentagon. And in fact, several busloads of reporters are being taken over now to the Pentagon briefing room, where we expect shortly Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, flanked by the Republican and Democratic leaders of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Senator Carl Levin and Senator John Warner, to brief us on developments today. And if this is in fact a military strike or part of a U.S. retaliation, we would expect that Secretary Rumsfeld would tell us at that time. Secretary Rumsfeld has been in the Pentagon all day. He went outside briefly to make an inspection tour of the damage behind me. Many casualties here today, but the Pentagon is refusing to give any numbers or even estimates of how many people were killed and injured in this terrorist attack today here at the Pentagon. But again, no confirmation at this point from any of the officials that I've talked to about whether what we're seeing in Afghanistan is part of a U.S. military retaliation.
Jamie, just to make sure that I've heard this correctly, no one is saying yes it is, but no one has said to you no it's not either, have they?
No, no one has steered us away from it. They've the officials who have been over here with the press, and we're just about a half a mile or so from the Pentagon, simply said that they had not been briefed and were not aware of this action when we told them that CNN was reporting explosions in Kabul. So. But again, several officials speculated that if this were the case, that might explain the reason for Secretary Rumsfeld's appearance. And of course, being flanked by the bipartisan support of Congress is clearly designed to send the message that there may be squabbles between the Pentagon and Congress, but when it comes to something like this, there's absolute unanimity. That may also account for the reason that despite the damage to the Pentagon, that they want to hold this event in the Pentagon briefing room, which is on the other side of the building, which was not damaged by the plane crash into the side of the building, in order to show a portrait to the world that the United States military headquarters is still up and functioning, and that the United States is still capable of reaching out and touching its enemies.
All right, thank you very much, Jamie. Right now, we're going to have Senator Orrin Hatch join us to provide some insights as to what might be going on. Senator Hatch, I don't know how much of our coverage you've been listening to, but there seems to be a conflict of opinion as to whether we would be capable of pulling off this kind of attack if indeed that is what we are witnessing. What do you suspect is going on in Afghanistan right now?
Well, let's understand we're capable of pulling it off if that's what it is, but it's probably more likely the followers of Shah Massoud, who was deliberately bombed just yesterday and who was seriously injured, if not killed. Now, his representatives say he was injured, but he's all right, but there is some indication that he may have died in the attack, and he was, of course, the opposition to the Taliban over in Afghanistan, so it's a very serious situation over there as well.
But what about what former Secretary of Defense William Cohen just mentioned, that you would want to know who actually carried off these attacks before you planned any kind of retaliatory strike if this is not a result of some conflict within Afghanistan?
Well, I agree with Secretary Cohen. We have to be very cautious. On the other hand, I thought Secretary Eagleberger was very honest when he said that, look, the Taliban have been harboring Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden has said that it is the duty of every Muslim to kill Americans. There's every indication that he has been behind some of the attacks against American installations, and we happen to know just today that we've got information that indicates that representatives who are affiliated with Osama bin Laden were actually saying over the airwaves that, the private airwaves at that they had hit 2 targets. If you go back to the Millennium scare that we had before the year 2000, Osama bin Laden was in the middle of all of that, and the people associated with him and affiliated with him was in the middle of that. So this is a very serious situation. So They should not be harboring this criminal, and we've got to, it seems to me, go after him. And it does look, although the evidence is fragmentary, as though he's had a major role in what's happened here today.
Secretary Cohen, are you as convinced as Senator Hatch is that Osama bin Laden played some role in this tragedy here today?
I think if you were to cast the searchlight of probability on these footprints, they would lead to Osama bin Laden, but I still think that we have to get more evidence. This is not evidence that you would need in the prosecution of a criminal act. I distinguish between terrorism and a criminal act. And so I would think you just need more evidence than we have right now, but it doesn't have to be something you can use in a court of law. I think that the probability is it points to Osama bin Laden himself or the groups that he supports. And therefore, I think we ought to keep our focus very much on him, but not exclude others. And so I think a little more time is necessary, but I don't disagree with Secretary Eagleburger that we need to respond swiftly and very strongly to those who have inflicted this, this great tragedy upon the American people.
Secretary Cohen, it's Aaron Brown. We have heard in a number of conversations that we've had today that the United States needs to be more.
I hear it, though. Boost it.
Unfortunately, we're having some audio problems from the Defense Secretary. We're going to try to fix that. In the meantime, Orrin Hatch.
Well, folks, this is the kind of thing that happens in live television. You just heard me when you didn't need to, and you needed to hear Secretary Rumsfeld, and we are struggling to get that that audio working. And in the meantime, we're just going to keep an eye on the Secretary until somebody tells me that we can actually hear him. And when we can, you will hear him as well. This has been quite a day for him. He spent the entire day inside the Pentagon, and much of it in the national commands, national
throughout the
areas.
I should say we've received calls from across the world offering their sympathy and indeed their assistance in various ways. I'm very pleased to be joined here by Chairman Carl Levin and Senator John Warner. Senator Warner called earlier today and offered his support and was kind enough to come down and has been with us. We've very recently had a discussion with the President of the United States. Chairman Hugh Shelton has just landed from Europe. Secretary of the Army, Tom White, who has a responsibility for incidents like this as executive agent for the Department of Defense, is also joining me. It's an indication that the United States government is functioning in the face of this terrible act against our country. I should add that the briefing here is taking place in the Pentagon. The Pentagon's functioning. It'll be in business tomorrow. I know the interest in casualty figures, and all I can say is it's not possible to have solid casualty figures at this time. And the various components are doing roster checks, and we'll have information at some point in the future, and as quickly as it's possible to have it, it will certainly be made available to each of you. I'll be happy to take a few questions after asking first General Shelton if he would like to say anything, and then we will allow the others to make a remark or two.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Secretary just said, today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people, acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country. I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones. I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Carl Levin.
Our intense focus on recovery and helping the injured and the families of those who were killed is matched only by our determination to prevent more attacks and matched only by our unity to track down, root out, and relentlessly pursue terrorists, states that support them, and harbor them. They are the common enemy of the civilized world. Our institutions are strong, and our unity is palpable.
Senator John Warner.
Thank you. As a past chairman preceding Carl Levin, I can assure you that the Congress stands behind our president, and the president speaks with one voice for this entire nation. This is indeed the most tragic hour in America's history, and yet I think it can be its finest hour, as our president and those with him, most notably our Secretary of Defense, our chairman, and the men and women of the armed forces all over this world stand ready not only to defend this nation and our allies against further attack, but to take such actions as are directed in the future in retaliation for this terrorist act. A series of terrorist acts unprecedented in world history. We call upon the entire world to step up and help, because terrorism is a common enemy to all, and we're in this together. The United States has borne the brunt, but who can be next? Step forward and let us hold accountable and punish those that have perpetrated this attack. Again, I commend the Secretary, the Chairman, and how proud we are. We spoke with our President here moments ago. He's got a firm grip on this situation, and the Secretary and the General have a firm grip on our armed forces and in communication of the world over.
Thank you very much. We'll take a few questions and then we'll adjourn. Charlie.
Mr. Secretary, did you have any inkling at all in any way that something of this nature and something of this scope might be planned?
Charlie, we don't discuss intelligence matters.
I see. And how would you respond if you find out who did this?
Obviously, the President of the United States has spoken on that subject, and those are issues that he will address in good time.
Mr. Secretary, we are getting reports from CNN and others that there are bombs exploding in Kabul, Afghanistan. Are we at the moment striking back, and if so, is the target Osama bin Laden and his organization?
I've seen those reports. They, in no way is the United States government connected to those explosions.
What about Osama bin Laden? Do you suspect him as the prime suspect in this?
It's not the time for discussions like that.
Mr. Secretary, you said you could not be specific about casualties. Can you give us some characterization of whether it's dozens or hundreds in the building?
Well, we know there were large number, many dozens in the aircraft that flew at full power, steering directly into between, I think, the first and second floor of the opposite the helipad. You've seen it. There cannot be any survivors. It just would be beyond comprehension. There are a number of people that they've not identified by name, but identified as being dead, and there are a number of casualties. But the FBI has secured the site, and the information takes time to come. People have been lifted out and taken away in ambulances, and the numbers will be calculated, and it will not be a few.
Mr. Secretary, could you tell us what you saw? Mr. Secretary, do you consider what happened today, both in New York and here, an act of war?
There is no question but that the attack against the United States of America today was a vicious, well-coordinated, a massive attack against the United States of America. what words the lawyers will use to characterize it is for them.
Does that mean that the U.S. is at war then?
Mr. Secretary, you said that the Pentagon would be open for business tomorrow. What kind of assurances can you give the people who work here at the building that the building will be safe?
A terrorist can attack at any time, at any place, using any technique. It is physically impossible to defend at every time, in every place, against every technique. It is not possible to give guarantees. The people who work in this building do so voluntarily. They're brave people, and they do their jobs well.
Mr. Secretary, can you give a sense of what happened? What did you see when you left your office, ran down to the site, and apparently helped people on stretchers and then returned to the command center?
I felt the shock of the airplane hitting the building, went through the building and then out into the area, and they were bringing bodies out that had been injured, most of which were alive and moving, but seriously injured. And a lot of volunteers were doing a terrific job helping to bring them out of the buildings and get them into stretchers and into ambulances and into airlifts.
Mr. Secretary, can you tell us how many of the dead were soldiers and how many were civilians? Have you been able to determine that?
Absolutely not. Yes.
Mr. Secretary, today we saw military planes both in New York and in Washington. How much more of a military presence will we see now that this incident has occurred for the next week?
Those kinds of decisions are made day to day. It is correct that we had aircraft flying protective missions at various places in the United States today, and they will do that as appropriate.
Mr. Secretary, what do you say to the American people who may have questions on how something so coordinated has been carried out against this nation? What do you say to them who might not have confidence that our intelligence and our security are what they should be?
I say to them that the President of the United States will be making some remarks to them this evening that will address those subjects.
Mr. Secretary, you've declared, the Pentagon has declared ThreatCon Delta forces around the world. Could you tell me why? Have you received any threats, or has anyone claimed credit for this?
We have, in fact, declared Force Protection Condition Delta and a condition of high alert, indeed the highest alert. We did so almost immediately upon the attacks, and it is still in force.
Mr. Secretary, were there threats issued against other U.S. facilities elsewhere in the world today?
I don't know that there's a day that's gone by since I've been in this job that there haven't been threats somewhere in the world to some facility somewhere. It's one of the complexities of the intelligence business that you have to.
That, of course, is we believe that's the president's helicopter arriving on the South Lawn. Sometimes they will bring in more than one, just in case, so nobody knows for sure which one the president is aboard. So we'll watch this with some care as we see the white-top helicopters of the very kind that become Marine One anytime they ferry the president from one location to another. This is the first one to land, and we'll see in a moment whether this is indeed the one the president is aboard or whether some staff member will emerge from it and the president will come on a subsequent one. But that picture is the south grounds of the White House. We saw moments ago, and you might have seen it when we flashed it on the screen, a picture of the dome of the Capitol as a couple of helicopters went by. There were indeed there was a little fleet of them, 4 or 5 helicopters that went by carrying staff, one presumes, military personnel, and no doubt some of the president's security people. The more the better at a time like that in the eyes of security people, because no one can tell for sure which one is actually carrying the president. But this is the first one to touch down there on the south lawn of the White House, so we will watch and see if the president emerges. It will be the first time since this morning that we have seen a live picture of the President of the United States, who has spent much of the rest of the day in the air aboard Air Force One, going from one U.S. military base to another, ultimately declining to go along with the recommendations of some of his security people that he go to the North American Air Defense Command inside of a mountain in Colorado and hover there until people gave the all clear. The president's advisors were not pleased with that request, felt it made the president look in an inappropriate light, and the result of that was the decision to come back here this evening, and that is what we are watching unfold as we speak here. It's not exactly clear that the president is going to speak at 9 p.m.
Secretary Thompson, Secretary Mineta, and Director Albaugh will each be providing you with updates on how their agencies are responding to today's events, as we'll be giving you as frequent as updates as possible. They will not be taking questions at this time. And with that, I will turn it over to General Ashcroft.
Thank you. Today, America has experienced one of the greatest tragedies ever witnessed on our soil. These heinous acts of violence are an assault on the security of our nation. They are an assault on the security and the freedom of every American citizen. We will not tolerate such acts. We will expend every effort and devote all the necessary resources to bring the people responsible for these acts, these crimes, to justice. Now is the time for us to come together as a nation to offer our support, our prayers for victims and for their families, for the rescue workers, for law enforcement officials, for every one of us that has been changed forever by this horrible tragedy. The following is a summary of the known facts surrounding today's incidents. American Airlines Flight 11 departed Boston for Los Angeles, hijacked by suspects armed with knives. This plane crashed into the World Trade Center. United Airlines Flight 175 departed Boston for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the World Trade Center. American Airlines Flight 77 departed Washington Dulles for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 departed Newark for San Francisco, was hijacked and crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Crime scenes have been established by the federal authorities in New York, in Washington, D.C. area, in Pittsburgh, in Boston, and in Newark. The full resources of the Department of Justice, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the U.S. Marshals Service, the Bureau of Prisons, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Office of Justice Programs are being deployed to investigate these crimes and to assist survivors and victim families. Thousands of FBI agents in all of the field offices across the country and in the international Legat offices, assisted by personnel from other Department of Justice agencies, are cooperating in this investigation. The FBI has established a website where people can report any information about these crimes. That address is www.ifccfbi.gov. That address again, www.ifccfbi.gov. Individuals can report any information they know about these crimes to that website. It takes courage for individuals to come forward in situations like this, and I urge anyone with information that may be useful and helpful to authorities to use this opportunity. The Office of Victims of Crime has established a toll-free 800 number for family and friends of victims. They can call 800-331-0075 to leave contact information for a future time when more information is available, to find out information about a victim, or to find out information about the rights of victims and the services available to victim survivors and victim families. The determination of these terrorists will not deter the determination of the American people. We are survivors, and freedom is a survivor. A free American people will not be intimidated, nor will we be defeated. We will find the people responsible for these cowardly acts, and justice will be done. Tommy.
Every single American lost something today. And every one of us at this time expresses our deepest sympathy to the victims of today's tragedies and their families. It is now our mission to begin the healing from this tragedy. From the moment that we learned of these attacks, the Department of Health and Human Services has begun readying teams and resources to be sent to New York City and the Washington area to meet any needs of state and local officials. So far, we have sent 4 disaster medical teams to New York City, and 3 of these disaster medical teams to the Washington, Northern Virginia, Baltimore area. These medical teams each consist of about 35 physicians, nurses, and emergency medical technicians. They are all trained to deal with traumatic injuries and other emergency needs. We've also sent 4 disaster mortuary operational response teams to New York and 3 to the greater Washington area. We're also in the process of shipping a great deal of emergency medical supplies to New York City with the help of the Centers for Disease Control. In short, we're making the full force of the Department of Health and Human Services, both its resources and medical expertise available to the areas that need our assistance. We've also this afternoon activated the United States Public Health Service Commission Corps, which consists of approximately 6,000 health professionals. We also are giving backup assistance to the 500-bed ship Comfort from the United States Navy. Americans all over are calling up and asking what they can do. The best thing they can do is respond to this great call by volunteering to give blood. We need Americans to continue to answer that call. No matter where you live, please do your civic duty and assist us by donating blood. It is our primary job is to make sure Americans harmed by this tragedy get the help that they need. We will remain in constant contact with the governors, the mayors, public health officials, and other local officials to make sure that all their needs are being met.
That scene you see in the other picture there, of course, that's House Speaker Hastert. You also saw a glimpse of Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle. They are gathering for some remarks to be made by congressional leaders surrounded by a number of other members of Congress. There you see Dick Armey, the House Majority Leader, in the background, and you see David Bonnier there. These are all, the joint leadership of Congress is going to be heard shortly, and we will bring.
One of the most cherished freedoms is the freedom of movement, the ability to move freely and safely. But today that freedom was attacked. But we will restore that freedom throughout the national transportation system as soon as possible.
We're looking at a picture also on Capitol Hill where the Senate and House leadership is preparing to speak, flanked by hundreds of members of the U.S. Congress. Here's the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert.
The hearts and souls and feelings of the victims and the families that were a part of this great tragedy that happened in this country today. Our prayers and thoughts and words of consolation goes out to all those who have suffered. But one thing that happens here in this place is when American suffers and when people perpetrate acts against this country, We, as a Congress and as a government, stand united, and we stand together. Senators and House members, Democrats and Republicans will stand shoulder to shoulder to fight this evil that's been perpetrated on this nation. We will stand together to make sure that those who have brought forth this evil deed will pay the price. We're not sure who this is yet. But we have our suspicions. And when that is justified and when those suspicions are justified, we will act. We will stand with the President, we will stand with this government, and we will stand as Americans together through this time. Thank you.
Today's despicable acts were an assault on our people and on our freedom. As the representatives of the people, we are here to declare that our resolve has not been weakened by these horrific and cowardly acts. Congress will convene tomorrow. And we will speak with one voice to condemn these attacks, to comfort the victims and their families, to commit our full support to the effort to bring those responsible to justice. We, Republicans and Democrats, House and Senate, stand strongly united behind the President and will work together to ensure that the full resources of the government are brought to bear in these efforts. Our heartfelt thoughts and our fervent prayers are with the injured and the families of those who have been lost.
We know, as a nation, as we said, our thoughts and prayers are with those families and those injured and those who are the casualties of today's attack. We also remember those thousands of people who are rescue workers. We ask now that we all bow our heads in a moment of silence and remembrance. Thank you.
Both houses and a number of members. There you see Senator Daschle embracing Senator Schumer of New York. Senator Schumer, who spoke movingly earlier in the evening about what has happened in his home city of New York, joined in that by the junior senator from New York, of course, Hillary Clinton. If someone had told me 2 days ago, in the midst of the political struggle on Capitol Hill and down at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue over the budget and taxes and Social Security, with the congressional election coming up in the year ahead, that the leaders of the House and Senate, joined by many of their members from both parties, would stand on the steps of the Capitol together to declare their unity and sing God Bless America spontaneously, I would have not thought that that was a likely event. It was something to see, an unusual spectacle indeed, brought about by events that no one could have foretold and, of course, that no one would ever have wanted. I'm joined here in the studio as we follow the unfolding events here in Washington tonight, wait for further remarks and briefings from, among others, the President of the United States, who is to speak later. And with fire still burning at the Pentagon, I'm joined here by our senior White House correspondent, Jim Angle. There you see a shot from the distance showing the roof of the Pentagon and where flames are still burning. Of course, as we know, these planes, in each case, and particularly the one that hit the Pentagon, had just taken off from Dulles Airport, which is only about 20 miles, 25 miles from Washington, which meant that, and it was headed for the West Coast, which meant that the fuel supply aboard that plane would have been almost full. And of course, burning airplane fuel spreads fast, as does fire triggered by it. So that is what the firefighters at the Pentagon have been up against all this day and now into this night. And although the building remains open, and you just heard the Secretary of Defense a short time ago speaking from there, the firefight goes on at the Department of Defense of the United States of America, the mightiest nation on earth, now unable so far to put out a fire at its building. This is, of course, earlier pictures from the Fox 5 News chopper here in Washington showing you the tremendous damage that was done to that corner of that building. You can see, you can get a sense from that of the concentric rings. The Pentagon is really a set of buildings arranged together, five rings of the Pentagon. And so far, as you can see there, although badly damaged, only one corner of the outer ring was hurt. But it has spread inside, and they are still working to contain some flames on the roof. As I said, I'm joined here in the studio by our senior White House correspondent, Jim Angle, and Fox News contributor and the executive editor of the Weekly Standard, Fred Barnes. I don't want to get too far ahead of things here, gentlemen, but looking at the political landscape of this country, it's probably not unfair to say that it has been altered in dramatic ways. Let's take a look, for example, at issues of defense, which are urgently before the Congress now. The defense budget had not been approved. Defense appropriations bills not yet voted out of Congress. The President has a number of things he wants, missile defense among them, increase in defense. We've heard talk from Secretary Rumsfeld of his desire to reform the place. There's been some resistance to that. What effect does this event have on that, Fred Barnes?
I think it should have a big effect, particularly depending on what the President says. Now, we just heard Tom Daschle, the Senate Democratic leader, say that the full resources of the government will be brought to bear to deal with terrorism. You know what that means to me? You're going to have to break the lockbox. That's the full resources. I think
referring, of course, to the
lockbox where all the Social Security surplus is locked up. It's $158 or $160 billion. If you're going to have a huge defense increase to wage war against terrorism, and there is a terrorist movement that was responsible for this, and you have to remember, you know, Pearl Harbor, there were 2,400 Americans killed. Today, there are probably going to be more than 10,000 killed. The only time I can remember in one day more Americans were killed was at the Battle of Antietam during the Civil War, and then 13, 14, 15,000. I forget the exact number.
I've heard 23,000.
Well, it was more. It's the only one where there were more. So this is a horrific case that's going to have to be dealt with a lot more defense spending.
Jim?
Absolutely. It is difficult to imagine any member of Congress after the events of this day standing up and saying we don't need more money for defense. I wouldn't be surprised if the President doesn't increase the amount of money he's asking for. He has already said, as far as spending Social Security money, that you could do that, though he is determined not to do it under ordinary circumstances. You could do it in the case of recession, war, or a severe emergency. You could certainly argue that today's events fit both the latter categories.
And what about such policies as missile defense, which is something that he wants? I was trying to get at that a little bit earlier in discussion with Senator Bob Graham as to whether finding out what we now have about the capacities of whoever did this Was it beyond belief now that such a person could launch missiles at the United States?
Boy, not at all. Remember, it was just a few months ago that a rubber boat filled with munitions was floated up against the USS Cole in Yemen, and it seemed as if the terrorists only had crude instruments like that. Well, we know better now. After hijacking 4 planes and flying, that was a direct hit at the Pentagon. Secretary Rumsfeld said it hit, the nose hit between the 1st and 2nd floor of the Pentagon. Now, that is amazing. Look, if they can do this, and we know of their ballistic missile tests, missiles that can reach the United States are not far away, missiles with nuclear weapons.
While a missile defense wouldn't have stopped this kind of attack, it certainly emphasizes Americans' sense of vulnerability. And that is at the bottom of this debate.
As a political matter, one wonders if this attack simply means that anything that is under the rubric of national defense, safety from terrorist attack or foreign attack, doesn't become hard to resist at this stage.
Impossible.
It would appear. It would appear on the face of it that would be the case.
Yeah, but there'll be a pretty broad definition of that. It can be more troops, not just more for counterterrorism and more to beef up intelligence. It can be money for a lot more things. A bigger army. I mean, this could conceivably a war against terrorism lead to American troops on the ground in Asia.
Now we heard a condemnation of this, of course, as one would expect to, from Israel today, and a particularly strong expression of sympathy for the United States from Shimon Peres, the foreign minister there, who said that tomorrow will be a day of mourning in Israel for its friend, the United States. Obviously, Israel has a lot to lose. In the near term, one would presume that the support for Israel would be strong if Americans sense that this was done by Israel's enemies. But over the longer term, politically, are Americans likely to ask the question, what are we getting for our support for Israel beyond hatred in the Middle East and perhaps terrorist attacks?
Well, I think Americans are going to ask a lot of questions about that. The Israelis will obviously say, look, now you can see what it's like to face day-to-day terrorism. Now that you have found this on your own doorstep in your own cities with your own citizens dying, you know what we're up against. But the other side of that equation is that will U.S. citizens continue to say, let's stick with Israel, even though there is a large part of the world that is angry about that, and apparently some of them willing to launch terrorist attacks?
Brett, it's just not a question of what we give and what we get. This is a moral issue. I mean, Israel is a democracy. There are not many democracies in that part of the world. In fact, Israel is the only one. There aren't any Arab democracies. And we have a moral obligation to defend Israel, I believe, in the same way we have that obligation for many other democracies around the world. So, well,
of course, Israel has always been, a close friend and ally of the United States and was a steadfast ally during the Cold War. Let me go back now to Capitol Hill and to our correspondent, our chief political correspondent, Carl Cameron, who has been standing there at the scene of that unity display that we just saw a short time ago with the leadership of Congress and many members standing behind them. Carl?
Well, hi, Brett. A number of the things that you've been discussing there have been very much on the minds of the lawmakers both in the Senate and House. Specifically on the budget, we spoke to the Senate Budget Committee Chairman Kent Conrad, and he acknowledged that the Social Security lockbox, the Social Security surplus, has virtually been, quote, kicked down the mall, and that now they are prepared to take a look and that all defense monies and, in fact, a whole variety of appropriations spending beyond just defense are on the table. The other question that lawmakers are considering very, very carefully is exactly how this happened. There is widespread bipartisan belief that there has been a real problem in the breakdown in counterintelligence. They can't understand how something as coordinated as this appears to be could have taken place. Now, we're hoping to talk to the House Intelligence Committee Chairman Porter Goss, and as soon as he comes over, we'll hopefully get back to you with that, Brett.
We'll try to get to you, Carl. In the meantime, though, we need to get back up to New York for a further update from my colleague Shepard Smith of the extraordinary scene in that city as it attempts to deal with the aftermath of the devastating attacks on the World Trade Center. Shep?
Britt, the cleanup continues downtown right now. Of course, they're still searching for survivors. We do not get to see any of this, quite thankfully. We've been showing you video ad nauseum, excuse me, of the early stages of this when so many people were trying to get away from the World Trade Center. We have very carefully gone through all of the pictures from the ground, and many of our viewers are asking, why aren't you showing us more pictures of the chaos afterward? The very hard and real truth of the matter is that it's not as if we do not have pictures. The truth is we do not have pictures that we choose to air on for you. The scenes of what was happening beneath the 110 8-story twin towers are not proper for television viewing. Imagine the 50,000 people in there at the time, and now the FBI trying to get to the bottom of how this may have happened. Of course, this is the collapse here. As this collapse was happening, engineers were standing on the roof of our building, which is due north of this, setting up for a live broadcast that I would be giving minutes later. They were running cables, setting up microwave hops, making sure that microphones were working. Peter Blangiaforti was on the roof, one of our engineers, when it sounded as if a plane went very low over your head, right, Peter?
That's right.
What was it?
It was the explosion of the building crumpling down, and you just heard the sound wave just travel straight across the city from downtown straight uptown.
Did you see the first one collapse, Peter, or did you just hear the first one?
We saw the first one collapse. We were standing here trying to set up the first camera shot, and 1 second it was standing there burning, and the next second all you saw was a puff of smoke, and we just stared and looked and couldn't believe what we were seeing. And at the same time, we couldn't keep our eyes off it. It was amazing, and it was something horrific. I just kept on thinking about the people.
Collapsed onto itself, Peter, and you mentioned that all of it did not fall. There was a bit that didn't.
That was the second tower. It looked, after the first tower fell, it was a matter of minutes, maybe 10 to 15 minutes before the second tower gave way. And when the second tower gave way, you saw what appeared to be like some sort of iron structure, very thin, straight up through the middle of the building that just remained there for a short while the rest of the building was simply collapsing all around. And all we saw was this little stick of iron and left in the air, and eventually that collapsed as well.
And then this noise that you described for me earlier so well.
It was just a rumbling that we thought maybe more planes were coming across or whatever, but the rumbling just, we couldn't believe what we were hearing. We're looking all around, and then we did realize that it was coming from the buildings collapsing and the sound waves coming straight across the city. It was just devastating.
Peter Blangiaforti, one of our engineers who's been working tirelessly throughout the day to bring pictures to our viewers. Peter, thanks very much. It was an unbelievable thing to see. Imagine the phone starts ringing, and you look out the window of the box in which you live, elevated above the city, and there is chaos below you. A ride to work doesn't happen. There are no cabs around. The subways are stopped. There are fears that it may happen again, and you walk up to Park Avenue, which so many people have seen in a gorgeous Christmas season, all lit up, and a look directly down Park Avenue, and looming in the distance where the World Trade Center used to stand, an enormous fire and a symbol of America crumbling around it. Osama bin Laden once said, and we do not know that he's responsible for this, but he once said he wanted those to come down. Osama bin Laden, a man of his who was charged in the embassy attacks in Kenya, was scheduled to be sentenced tomorrow morning in a courthouse directly across the street from the spot where the World Trade Center used to stand on this September the 11th, 9/11/01. James Kallstrom is on the line with us, former head of the FBI. Jim, what an enormous task is ahead. How the hell could something like this happen?
That's the question. How could it happen? Yet it happened, and it happened with, beyond our, wildest imagination or the wildest horror movie we could ever see. We need now to take care of all the families and the victims and all the people affected by this tragedy. We're a strong country. We'll get over this. We'll be stronger because of it. If you watched, and I know you did, the emergency workers and the volunteers and everyone on the streets of New York, the police officers, you saw a lot of bravery, a lot of camaraderie out there today, a lot of heroism, just like I saw firsthand in TWA. It's a tragedy. Now is not the time to blame and look for scapegoats. There's no one that I know of or ever knew of in law enforcement or the intelligence world that would ever want something like this to happen. They dedicated their lives to public safety and national security. So we'll be fine. We just have to get through this immense tragedy.
Jim, all of that said, and knowing, of course, that unlike the crash of that plane over which you toiled so tirelessly, there was a second disaster. New York City has the ability to mobilize relief forces like maybe no other in the world. Thousands of police officers converged on World Trade Center, police officers and firemen, before the World Trade Center collapsed on them. How is it possible that the most powerful and informed nation in the history of planet Earth could not know that an enormous coordinated attack on 4 fronts against the 2 towers of the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and presumably Camp David, was happening?
It was interesting because his advisors, President Bush's advisors, told him, not all of them, but some of them said, look, it might be better for you to go to NORAD headquarters in Colorado and lay low for a couple of days until we can figure out, you know, if there's going to be any follow-up attacks, if it's secure in Washington. The president did not want to do that, and politically it was a very wise move because the country needs to hear from him, and they need to see him in charge in Washington and know that authorities have control of the situation. So he's supposed to come up at 8:30, and we will bring you his remarks, and then if he ends before 9 o'clock, we'll come back with some more analysis of what is being said and what is being done and what happened today. So, Shepard, are you there, standing by? Want to take it from us right now, and then throw it back to us if we have some time before 9 o'clock?
We'll do that, Bill. Thanks very much. I am Shepard Smith in New York, awaiting the President's remarks, scheduled to begin just about a minute and a half from now. Latest word from the World Trade Center. The southern end of Manhattan, where the lights are off this evening, the gas is shut off, and a massive search and rescue effort is underway, and hampered by darkness and the fact that all the machinery necessary is not on hand. The West Side Highway on Manhattan's west side, which goes all the way from the George Washington Bridge to Lower Manhattan, now loaded, according to our correspondents, with lights and sirens, ambulances by the hundreds, literally, waiting to go to Lower Manhattan. The most recent reports on metro wires in the city of New York, rescuers have been told that, quote, once the smoke clears, it's going to be massive bodies. This, according to Brian Stark, an ex-Navy paramedic who volunteered to help. He said the paramedics had been told that hundreds of police and firefighters are now missing. First reports of the dead are devastating. A firefighter union official has now said that as many as 200 firefighters were killed in the fire and collapse of the World Trade Center buildings. A police source says at least 78 of New York's finest are now missing. Mike Carter of the Firefighters Union said Cardinal Egan, whose administrator, gave rights to dozens of victims, and firefighters and police were, quote, dead in great numbers. They arrived at the foot of the World Trade Center this morning, minutes before the World Trade Center collapsed. Dozens of fire trucks in the streets and 110 stories dropped on their heads. The President of the United States to speak now to the nation. Let's go directly to the White House.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shattered steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature. and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you, good night, and God bless America.
President George W. Bush speaking from the Oval Office as the fire continues to burn at the Pentagon, at the National Security Agency there, and the rubble continues to pile up in southern Manhattan. The president insisted today that thousands of lives were suddenly ended today, and now saying that he promised to commit the full resources of the nation's intelligence and law enforcement communities to find the terrorists responsible and to bring them to justice. There is an urgent plea out this evening for blood in the New York City area. The blood supply said to be dangerously low. For those who are in the New York City area and can help, they ask that you call 1-800-933-BLOOD. That's 1-800-933-BLOOD for locations in Metro New York. And for those who would like to help with the Red Cross, 1-800-HELP-NOW. We're back with continuing coverage at the top of the hour. Now let's continue with the O'Reilly Factor. Bill O'Reilly stuck out on Long Island as the bridges and tunnels are closed. He's broadcasting from the studios of News 12 Long Island this evening, and our thanks to them. Bill?
Okay, Shepard, thank you very much. Let's go to Washington, D.C. now and check in with the former Speaker.
Again, an unspeakably horrible day. No president ever wants this kind of thing dumped in his lap. This president now has. What next?
Well, it's been compared to Pearl Harbor, and the problem that the president faces is that he doesn't have a clear-cut enemy, as Roosevelt faced after December 7th of 1941, that day of infamy. This time around, they're faceless. He can call them cowards, but they're certainly not cowards, these people who flew those planes into the building, into the Twin Towers. The problem is where you got to in that language, you go after the people who harbor them as well as the terrorists themselves, but does that bring you into attacking a whole community? For example, the Islamic fundamentalists across the Mideast. Who is your enemy? The people that were cheering today on the West Bank and in Gaza? Are they your enemy? Or just the criminals themselves, the ones who did the logistics work, who may have paid the bribes, the ones who came up with the money? Are they the enemy? The problem here for this president is, how do you find victory if you can't find the enemy? And if you can't associate, if you can't find the actual enemy, do you go off and just bomb some people who are associated with them, those who harbor them? And then the world will say, you're wagging the dog. You're going after people who may not have committed any criminal act simply because you disagree with their politics. It's a very tough conundrum for this president. It was easier for Roosevelt. He simply had to send the U.S. Navy and the military forces to regain those islands in the Pacific and island hop their way back to the home islands of Japan. This time around, that route is not so clear.
Chris, it was said earlier today that when you get away from the horrific initial sadness, the fact that there are families in New York and Washington and elsewhere with an empty place at the dinner table tonight, when you get over that, the worst part of this is how well it was organized, right. How someone was able to plan this down to the minute under everyone's nose.
And the use of the weaponry, perhaps it's knives, we've heard, that were used to subdue the air stewards and to reach the pilots and to take control of the planes. You know, there's a person missing from our table tonight, and that's Barbara Olson, who's been on our programs, yours and mine, so many times. And she was on one of those planes that was, God, imagine her last moments. It was unbelievable in personal terms. But I think this president has a lot to stand up to. He has to find a mission for the American people. This is not going to be a good detective story for us to find out who the actual people are who did this. I think the American people want a larger role, and I think this president has to find it for them. So far, they're giving blood, and the members of both houses from both parties are singing together. But I think the American people are much more muscular people than that, and they want to know what they should do about this. And they can't go to the recruiting stands. So what do? And I think that's another problem for this president. He has to find a way to unleash the American spirit to get these people. And that could be a larger target or a smaller target. But my hunch is, based upon his words tonight, and I think you heard them the way I did, it's going to be a larger target. It's not just going to be the guys who drew up the logistics. It's going to be the people behind them, as the president put it.
That's certainly what I heard. And Howard, as Chris referenced, back in '41, the American anger, you could see it in the lines of young men lining up in Times Square who were elbowing each other out of the way for the honor of signing up first to volunteer to go get them. How will that anger manifest itself this time against a so far unknown enemy?
Well, this is a different world and a different war, Brian, and this is a war of terrorism that's ongoing, that's part of the environment, that's part of our very lives. The question for the president is how to focus it. I think it'll be focused by what our armed forces do. And I was told this evening that several senators have been briefed by high government officials on what they know. And what they know is they feel they have a pretty good idea, not 100%, but a pretty good idea, at least as of 7 or 8 o'clock tonight, as to who the perpetrators are, where they are, and who's harboring them. So I think the way the American people will express their anger and their focus is through the men and women of the military. And I think that's going to happen sooner rather than later. I thought perhaps the president would be more specific tonight, but I think he wants to be 100% sure that he knows the targets that he's facing, and he knows the countries or peoples that are harboring these terrorists. And I think that's the next thing to happen. One other thing I'd like to mention, Brian, I just got a call from Karl Rove, the political advisor and close friend of the president. He says that there were indeed credible security threats and concerns that kept the president out of Washington, D.C. until late this afternoon. But that in fact the president and his entourage had decided by about 1 o'clock, I think Central Time, to begin heading back. Ironically, that meeting I told you about earlier, where the members of the Senate were concerned about the president's whereabouts, was taking place after, according to Rove, the president had decided to return. But I wanted to underline what he said to me, which is that there were indeed what they and security people felt were credible threats against the President of the United States that kept him out of the airspace and the ground here inside the District of Columbia.
That had been our hunch in the late afternoon.
Well, that's the hunch, but he's saying it on the record,
right.
And I think that's crucial.
Right, it is, and it's also rare for...
That's part of the damage, Brian.
For
part
officials.
of the damage here is the President of the United States was kept from his capital. This may be the first time since James Madison, an American president, has had to make clear of the capital. And it's serious business. I think it's going to hurt the country's self-image to know that its president couldn't come to the White House, couldn't come to Washington. I think it's part of the damage today.
Remember, there was the time in '63 when there was some debate over whether or not to bring LBJ back, and they decided to make a statement by flying back home that night, as George W. Bush did today. As we've been talking, Chris, we've looked at the first tape pictures coming in of the damage at the Pentagon. It's the first up-close view we've gotten today. Chris, how many times today have you kind of stopped yourself after this nonstop coverage and said, my God, they got the Pentagon?
Well, yeah, because you're making the statement in the question, which is this is the most secure target in the country. This is the most difficult to reach spot. And what we've learned today is if you can hijack a plane, you can get anywhere in the States. They could have gone after the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, the Liberty Bell. They could have gone after the White House. What would have stopped them today? I think that's another question. I think we're going to live in a state which has much less freedom than we had before today. The president said we're fighting for freedom against the enemies of freedom. But the fact is, we've already seen we've lost freedom. You or I can't drive by the White House anymore and wave or honk our horns like we used to do in the old days. The American people don't have that freedom to go to the Capitol. When I first came to Washington, any American, anybody in the world could walk up to their congressman and to their office and say hi without going through any kind of metal detectors or x-rays or anything. Today, it's like going from East and West Berlin. We have lost our freedom because of these terrorists.
Saudi Arabia has not been happy with some of the attacks that have been made in that country as well. These are people who operate like loose bands of guerrillas, and they have their own kind of demented and perverted view of what the Islamic faith is all about, and they attempt to gain their revenge against what they describe as their satanic enemies like the United States through these kinds of acts of cowardly terrorism. The Islamic faith is the fastest growing faith in the world, and it's one that cannot be ignored by this country in so many different dimensions. Let's go to NBC's Jim Miklashevsky now, who's at the Pentagon. Jim, we know that American military forces are on worldwide alert of the highest order tonight. Anything else for us?
Well, officials here at the Pentagon also at the highest state of alert, Delta, which is essentially virtually at a war footing, Tom, where American military are supposed to be geared up, weapons locked and loaded, ready for absolutely everything. But it's been a full 11 hours since that American Airlines 757 slammed into the Pentagon, and firefighters are having a very difficult time with the stubborn blaze. As you can see behind me now, what were just a couple of flickers on the roof are actually now full-blown infernos, apparently. Flames bursting through the roof, even more so just in the last few minutes as we've been standing here watching, and much further away now than the original fires that we had watched several hours ago. So it appears that the fires here in the Pentagon are not only stubborn, but spreading. At the same time, television crews were permitted in the area just a short time ago, and they recorded a very grisly scene, Tom. What they first saw were some of the dead that had been removed from the rubble, covered in sheets. There's a temporary morgue actually set up in the center courtyard of the Pentagon here. The exact casualty toll still not known, but scores are believed to be dead and still buried underneath the rubble. And there was also some shots of the damage, exterior damage around the building itself. As you can see from the pictures, it's eerily reminiscent, Tom, of the bombing of the federal building in Oklahoma City. The wide gash in the building and the slanted floors that had just collapsed under their own pressure, and it appears that these rescue workers are a long way from not only containing the blaze but recovering the victims. Tom?
a video camera to show you the extent of the damage that was done there. Fires continue to burn in the Pentagon tonight. These are the outer rings of the Pentagon on the heliport side across that very large and substantial building from where Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld has his office, and the Joint Chiefs, Hugh Shelton and others, have their offices. When you look at that, General Schwarzkopf, as a career military man, what goes through your mind?
Well, you know, Tom, I spent 3 tours in the Pentagon, and I know exactly where that spot is. The interesting part about that is right across the highway on the other side is Arlington National Cemetery, where an awful lot of great Americans who have served their country are laid to rest. Hearing about the rings, the fact that it went in, you know, there are 5 rings there, and the fact that it hit on the outside. First of all, it's amazing that the pilot could have come in to the level he did and hit it without hitting something ahead of time. It was obviously a very experienced pilot. But then the fact that the fire has continued to go in through 5 different layers. You have 5 layers of offices that have just been taken out on both sides and down the middle. It just blows your mind.
General, the military around the world is in highest possible alert. How long can we sustain that kind of an alert?
Oh, we can sustain it for a good deal of time. They're used to being in a high state of alert. It just means that they take a lot more security precautions. A lot of the aircraft, for instance, are loaded up with weapons so that they can respond immediately. But it's not something that wears you out right away. I mean, you can stay at that state of alert for quite some time.
You know, the president tonight promised that we would seek out and attack not just the terrorists, but any nation that harbored them as well. That is, and I'm not belittling what he had to say here, but that is easier said than done. There has still been not brought to justice the terrorists who were responsible for the attack on the USS Cole, and there was a pretty big fingerprint on that one.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. As I said earlier, finding them is part of the problem. You can identify the organization clearly, but it's an awful big world out there and an awful lot of places to hide. And you got to know exactly where they are before you're going to be able to hit them. So that's a really, really tough intelligence problem. You know, no terrorist operation can survive without a support base. There's no doubt in my mind that there's some place within our country right now, there's some people who supported those terrorists prior to the time they went and got in those airplanes. And those are the people, too, that you have to find.
Was there anything when you were commander of Southern Command and based in Florida that made you more anxious than the possibility of a terrorist attack on this country, even though you were responsible for American military forces in another part of the world?
Well, I think I was more concerned for the military forces in the other parts of the world. At that time, you know, again, we all had the mentality that nobody was going to come over here and hit one of our major headquarters in this country. There were a lot of targets. Khobar Towers is a typical example of a type of target that was over there that could have been hit by terrorists, was hit by terrorists, and you really concerned yourself more with those forces over there than I never worried about my own headquarters. You know, it was just something that wasn't going to happen.
General, we have trained generations of military leaders to adapt to the changing times. We now have the military leaders who are coming out of our service academies who are so familiar with modern warfare that is conducted by computer and technology and laser-guided missiles and that kind of thing. Are we going to have to develop new courses and new disciplines at the service academies for fighting terrorism?
Tom, we've got some outstanding military units out there that are fully prepared to take on the terrorists on the ground in any kind of fighting they want to fight the battle. Yeah, there's an awful lot of technology involved in the business of war fighting, but there's an awful lot of the warrior spirit that's involved too. And we've got special operations forces, we've got ranger forces, we've got special operations forces in all of our services that are very, very capable of taking on the terrorists, you know, by their rules or ours. So once we find them, you know, we'll be ready to deal with them. There's absolutely no question in my mind about that.
If you were back in the Pentagon and someone said we're going to have to put a military component into commercial airline security in this country, either in the skies or on the ground, would you be for or against that?
Well, you know, it's sort of it rubs me the wrong way. A lot of people said that about the drug war. You know, we ought to have a soldier with a bayonet standing on every street corner in the United States of America, and I'm very uncomfortable with that from a constitutional standpoint. On the other hand, we do have some people, some very, very highly trained people that could perform that role very, very well if indeed we decided to put somebody like that in each of our aircraft.
All right, thank you very much, General Norman Schwarzkopf. Yes.
Can I give you one more observation, which I think is very pertinent?
Absolutely.
You know, in the Gulf War, some of the people today criticize what we did in Iraq. We went to extraordinary ends in the Gulf War, even endangering our own forces more so to avoid attacking innocent civilians. And yet what these bastards have done is deliberately attacked innocent civilians, and that's the difference between them and us.
Well put, General Schwarzkopf, as usual. And of course, a lot of people have been talking today about the comparison between Pearl Harbor and this attack. It is the most serious attack since Pearl Harbor, but that was a military attack on a military installation, and we knew exactly who was responsible for it at that time. So this is a whole different order of magnitude, and I'm afraid that this is going to be a very dark day in America for a long, long time, and the consequences are yet to be resolved for all of us. We want to share with you now just what kind of a...
Good evening from CNBC World Headquarters in New Jersey. I'm Ted David. We just want to interrupt the NBC continuing coverage for a moment to keep you apprised of what's going on in the various markets. These will be the first markets that give some reaction to the tragedy that took place in the financial district today and at the Pentagon. And we start off in Tokyo. The Nikkei index currently down about 6% at 9670. That's a loss in point terms of 622 points. Let's take a look at the Singapore Straits Times Index, which is currently down 6.4% to 1466. Again, in point terms, that's about a 100-point loss. And the All Ordinaries Index in Australia down 4.2% at 3051, a loss of 132 points. No word at this time on the Hang Seng Index in Hong Kong. We will continue to monitor the conditions of the markets. We will be taking you later to our CNBC Asia Bureau and check in with Kaori and Joji, the bureau chief there, for the latest and comment on in terms of sentiment. But for now, we'll return you to Tom Brokaw on continuing coverage and NBC News. Back in just a bit here at CNBC.
There are some haunting and poignant stories of people on cell phones calling to friends or loved ones in the World Trade Center when all of that was going on. One woman, a nurse that Robert Bazell talked to at St. Vincent's Hospital, was online with her husband, who was in the first building on the top floor when it was hit, and they had an exchange, and then the line went dead. There were other indications of people saying, "I love you," and the line going dead. And perhaps, for me at least, the most unsettling thought of the day of all was one man who described going down through the darkened and very wet stairwell because of the sprinklers that had gone off, and seeing people who were trapped in their wheelchairs, the large mobilized wheelchairs that couldn't fit into the stairwell, and certainly the elevators were not working. He got out, and shortly after that, that building came down. It was that kind of a day, and there are going to be so many more of those stories, an untold number at this hour, hundreds, perhaps thousands. Dateline's Jane Pauley takes us through some of the horror of this day and what happened at the World Trade Center.
The mighty World Trade Center tumbling down. Everyday New Yorkers had to run for their lives. How fragile the city seemed today. We deployed a team of Dateline staffers to bring us images of a city under siege on handheld digital cameras.
What I saw today on the streets of Manhattan really were the extremes of New York. It's the best and the worst of people.
I got 20 blocks away when the smell and the taste really hit me. Way in the distance, the huge cloud on the horizon, but I could taste and smell something that was like the worst electrical fire ever imaginable.
They brought us a startling glimpse of what it was like to be at ground zero of a major terrorist attack.
What's it like down there?
Save 6 people. I tried my best to try to save everybody.
First, get away, then get home. Businesses were closed and buildings evacuated. Thousands upon thousands were left to negotiate a maze of closed streets and suspended services.
There's a real sense of panic on the streets among the tens of thousands of pedestrians, and it was easy to see why. Look to the horizon on the south, and you see an enormous gray-black cloud from the explosion.
As they moved towards safety uptown, people tried to keep up with the flurry of events any way they could. Even the wounded walked. This woman was on the 19th floor of the World Trade Center when the first explosion hit. Hurt, but lucky to get out before the building collapsed. We found her 30 blocks north, heading to Bellevue Medical Center.
A huge cloud of gray, huge cloud of gray came and everyone started running and stampeding and everyone was falling on the ground. And I don't know what knocked me over. I don't know if it was the person or just the force of the wind. But I fell down, I just covered my head. I prayed that a building wouldn't fall on me. And I really thought I was going to die.
Doctors and medical students lined up like extras on the set of a disaster movie. Almost immediately after the attack, along with all three major airports, the city's subways, bridges, tunnels, and major highways were all closed. The FDR Drive, normally a winding snarl of congested traffic, empty. Thousands of commuters from New York's outer boroughs were left stranded in Manhattan. By mid-afternoon, a police officer on the scene estimated that more than 20,000 people had crossed the 59th Street Bridge on foot. Meanwhile, Grand Central Station was jammed, but the trains were running until noon.
I remember standing in Grand Central and watching a man and a woman just scream and embrace each other and feel relief. I felt their relief to see each other again. After people had been managing to get out for about 15 minutes, all of a sudden they announced that they were evacuating the building, and people were ordered to get out immediately, and workers in their orange vests were running for the exits, and we didn't know what was going on. We just ran with them.
Confused passengers poured out of the building after a bomb threat.
It hit me that this building really could blow up, and I was scared. I was afraid that the building literally could blow up underneath my feet.
All around the city, it was a mass migration of hundreds of thousands of people, but uncannily quiet. Perhaps it was the unspeakable horrors many had seen.
It was orderly, but it was chaotic. People were shocked. Everyone was dazed. People didn't really want to look each other in the eye, I think, for fear of breaking down. The question on everybody's lips seemed to be, what is going on, and is there more of it that's going to come?
This was supposed to be Election Day in New York. As if anyone took note, it was officially called off. Everything was. What was open was tightly locked down.
What's that?
Can't be doing no pictures.
Okay, it's NBC News.
Don't you understand?
It's NBC News.
I don't care who it is.
Security at all buildings that might be targets was extremely tight. Our own building, the famous tourist destination at Rockefeller Plaza, was evacuated, but for NBC's news operations to bring you this story. And all over Manhattan, there was this strange sort of gridlock.
The uptown avenues in Manhattan have been turned into virtual parking lots as everyone tries to flee northward. Meanwhile, the downtown avenues have all been sealed off, but for emergency vehicles.
Cell phone service came and went. Anxious people called their loved ones the old-fashioned way. Sometimes that didn't work either.
People were forced to use payphones, which is kind of a joke in Manhattan because it's hard to find a payphone that works.
The only thing that was easy today was getting lost in the scramble.
She doesn't have a cell phone. They don't work anyway. She is not mobile because she's got emphysema and she can't walk very fast.
David Douglas's 64-year-old mother lives in an apartment building just 4 blocks from the World Trade Center. Soon after the attack, she had chest pains. So he flagged a passing car and the driver headed for the nearest hospital.
But I said, look, lady, please, my mom can't walk.
please just take her north as much as you can, because she can't breathe well.
He tried to follow on his rollerblades, but lost track of the car and spent the rest of the day searching hospitals.
So I just want to know, is there any system of finding people with...
Well, they're doing the best. We're doing the best we can. It's pretty chaotic.
He searched family reunion centers.
Lucille Lobato. A-B-A-T-O.
And even public schools desperate to find his mother.
Are there any people being kept here?
Finally, after 4 hours of futile searching, he called home. There was a message on his answering machine.
It's my mom.
She was safe, staying with a friend in his very own apartment building.
She's in my building.
For two New Yorkers, a small moment of comfort in a day when so many others will find none.
Not just me and you, but all these...
We could all use a little good...
So many people went to the centers to donate blood that in some places the wait was 7 hours long, and for that reason the New York Blood Center is now asking only people with type O blood, either positive or negative, to go tomorrow. The rest of us should wait. And if you're interested in donating blood nationally, there is a toll-free number to call to get information. That number is 1-888-US-BLOOD. Dan.
Aaron, one thing that comes through in that report, and it's worth noting, New Yorkers, around this country, and for that matter around the world, have this reputation of being sort of chaotic all the time. But you and I know, as longtime residents of this city, that when the heat's on, when the pressure's on, New Yorkers are frequently at their best. And that was the case today, I think. That New Yorkers are, it's true, they're hard to herd, but they're impossible to stampede. And they didn't today. When the call went out for that blood, calmly people went to the blood centers. Aaron Moriarty, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan.
Government and industry officials said at least one flight attendant and 2 passengers called from 3 of the planes as they were being forced down in New York and Washington today, each describing similar circumstances, and a picture is beginning to form. Bloodbath aboard some of those planes, with hijackers with knives attacking flight attendants. The callers indicated the hijackers armed with knives in some cases were stabbing flight attendants. And a businessman, his wife and young child aboard a United flight that left Boston and crashed into the World Trade Center. Twice, this businessman called his father in Connecticut as his plane was being hijacked. This is according to law enforcement officials. Now, the law enforcement officials said the victim aboard the plane's father told the FBI his son made 2 calls. Both times the phone was cut off. In the first call, the businessman said a stewardess had been stabbed. In the second call, the son said his plane was going down. Now, there was another report on another aircraft that a flight attendant aboard the second jetliner that struck the World Trade Center managed to call an emergency number from the back of the plane, and an American Airlines source said that the flight attendant reported her fellow flight attendants had been stabbed. This is information we didn't have earlier, and pictures begin to form of what the terror was in the skies. 2 of the flights involved in today's attacks began in Boston. Wyatt Andrews has more on how that city has been struck by this tragedy. Wyatt?
No, but I think we lose. Kenny Hot Roll, yeah. I wouldn't do that tonight.
At Boston's Logan Airport, where 2 of the hijacked planes originated.
Están yendo en rumba hacia Nueva York, que están ya de varios estados se están llegando.
No necesitamos perder más socorristas porque hemos escuchado diferentes cifras donde hay 200, 300, 400 entre policías y bomberos que hemos perdido en las labores de rescate. Señor Bass, nos vamos a apartar un poco de usted en este momento. Le pedimos que se quede con nosotros la mañana.
What plane a particular blip represents and what altitudes it's at. So without that transponder, the primary transponder, the controllers would have been able to see a blip, but they no longer would have known what altitude the planes were at. So they're watching this blip, they're seeing the plane off course, they have an idea that it's been hijacked, but there's nothing they can do about it.
Thanks very much, NBC's Robert Hager. Well, security officials at Logan Airport in Boston will be getting a thorough shakedown tomorrow because 2 of the planes originated from there. Those are the planes that went into the World Trade Center, and apparently the terrorists were able to board those planes with whatever weapons they had. There's one report that some of them may have been armed with knives, but 2 of the flights did originate in Boston. They were able to divert those California-bound flights turning left shortly after takeoff and coming directly down to the World Trade Center. One left from Newark. That went into the ground outside of Pittsburgh, and of course the other one left from Dulles Airport in Washington, D.C. It was headed for Los Angeles as well. It was turned around. It flew low over the capital city, and then it went like a bullet into the side of the Pentagon about 40 minutes after the original attack on the World Trade Center. We've asked Dateline's Lee Thompson to take us through the current state of airline and airport security and where it may go from here.
For years now, one of the primary focuses of aviation security has been to prevent terrorists from smuggling bombs onto our planes. But what was never fully anticipated was that the planes themselves would become the bombs, guided missiles in the hands of the terrorists.
It was a jet. I couldn't believe my eyes.
The agency charged with spearheading airport security and safeguarding the skies, the Federal Aviation Administration. Now, after the most devastating terrorist attack in U.S. history, the FAA, often criticized for lax enforcement and bureaucratic bungling, is itself under siege.
The FAA has blood on its hands because it's not doing its job and hasn't been.
Michael Boyd is an independent aviation consultant with commercial airlines among his clients.
We have a major security problem, obviously, and the FAA is at the middle of it. We've known this for years. I've said it for years, that to a trained terrorist, our airports look like a laundromat. You can get in and get out.
Along with each commercial airline disaster have come new revelations of serious failures by the FAA. Perhaps none more frightening than the multitude of security lapses.
Asking grandma whether she's packed her own bag isn't security when whole perimeters of airports look like sieves.
1988, Lockerbie, Scotland. A terrorist bomb blows Pan Am Flight 103 out of the sky. The aftermath brought both recriminations and recommendations. Our government assured us airport security would be beefed up. Additional security personnel were hired, metal detectors, X-ray machines, and most recently, bomb detection technology. All were deployed to combat the threat of terrorism. But time and time again, in the 12 years since Lockerbie, gaping holes in security have been exposed. Holes the FAA pledged to fix. Holes that government reports warned still remained. Holes that were likely exploited by these terrorists today. There appears to have been a total breakdown at least 3 airports in this country. Give us the scenario of what might have happened.
Well, there are 2 plausible scenarios. Either someone was able to get through the security side at those airports, or maybe even more likely, people working on the ground crews had been compromised.
How easy is it, and tell us the plain truth, to get a gun or a bomb on an airplane?
There are always some airports that fail when we try to get a gun or a knife on an aircraft.
How easy is it to get a job as a security screener?
It is as easy as falling off the proverbial turnip truck to get a job as a security screener. We have people that would be flipping hamburgers if they weren't working in the security function. They're not very well skilled, there's very high turnover, and I'm not sure that they're up to the job.
But inadequate screening of passengers and baggage is not the only threat to security.
We don't screen the people who work at airports properly. At tests that have been done at airports around the United States, we found a large percentage of, or certainly a large number of illegal immigrants, people whose background that we really couldn't check out.
In fact, as Dateline reported in 1996, our producers applied for and were given jobs at 2 of the biggest airports in the country. At Newark Airport in New Jersey, where one of the hijacked planes departed this morning, our undercover producer was hired on the spot, no questions asked, and no job references checked to drive this electric car. But within 2 days, he was working security, checking carry-on bags. He was given no training. And watch how our undercover producer wanders along tarmacs and throughout airplanes without the ID to be there. And he passes some 10 other airport employees without being stopped. At Hartsfield Airport in Atlanta, Our producer was hired as a baggage handler without the required background check. Again, he was free to roam on airliners like this one. After Dateline's broadcast, the FAA did change policy to try to prevent these types of security breaches, but recent government reports indicate problems persist. This year, the General Accounting Office warned security screeners at U.S. airports continue to miss as many as 20% of weapons smuggled in carry-on luggage during FAA-sponsored tests, and that FAA plans to improve hiring, training, and supervision of security screeners, including the companies that provide them, are woefully behind, in some cases up to 2 years. It's too early to say whether the terrorists gained access to the planes today because of poor security checks or someone working on the inside. But this much is clear. The hijackings were well planned and the terrorists highly trained. Once on board, they knew exactly what to do. Experts say once airborne, there was little the crew could have done to fend off the attackers.
Once on board the aircraft, it would not at all be difficult to gain access to the cockpit. Cockpit door is not like the vault door in a bank, for example. They're rather fragile. You can kick them in if you had to.
Barry Schiff is a retired commercial pilot for a major airline who flew both Boeing 757s and Boeing 767s, the same kinds of jets involved in today's attack.
Pilots go in and out of the cockpit as they need to go to the restrooms. Coffee is brought to them, so the door is opening every once in a while.
Con sus familiares, especialmente aquellos que iban o
But for the moment, mostly it's just trying to get the temperature down at the base of where the trade towers were and to get the rest of the fire stopped.
And Bill, one knows from past experience that a huge amount of heavy equipment is needed in the area in order to continue the searching operation. Do you see it showing up?
Indeed, we've seen every now and then fleets of bulldozers and other heavy equipment moving through the back streets here. In the dark as it is just now, every now and then a fleet of flashing lights and sirens will go by as the people working on the strategy here are trying to figure out how to get these pieces of equipment into position for what they're going to have to do in the morning. But we can see that it's clearly going to be many days of a great deal of grim work to try to take it apart and to do what they can for anybody that they can find alive. But it's going to be morning before we can really see it.
Thanks very much, Bill Blakemore. One of the things that people who aren't familiar with this part of New York may not fully appreciate is that the trade towers stood, emphasis on stood, very close to the Hudson River. And the West Side Highway, which comes down the west side of New York, past the World Trade Center, and then tucks around and goes up towards, that's Brooklyn, in the map over to the right and across the Brooklyn Bridge and towards the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. The World Trade Center are very close to the edge of the river, and all that stuff right underneath the World Trade Center at the moment is basically landfill. And so there is a very narrow physical window through which the relief operators can work. Here's the mayor.
Than we need at this point. We're very grateful for it, and it'll be stored in areas, and probably over the next 2 or 3 days we will need it. And we'll do everything we can to support the efforts of the people who are trying to recover people from the debris and the horror that's taken place down there. The number to call if you have questions. I'm not sure we can answer all of your questions, but at least we can try to answer it, is 1-212-560-2730. That's 1-212-560-2730. If you have questions throughout the night and tomorrow, that's the number to call rather than 911, which you should just call if there is an emergency. We had over 1,100 emergency room visits today that we know of. So far, we have 6 fatalities that we know of, 5 at St. Vincent's. Obviously and tragically, there are going to be a lot more than that, but that's what we know of at this point. We had over 300 patients that were treated at St. Vincent's, over 160 at Bellevue, 250 at Beekman Downtown Hospital. And the hospital, these hospitals were probably the ones under the most stress, but they were able to get through. I want to thank all the people that helped St. Vincent's getting the water that they needed and the support that they needed. Also, I'd like to say to people that might consider doing this that services should be made available in New York City tomorrow on a fair and equitable basis. Anybody that thinks that they're going to gouge consumers or ask for extra amounts of money for food or anything else, we're going to have the police and the Consumer Affairs Department out there. So just be careful. This is a time in which we all have to cooperate and help each other. Alternate side street parking is suspended. Sanitation services will take place in most of the city, except obviously in the lower part of Manhattan, where the sanitation department will be working to remove debris, which has already started. And the schools, again, will be closed tomorrow. And hopefully we'll get them open as soon as possible. Tomorrow the effort will be at trying to recover as many people as possible and trying to clean up the horrible mess that was created by all of this. And I would ask people to cooperate as much as possible in that effort. If you have to come into Manhattan because your business is essential, then obviously do it. The upper part of Manhattan will be open. But if tomorrow is a day in which you want to stay home and stay with your family and give comfort and support maybe to other people that have been affected by this, it would be a good day to do that. Yeah, the point that Richie Shearer makes is people are wonderful, and I mean this in the best sense of the word. We've had thousands and thousands of people that have come to help us. When I was down at the site near the World Trade Center, I met a lot of the National Guard's people that the governor has sent, really wonderful young men and women. We have enough volunteers now. We have more volunteers, frankly, than we need at this point. And what we need to do is to focus the efforts of the professionals that are there in being able to do the recovery and try to save as many lives as we can and restore services as quickly as possible. We may be asking for more volunteers tomorrow and the next day and the day after, but right now we don't need any more volunteers.
Mr. Mayor, is there still hope that there are people who are still alive and well?
Yes, there's hope. There's hope that there are people that are still still alive.
How is the rescue effort hampered by the darkness? What do you do?
We moved a lot of lights in so that the area is being lit now, so that I don't think the rescue effort is going to be hampered by the darkness. The rescue effort is hampered by the fact that there's still fire there. There are still unsound structures, and it's still dangerous, although the rescue effort is now taking place. But if you're asking me, is it hampered? It's hampered because of the conditions, not because of the nighttime.
Is there a long procession of heavy bulldozers and other heavy construction equipment making its way down to lower Manhattan? What is that going to be used for?
That's going to be used to move debris out of the way so that the emergency vehicles can get in and out quickly, so that we can get the ambulances in in a more expeditious fashion than we've been able to do. And I want to thank the Deputy Mayor Rudy Washington, who has spent most of the day coordinating, getting all of that emergency equipment in the right place, ready to move. If you go along Houston Street, you'll see hundreds and hundreds of pieces of equipment that are lined up to move in and to take debris out. And now they've started doing that. And I think that's probably what you observed. You probably observed.
The Mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, getting close to the end of his time.
There, and another explosion came right from it, just everyone flying right in front of me. Everything just went boom.
The police officer told everybody to form a human chain, and we held on to each other, and he flashed the light, and he directed us to Building 5, and we went out Building 5. Everybody's bleeding. People are laying all over the floor. It's horrible. And I was there the first time, and this is twice.
Mayor, what's the situation right now?
The situation is that 2 airplanes have attacked, apparently. Can't go to city. Why? We should not go to city. All right, well then let's go north then.
You know basically what happened to airplanes?
Come with us. Come with us.
It's beyond words. It's horrifying. It's the worst thing that's ever happened. It's the most tragic thing that has happened to America by far. I've been on the fire department 20 years and never lived through this. I lived through 2 collapses today. I just came in to help people and do my job. That's my job, save people's lives. And today they needed a lot of help.
You okay, officer? looking, I was with the command post. They re-evacuated the room.
Oh my God, this is so terrible.
I don't know that I've ever seen an event for which I am so inadequate to describe what we see in the 3 decades I've worked in television.
We just wish a peaceful night for all those survivors in New York City.
Difficult as it may be. Today's terrorist attack essentially brought the U.S. financial markets to a screeching halt.
And the markets will be closed tomorrow as well, including the ones in Chicago, the Mercantile Exchange, the Board of Trade, the Chicago Board Options Exchange, and the Chicago Stock Exchange. Joining us now to talk about the financial aspect of